captured gains, unconscious investments. Now life is rather sweet. We caged birds just to be free. Wandering souls conquered mountains barefoot, chasing after rabbits, after bad habits, made innocent mistakes, and belts were never known for waste. We made Granny run, her back bent like branches reaching out for the sun. Will she ever taste the sweetness of her fruit, the creativity of her juice, her wrinkles, history lines in remembrance of our youth? We were young, naughty scenes in hiding, but when seen, hidings were seen, and we ran like we carried freedom in our feet. When streets were playgrounds before playgrounds were built on our streets, tongues dressed in different speech, loneliness dared not to befriend us. Tea and laughter for breakfast, inhaled stories, now we own legends for breath. Rich with yesterdays, we inherit age, the past, the master, the future's a present slave. I wasn't flex then. If time is money, memories are an investment. The magic rests within us, descendants of mothers who built from scraps. Now we scrape, homes as buildings and skies, esoteric language. Who knew setbacks drawn a design? Sketches of resilience, questions as statements. Who knew setbacks were cheat codes, clean lines from dust, future-lended pasts? Went from huts and thatched roof to building hard to face truths, and now we stand, bricks in hands instead of promises. Do we stop the rot before the rebuild? What use pouring water into baskets? Are buildings not poems on skylines? Heritage on timelines, scraping form from nothing. Descendants of mothers who built from scratch, dependent on no other to build us back. In future cities, what becomes of corners and townships? Sometimes there's marvel in breathing. Mental shacks turn marble ceiling. Whose project do we become? In remote Eastern Cape, Naledi toils for over 10 Ks to access education. In our quest to rebuild, may we also build the courage to meet her halfway. And someday, may the stone that the builder refused rise to construct monuments of equity.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mukana Makeka. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm an architect, practitioner, designer, and sometime artist, and it's an absolute honor for me to be your MC for the day. I'd like to first start by saying thank you so much to Flex, Sophie, and I for that wonderful intervention to kick off the day, which brings to mind notions of music, word, space, and architecture. In terms of the introduction that I will do very briefly, I just wanted to also acknowledge Mrs. Shongwe for the wonderful session that she shared just now, to give some quick apologies with regards to the technical issues that we're experiencing, but all things are under control. Let me first start by welcoming three honored guests. Honorable Nokolo Kiviet, who's the Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Dr. Josienzo Ramohopa, Head of Infrastructure and Investment in the Presidency, and Nanan Khongo, the Interim CEO of the Built Environment. I would encourage you to interact and use this platform with regards to the chat function. Where possible, use the icons in terms of your acknowledgement of applause, etc. Please keep your microphones off so that we don't disturb the speakers in terms of their discussions. And furthermore, under normal circumstances, I would be explaining where the fire escapes are and where the bathrooms are. Unfortunately, we are in a very different age, so I'm not under pressure to do that. As an architect, I'm frustrated that I can't describe a spatial condition to you all. However, do feel free, if you do need to step out, I do believe that you have bathrooms where you are at. However, in terms of today's session, I do want to make specific focus on Autodesk as a sponsor for this event. Thank you very much. It would not be possible without your support and the support of many people here. In particular, the SACAP committee, but I also want to introduce the SACAP president who will effectively launch today. I've had the pleasure of knowing Datin Zindiso Charles Nduku for a number of years. We studied architecture together at UCT in first year in 1995 to show our age. And what was interesting about that time was a sort of inflection around what does it mean to be part of the post-South Africa from an education perspective. We've drawn together, we've critted each other, we've laughed with each other, we've cried after bad crits. But more importantly, he is currently a practicing architect, as to be expected, owner and director of NN Architects. He has designed and implemented a range of projects from offices, educational facilities, health facilities, warehouses and factories. He's very passionate about the state of the built environment, and it's a pleasure to hand it over to him to usher into the day. Dadenduk, the floor is yours. I think your microphone, sir.
Okay. So thank you very much, Makena, for introducing me, for really painting a good picture about myself. Today, it's an important day for us as the architectural profession and the built environment in general. And then I would like to welcome everybody to this convention and officially open this convention. But before I do that, I want to acknowledge the Honorable Deputy Minister, Ms. Nokolo Kiviet. She is amongst ourselves today, and she has been really attending our occasions, and she has never turned down any invitation that we've asked her. I mean, even given her a short notice, but she would step up and come and talk to us, and we appreciate that. We appreciate that the time she's giving to us as a profession. She really takes our profession quite seriously. In those words, I want to welcome all the esteemed guests that are here. Most importantly, all our members that are listening, that have logged in, the public that have managed to log in or listen. This is the convention to talk to our stakeholders. Our stakeholders are big because we are in the built environment. Your sector, the built environment sector, is responsible for actually molding or developing the country. So this is the responsibility that we see as most important to all of us here. And I think, as I say, that my appreciation to the Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister Nkolo Kivit, she has really taken this quite seriously, and I've had interactions with her, and she does not like the profession which, or the built environment which speaks in silence. She likes us to be united, to speak as a group. So I would like to welcome and open the convention officially today. And also, just to move on, just to introduce our guest speaker, Nkolo Kivit. Yes, I would like to just to say something about who Nkolo Kivit is. The period between 1996 and 2003 saw her serving in several strategic positions in her party, including ANC whip, and she has also been previously elected to the PEC in the provincial treasurer of the ANC for 2 consecutive terms, offering much needed financial management expertise to the organization. 2003 to 2004, she was deployed as the chairperson of the portfolio committee in the office of the Premier, and was a member of the following committees: Finance and Provincial Expenditure, Economic Affairs, Youth, Gender and People Disability, SCOPA, and member of Advisory Board. 2004 to 2009, Speaker of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. 2009 to 2014, Premier of the Eastern Cape Province. 2014 to 2019, Speaker of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. 30 May 2019 to date, she was nominated the Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure of the Republic of South Africa. Thank you very much. Welcome you, Honorable Deputy Minister Nkolo Kivit. Thank you very much. I would like you to address the convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Charles Nduku. Greetings to our esteemed program director, Mr. Makeka, as well as our facilitator or moderator for the session, Dr. Mpahlwa. Allow me, President, to greet you together with your team of board members, our head of Infrastructure South Africa, Dr. Khotsienso Ramokhupa, and his team from our department, all the panelists, as well as all the esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to greet you all on what has been a different Women's Month this year. Different in the sense that it is the second Women's Month held during the reign of COVID-19 pandemic in our country and the world over, which resulted in our government putting into effect control measures to mitigate the spread of the virus. Program Director, we are now seeing a decline in the numbers of those infected by the virus after experiencing the most devastating wave of all the 3 waves that have come our way. It is for this reason that we having this event in a virtual platform. The decline in numbers does not necessarily mean we can now return to business as usual. The danger is still very much present, and therefore we must remain vigilant and observe all protocols that are set by government, including keeping a safe distance from one another, wearing a mask, sanitizing and washing our hands as often as possible. Program Director, as the virus is still with us, also vaccines have been made widely available, and it is advisable for people to get vaccinated, although this is not guaranteed that one is not going to be infected, but it will go a long way in averting fatalities, at best hospitalization. I will not get into the science of communicable diseases and viruses, save to say that we have seen in countries that have achieved mass vaccination of their population, how they have almost been able to return back to normal. So this sends a clear message that vaccines somehow do work. I wish Program Director to take this opportunity to commend the Council for preparing an event that brings professional speakers from within our continent as well as across the globe, the academia, government, public sector in general, voluntary associations, registered persons, suppliers of products, media, SACAP committees, staff members, and board members, everybody together in discussing challenges confronted by the profession, yet not only to discuss those challenges, but bring their heads together to think about innovative ways to promote and reimagine the world through the lens of the architectural profession. This, therefore, is a session to affirm what the late Dr. John Tibane in his book, Master Your Thoughts, Transform Your Life, advises us about when he refers to what strategic leaders do. And I quote, they define their purpose, rethink their possibilities, reaffirm their proposition, reevaluate their partners, revitalize their people, redeploy their power, realign their priorities, redesign their processes, refocus their passion, reinforce their performance. And therefore it is exciting to be part of this noble cause, as I refer to what I've just quoted as the 10 Rs that he has come up with. On the 6th of August, Program Director, I was invited and attended a SACAP event, which was more to celebrate the achievements of women in the profession. There I highlighted how the profession is still very much male-dominated, with indeed an overwhelming 77%. This surely does not represent the demographics of the country. The big challenge, therefore, is to improve the pipeline to ensure that girls from all corners of the country can access opportunities to be trained and qualified to practice as architects or as the various professions within the built environment, to participate therein. I would like to challenge everyone who is a registered professional who is here to make themselves available to provide mentorship to registered candidates, especially young women. Even if one does not have a candidate that they can mentor immediately, one can look at how individually you can contribute to growing the profession, including by advocating and championing the cause through motivational talks at schools, so that learners can be exposed to what it is that you do and therefore develop an interest in the profession. In his address to a joint sitting of Parliament in October 2020, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa tabled the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, And in that address, he noted that infrastructure, and I quote, infrastructure has immense potential for stimulating investment and growth, to develop other economic sectors and create sustainable employment, both directly and indirectly. When one, close quote, when one looks into the introduction of the document on the ERRP, it is reflected therein that, and I quote, for the past decade, the South African economy has experienced stagnation, which has put a strain in the effort to tackle the historical structural inequalities, unemployment, and poverty. In an effort to rid the South African population of the devastating effects of COVID-19 pandemic and set the country on a path of economic recovery, the plan outlines key priorities to be addressed, chief amongst which is the aggressive infrastructure investment. The plan also explicitly states that it explicitly states that to achieve success in implementation, it will be key to, among others, ensure a capable state and focus on skills development. You will recall program director and esteemed participants that the infrastructure investment plan was approved by cabinet for implementation in May last year. And the IIP provided for, inter alia, the establishment of Infrastructure South Africa as a single point of entry for infrastructure development to ensure that there is consolidated capacity to drive infrastructure-led economic growth through investment and implementation for South Africa, as envisaged in the Infrastructure Development Act. In addition, the Infrastructure Investment Plan provided for the introduction of Sustainable Infrastructure Development System, the SEEDS methodology, to appraise and evaluate infrastructure investment projects to ensure that they attract funding and financing. The inaugural Sustainable Infrastructure Development Symposium, SA, which was used to unveil a total of 50 such projects with the rand value of 340 billion. And another 12 special projects were identified and gazetted as strategic integrated projects in July 2020 that covered network industries as well as human settlement, agriculture, agro-processing. On the 6th and 7th of October this year, Excellency, the President, will be convening the second installment of the SEEDS SA to unveil the next wave of infrastructure projects. Program Director, again, our Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Ms. Patricia de Lille, in her budget speech vote on the 25th of May 2021, indicated how 84 projects and programs which have been on hold have been identified and would be sent back to their project owners to advise them to resubmit their infrastructure projects following the SEEDS methodology, which takes the country forward in that it helps us to recover. It is for this reason that Infrastructure South Africa has been established and is nested with the department to undertake the crucial work of driving the implementation of strategic infrastructure projects, as well as advancing the infrastructure investment plan. And the head of ISA, which is in Infrastructure South Africa, Dr. Ramakhupa is with us and will elaborate on ISA's role and in coordinating the three spheres of government. In September 2018, the President of the Republic announced the creation of a dedicated infrastructure fund of 100 billion rand, primarily aimed at providing seed funding to enable a blended financing of public infrastructure projects. To this end, a memorandum of understanding has been signed in August 2020 between National Treasury, the Ministry of Public Works and Infrastructure, and the Development Bank of Southern Africa for the establishment of such an infrastructure fund to be hosted at DBSA. The Chief Investment Officer for the Infrastructure Fund has been appointed in August, and the business plan was approved in December 2020. Again, Dr. Ramakhupa will further elaborate on this. In relation to the coordination of government and working with all spheres of government, the focus is on effective coordination and implementation of catalytic infrastructure projects in line with the support for the district development model. We require innovative funding models to implement the strategic infrastructure projects identified as priority projects for government. The policy and regulatory reforms are required. However, the private-public partnerships framework has been found to be cumbersome to the delivery of intended projects, and the country is therefore reviewing this. Ladies and gentlemen, among inhibitors to growth and prosperity is the malaise of fraud and corruption. These have the effect of derailing progress by redirecting scarce financial resources into pockets of the few greedy individuals who have no appreciation of the plight of the poor in our country. The construction industry is also one that has demonstrated a propensity to be affected by corruption. We have many projects that we never completed because either of officials soliciting bribes from companies or sometimes the service providers and contractors, when they tried to play things by the book, they had their payments withheld until they acceded to the demands of crooked individuals. We also have the so-called construction mafias, which you all know, that terrorize construction projects in their territories. They run illegal protection rackets, which are nothing but an excuse to fleece money from the people that have worked hard to build their companies. All these acts require law enforcement to be vigilant, and for citizens and companies, private sector, to work with the law enforcement agencies in order to bring the culprits to book. Having noted the manner in which corruption has plagued the construction industry, on the 24th of May, our minister, the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Dilil, alongside with the SIU, the head of the SIU, Advocate ND Mutipi, and civil society members, launched the new established Infrastructure Build Anti-Corruption Forum. The establishment of this forum seeks to bolster government's work in preventing and acting against corruption in implementation of infrastructure projects. I'm happy that the president of SACAP, Mr. Ndugu, is a member of such a forum, and we expect him to represent the interest of SACAP with the hope that he will plow back his gained knowledge and discoveries to the architectural family through the SACAP website and other effective means of communication. The forum is made up of representatives from public sector, from government, entities, professionals, civil society, and law enforcement agencies. We call on people who are aware of corrupt activities to do the noble thing and report this, so that the forum, as a forum, we can send a clear message that fraud and corruption will not be tolerated. Council President, the department is implementing the skills pipeline, which again I will leave to Dr. Ramokgopa to share with yourselves. In closing, we call on effective partnerships between government, the private sector, the various professions in the built environment to ensure that we develop an infrastructure project pipeline that is able to create a number of jobs on a sustainable basis and invest in projects that will be catalysts to local economic development in the various areas where those projects are located. In the spirit of celebrating the 150th year of Charlotte Maxeke and the rights of women, let me cite the words of intellectual giant of the 20th century, W.E.B. Du Bois, and I quote, "I regard Mrs. Maxeke as a pioneer in one of the greatest human causes, working under extraordinary difficult circumstances to lead a people in the face of prejudice, not only against her race, but against her sex," close quote. I therefore would love to invite all of us to become an army of the Maxekes, to use our intellectual capacity, our diligence, and all our energies to contribute to extricating our country from the downward slippery slope we economically find ourselves in. Through your great African designs that depict the rhythm, the culture, the look and feel of our beautiful land. Program Director, I wish you, the President and the whole team at SACAP, a successful convention, and all the best to all our panelists and our discussant. Thank you very much for the opportunity once more, and all the best. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, I want to thank you for those wonderful words and well wishes. They are taken to heart. As you were speaking, I picked up 7 key points. They might not be your highlights, but I just wanted to reiterate them for the audience. The one was the importance of public health and understanding the role that vaccines play, but also the intersection between that and the environment. You also raised the question of strategic leadership, and the quote that you gave was really fascinating in terms of giving us insight about the relationship between having a transformative impact in our environment and leadership. You reminded us of the importance of Women's Month, and that resonated throughout your whole discussion. You also brought to the fore the whole role of infrastructure investment as a key tool to transforming nations and economies, and that resonates very strongly within us. And that's how many architects actually see their work. And the implications of that with regards to the infrastructure fund is something that excites our community quite significantly. But you also mentioned 2 other points, which I think is important. The one is the importance of transformation, mentorship, the role that we can play in terms of making sure that youth and women are particularly empowered through the work that we do. But lastly, your call for an army of change and this whole question of governance, I think, is very significant. It's an important statement that resonates not only in terms of how we govern ourselves as institutions, the type of ways that we interact with the professional environment, but also in terms of how we engage with other sectors where that intersectionality with lack of governance can be quite problematic. So those are my 7 key highlights. Just to reiterate that all of those points are very much welcomed. I would like to hand over to the moderator for the next session. He's also a colleague and an architect who I've known for a number of years, Dr. Leander Mpashwa. He's a Cape Town-based architect and urban designer. He obtained his master's in architecture in Berlin, Germany. and was awarded an honorary doctorate in science and technology from Walter Sisulu University for his contribution and thoughts on social change. He's a member of SACAP and SAIA's immediate past president. He was also a member of the organizing committee, technical committee that is, which provided project management for the construction of the World Cup Stadium for the 2010 event. He is a revered and important architect in our community, and we thank him for his contributions and his following moderation. Dr. Mpahla, the floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you to our program director, Mkena Makeka, a colleague and a friend and a fellow traveler in this profession. And I have to acknowledge the Deputy Minister and greet you, ma'am, and say that your reference to us to master our thoughts is really just the right thing that we would like to do today. And I can see that you've gotten the expressions that we love: redesign, revitalize, and all those important things that we love to hear. And especially coming from a woman leader that we respect, and speaking first in this convention is remarkable. And I have to acknowledge also Dr. Ramkhoba as well, because we shall be looking up for him for that infrastructure rollout. We'll be knocking at his door from time to time. Colleagues, friends, participants, the SACAP president, we shall be talking today about how far we have come. And this is a session that really is meant to set the scene for the discussions of the day. But I'd like to summarize just with 3 words or 3 sentences. How far we have come is the main theme, but through the session, I would like to ask the question, where are we going? And I think a related question as well is, how do we get there? So in the session, we've got 3 amazing guests, 2 sector bodies, and 1 who represents the profession architecture. So first up, we've got the acting CEO of the CBE, that being the Council for the Built Environment, Ms. Nana Mhlongo, who was appointed as acting Chief Executive Officer on July 21. She has been with the built environment sector for a while. She has been with the CBE over a decade. And herself, she is a research professional with a background in policy development and has published and presented
Leander, I think your mic is off.
Oh, sorry.
Just the last 20 seconds. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
She is a research professional with a background in policy development and has published and presented numerous research articles. She holds 2 master's degrees and is currently completing a PhD. I can only say, wow. She has been also part of the Cuban technical advisors in the Ministry of Public Works and Infrastructure, and a member of the Department of Public Works National and Provincial Infrastructure Forum. So we are pleased to welcome her, and she has written also that in addition to that, and we must acknowledge, she's a mom with 2 children, and obviously she plays that role also in between all her busy schedule to support her family, and I think this is important. So I'd like to invite you, Ms. Mhlongo, and perhaps you can enlighten us in terms of the role of the CBE as this sector body that represents all professions. Yes, today we're about architecture, but I think it's fair to acknowledge that we're part of a broader built environment group. Welcome, and over to you.
Thank you very much, our moderator. Let me start by greeting our Honorable Deputy Minister, Umam Kivit. It's an honor that I have to speak after her, but it's also a challenge. Program director, the head of ISA, the president of SACAP, the CBE chairperson, all council members, dignitaries, colleagues, good morning. Thank you very much for this opportunity. First, I would like to just share the sentiments by our Deputy Minister in terms of SACAP's hosting of this event. I don't know if my presentation, okay, maybe I'll use my own here. Perhaps just to give a brief background in terms of the CBE. CBE is the Council for the Built Environment. We are an entity of the Department of the Public Works and Infrastructure. And we are responsible for the 6 professional councils. But that does not limit in terms of then how we operate in influencing the built environment in terms of the professions. We also collaborate with those that are not currently catered for by our mandate. So as the moderator has highlighted that architectural profession is one of the 6. It also includes the engineers, the landscape architects, the quantity surveyors, the project and construction managers, but as well under which we have the health and safety practitioners, as well as the property valuers. We have a various aspects of the mandate as the CBE, which partly it's to focus on promotion of human resource development in the built environment, but also importantly, to facilitate and coordinate the participation of the professions in integrated development, which is one aspect that will relate to the topic that I will be talking to this morning. So my brief talk this morning, it's really to look into architecture as a profession that is able to influence our society, but also has got a massive opportunity to transform our society. Perhaps we look at professions in terms of the status that it provides, but then we need then to refocus our energies in terms of saying how then do we go beyond just changing the physical environments, but having the architectural profession as a driver of social change. So that is briefly what I want us, it's really to provoke our thoughts as we go through the discussions today, to saying, you know, let's not just carry the titles, but, you know, we have a country that we need to serve through our intellectual capacity. If we may move to the next slide, please. Okay, I don't know whether we have technical glitches, but anyway, the first point that I want to focus on is in terms of broadly how far we've come in terms of the influence of architecture in our broad society. One of the things that I want to highlight is that architecture has got this potential or capability of displaying culture, the values, the status of a community, which then give that personal identity to neighborhoods, but over and above neighborhoods to individuals. Architecture is able to connect society and the physical environment. Architecture has got the capability to translate the ambitions, what we have in our minds, what we aspire into reality. And through that, you realize that each and every building will have a story. to saying why we had to have the windows there, why we had to have this building facing that. And that then gives rise to giving us history as a society. So, and these are the critical aspects perhaps that we need to take into consideration as a profession. And I believe that architecture is able even to influence the future in terms of construction products. And I will elaborate in my next slide in terms of what do I mean this, so that then we can bring it closer to home. As a profession, architecture is able, contributes into the individual, the societal. I think we've had a number of issues coming even from the DM's presentation in terms of the impact of COVID, the health, the safety, as well as just a mere thing as productivity when it comes to human life, and also then ultimately contributing to the improvement of human life in a broader sense. And I believe that architecture as a profession is a propeller of radical transformation of the built environment. I want to talk, if we may move to the next slide, please. I know normally when it presents in terms of the demographics that we have. I requested just to highlight on this aspect, just to focus on the transformative role of architecture as a profession, and focusing on the societal impact. I'm focusing on the professional registration, which highlights in terms of race and gender. I'm not going to go into details because there will be a session later that will be focusing on this, but the picture is really not good. And if then we are to look at the influence of architecture in our communities, in our country, if we retain the status quo of what is presented on this slide, then we are still promoting the imbalances of the past. So then there is that challenge that we need then to rethink, to saying it's just not about the numbers. It's about to saying once we bring balance to this graphical presentation, then we are changing, because then we are saying if Nana is a girl from a village, she will be able then to participate and also be able to relate with the issues and the contextual issues where she comes from, and be able to make a contribution into that regard. So this is the challenge that we have, and I highlight it as a journey. That it's not stopping. There are so many aspects that we can achieve the numbers, but will those numbers enable us to bring societal change that we desire as communities, that we desire as a country? If we may move to the next slide, please. So my last slide, because I just really want to tease the thinking around, is that what then are the transformation or transformational opportunities that we have within this profession? One area that we need to look into is then our education aspects when it comes to the architectural profession. What is contained in our curriculum? Does it take into consideration the challenges that the country is facing? Does it take into consideration that we need to produce graduates that understand, that appreciate the contextual issues that we are faced as a country, so that then when they go into the field and practice, then they bring solutions, and then probably money will be following. And then the other opportunities is that the design nature and the innovation that comes with architecture it can contribute immensely into us rewriting the country's historical imbalances through the physical environment. I take, for instance, when it comes to human settlements, it's one area that is of priority in defining the built environment space in South Africa and giving that kind of identity. We look at the initiative of government through the Department of Human Settlements to say, we provide dignity to our people. But then architecture as a profession brings that sense of pride, that sense of identity, that sense of belonging, which then indirectly contributes to social cohesion. And we realize that the challenge that we experienced when COVID-19 hit, in terms of saying, even though we have those houses where our people live, it challenged in terms of whether the congestion in those families, what is then the role of this profession, which we so pride ourselves with, the architectural profession, to contribute to, so that then it doesn't only look into the high end, but also into the very lowest end in terms of our society. But also, as we've been looking into how our societies have been responding in terms of challenges facing the country, we've been facing a number of community unrest. And the first target, it becomes infrastructure. And it got me thinking to say, what makes anyone to think to say, whether it's a library, whether it's a school, whether it's a mall, then it should be bent down. And my question is whether, is it that our people lack that sense of ownership and custodianship of our public infrastructure? Is it because maybe they cannot even relate with those designs? And what is it then that can architecture contribute so that then we have this full ownership, rather than our public infrastructure becoming a target? Then our very same communities become the protectors of those assets because they can relate with it. So that is one area that perhaps then, as we transform our societies, that is the opportunity and the space that perhaps this profession, which we value so much, can bring to light. The other aspect is then the influence of innovation, which I highlighted when it comes to construction products. Saying architecture as a profession has the potential to drive innovation towards the design and development of locally based construction products. And our Deputy Minister spoke into the current plan, which is the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. How then do we contribute into driving that, to say, we need to drive the local economy through even to saying the products that for construction purposes, we can develop our local economy. And I believe, program director, as I end, that architecture can give South Africa identity, and not only identity, but it can also give South Africa style. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mhlongo. I think that has given us a bit of a picture among the three questions that we have of where we are going. I think it kind of sets the scene for us. And I mean, if I'm to make reference to what the Honorable Deputy Minister was saying, summarize your input is really to say that we have to redefine the role of architecture in our society, because as we are practicing, I can guarantee you, this is not how it is generally understood. We're known to be people of buildings and beautiful things, but to be drivers of social change and all that, that is something we need to strive to achieve. And we hope that as a sector body representing us, you will be championing that cause with us, with government, because it is quite important. The next segment, colleagues, we've only got about 11 minutes left. And I'm going to really call upon my two colleagues to kind of sum it up, because it's a long day. So some of the talks perhaps can be brought into the next sessions. Next up is the President of the Council, who has already been introduced, Charles Nsindiso Nduku, a colleague with whom, as past president, I worked very closely. And the second one, I'll introduce him immediately as well, is a colleague and incoming president, Ruben Reddy, an internationally acclaimed architect practicing from Durban, who has established himself in sports facilities. In fact, for the World Cup, we worked together as the technical team that was providing oversight for the construction of the World Cup stadia. He has built stadia all over the world, including for the Russian Olympics and the Soccer World Cup. So he has really established himself in that. I'm hoping from him that we'll hear from the point of view of the profession, how they see the process of analyzing how far we've come. But President Charles Nduku, you've been introduced by our esteemed program director, so I'll try and save time and not reintroduce you, but hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mpatlo. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm going to try and save time to answer this question of how far have we come. I'm just going to give a broad overview of the role of SACAP when SACAP was started. I think, professional architects were regulated under the Act, the Architects Act 35 of 1979, leading to the establishment of South African Council for Architects, SACA, which commenced in 1971 and remained in place for plus minus 30 years. Architect Act 35 of 1979 was repealed and replaced by the Architectural Professional Act 44 of 2000 in a move to consolidate and include other categories under one umbrella. That led to the renaming of South African Council for Architects, SACA, to South African Council for Architectural Profession, which is SACAP now. And that regulating the professional architects, professional senior technologists, professional technologists, and professional draftsperson. That was established or started in 2001. SACAP is further established to provide for the regulation of the relationship between SACAP and the Council for Built Environment, and to provide for matters connected and is enjoined to protect the public. The role of SACAP, the main role, SACAP's main function is to protect the public against unprofessional conduct by a registered person, guide, facilitate, and promote a high standard of competency and responsibility in architectural profession, and increase public awareness of the range of architectural services offered. It also aims to ensure that the profession fulfills its total role in the development of South Africa and the world. The architects, or South African architects, are actually practicing all over the world, that we have really good, competent architects that are coming out of this country. It is also is doing that is actually protecting the public by registering the professionals, renewing the registration, accrediting programs at higher learning institutions, regulating activities within the architectural profession via code of conduct and disciplinary procedures, facilitating and auditing the continuous professional development. CPD, we call it a CPD, that when we, even if you are qualified in practice, you have to keep yourself abreast with the knowledge and the development. So that is why we have CPD, developing and implementing the identification of work process, developing and updating the recommended professional tariff of fees, amending legislation and when necessary, ensuring the public and registered persons are kept abreast of the developments within the sector. So those are the main roles of SACAP in a nutshell. I don't want to go into details about that, but the main one is to protect the public through registration of the professionals. I would like to highlight the main issues that as a fifth-term council that we had to deal with. And when we came into the office, as I said, that this council was established way back in 1979, and then until it is SACAP now with the Act of 44 of 2000. We have had there are two areas of our mandates that I would like to highlight: the IDOW and the scale of fees, or the publication of the fees. I think this is connected with the Competition Act, under Competition Commission South Africa. We have had challenges in the past. For quite a while, we were unable to actually publish the fees and IDOW. On the identification of work policy, IDOW, the Competition Commission took a view that the restriction imposed by IDOW rules have some element of market allocation in contravention of Section 4(1)(b)(2) of the Competition Act. Before a solution was found on IDOW, the Council for the Built Environment, CBE, submitted exemption application on behalf of the 6 councils for the built environment around 2014 to the Competition Commission. The exemption applications were filed in terms of Schedule 1, Part 1, read with Part B of the Competition Act 89 of 1998. SACAP withdrew its exemption application before it was assessed by CCSA with the intention to review it to ensure that it is not exclusionary and that it does not restrict competition in any manner in the architectural profession. Consequently, the Competition Commission did not get an opportunity to assess the exemption application for the architectural profession and make a decision. However, the Competition Commission assessed the Engineering Council of South African application for exemption, rejected it, and provided reasons for the rejection. On the guideline of fees, professional fees, on 4th February 2014, SACAP filed an exemption application with the Competition Commission for the publication of guideline professional fees in terms of Schedule 1, Part A of the Competition Act. The basis of the application was that the guidelines professional fees are necessary to maintain professional standards or the ordinary function of the profession as alluded to by the Competition Act. The Competition Commission took a view that the publication of guidelines professional fee amounts to indirect price fixing in contravention of Section 4(1)(b), subsection B(1) of the Competition Act. Professionals offering their services within the built environment will make use of the fee guideline as benchmarks when negotiating their fees with the consumers. This reduces the price competition and could also result in higher prices to detriment of the consumers. Therefore, on the 10th of February 2016, the Competition Commission declined to grant the exemption application in terms paragraph 4A to C of the Schedule 1 of the Competition Act. Furthermore, the Competition Commission indicated that they have conducted a review of international best practices and found that building industries in other countries are moving away from the practice of publishing fee guidelines as an attempt to increase price competition in the market. However, following extensive consultation and submissions of documents, SACAP and the Competition Commission reached a common ground with which culminated to publication of IDOW. I think around July. Guidelines of professional fees were published in 2020 around August, and this has culminated in the signing of MOU between ourselves and SACAP and Competition Commission after extensive consultation, where we sat around the table, explain how the profession works, how we use these two elements, how we need these two mandates to actually regulate the profession. Because without the ITOW, it has been a problem for quite a while to regulate the profession properly. And also without fees, the public does not necessarily know exactly what is expected to be charged. So we have had an understanding, and as a result of that, we've published both documents, and we have signed an MOU with the Competition Commission. And I would also like to highlight the fact that there has been an outcry from our members, the RPs, our stakeholders, the profession at large, around the issue of the MOU, where it actually talks about the practicing, allowing unregistered practice to professionals to practice, unregistered persons to practice. That we are busy, we are consulting, we are talking to our stakeholders just to make them aware where this comes from. What I would like to actually put across is the fact that whatever we do as SACAP, we do it in line with the Act and the Code of Conduct. Those are the two documents that are guiding the practicing of architecture. Just to close,
President, you owe me. President, you owe me time.
All right. No, thank you very much. Let me. I'm just closing. Yeah. Basically, I'm saying now that we've got all our mandates, I think we will focus in improving the profession to the direction that is needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Duku. We are over time, but I will allow Ruben, the incoming president of SAIA, to perhaps maybe enlighten us more on how far we've come and perhaps where we're going. And in a few words, if you can, I can hand over to you, Ruben.
Thanks very much, Leander. It's probably more about when I'm going to go than about coming. Where's SAIA currently? As the largest and only national institute of architects, we are shrinking rapidly. From we currently have under 2,000 architects of the 4,000 registered with SACAP. Our institute, as for some time long ago, had about 8,000. As a country, we are playing people for the globe. And that is the sense of where we start at this moment. We're in a diminished industry, and we're trying to build it from scratch. And within all of that, we have a membership that includes a profile of 23% of women, 12% are Black men and women, and less than 3% of that are Black women. And we've tried to take our charge of actually developing our organization going forward. I'm going to expand on this in the next session because I'll probably have a little bit more time. And talk to you about how, as an organization, we are starting to make this thing, make the institute grow, and also to provide this country with the correct resources in order to roll out our kind of like rock bottom economy coming out of this pandemic. And I think all of this started before my time, around reimagining the way that the institute needs to operate. And it's actually under the leadership of our moderator here that started, where one looks at how the institute needed to transform in order to attract the younger graduates coming through. A masterstroke, of course, was actually to bring in Mtembeni to begin that process. And he's a major loss to us. And then we've had Kate Otten coming in as president and introduced many voices. And in our monthly webinars, you can see these being projected through both our transformation as well as our professional practice committee. And this is where they are looking at new ways, new people that are delivering talks and so on to our membership. I think the highlight probably was the fact that we had the 100th publication under our watch. And what we did is that we allowed a diversity of people to contribute for the first time ever. And if one looks at that journal, it has a cross-section of South African society and a cross-section of gender representation and a cross-section of thought around how architecture needs to unfold here. I'm running through things quickly, but I think one needs to just have a sense of where we are as a country located within the global economy. I mean, in the last decade, the global economy has grown at 20% across all countries, 60% faster in the year starting in the 1990s, and 5 times more than the 4 decades before that. The UN states that the poverty has reduced more in the last 50 years than it has in the previous 500 years, with the bulk of the reduction in the last 20. Global university graduates grew 4 times in 40 years for men and 7 times for women. So if all of these things have happened in the rest of the world, where have we been as South Africans? And it's about the fact that we are the most unequal society in the world. We have the unenviable role of being number 1 in the world in terms of the Gini coefficient, which measures equality. If 0 being the most equal society and 100 being the most unequal, at 63 we occupy
recording in progress.
The only country in the first in the 60s. I'm just going to jump through to the end of this year because it kind of encapsulates exactly where we are and where we need to go. It's by an architect, artist, and disruptor called Lebbeus Woods. Architecture and war are not incompatible. Architecture is war. War is architecture. I'm at war with my time, with history, with all authority that resides in fixed and frightened forms. I am one of millions who do not fit in, who have no home, no family, no doctrine, no firm place to call my own, no known beginning or end, no sacred and primordial site. I declare war on all icons and finalities, on all histories that would chain me with my own falseness, my own pitiful fears. I know only moments and lifetimes that are as moments, and forms that appear with infinite strength and then melt into air. I'm an architect, a constructor of worlds, a sensualist who worships the flesh, the melody, the silhouette against the darkening sky. I cannot know your name, nor you can know mine. Tomorrow, we together will construct. Good luck with the rest of the day.
Thank you to the speakers on this session. Actually, we've been at war with time here, and we've not been able to make it within the allocated, but as everyone is speaking, as everyone was speaking, Program Director Mukena, I actually realized that this is actually the first public convention of this kind where architects and policymakers have actually come together in a public platform to address these issues. And you can see from the time that it is not doing justice to what actually needs to be done in terms of understanding the role of architecture. So I'll hand over to you as you are taking over to the next. I can thank firstly the Minister for her address and has given us some things to think about. I really won't go back to what has been said as highlights. I think Nana has given us quite a good sense of what the role of architecture should be, what we should be aspiring to. And obviously, the president of SACAP, the regulator, has to help us in that journey to ensure that we've got a robust profession that can produce the skills that are required by accrediting those institutions, to ensure also that the content and the curriculum actually does speak to the issues of South Africa and the continent. And I think it's quite a new challenge that we also have to set ourselves. And then I think with the last contribution from Saya, from Ruben, it is quite clear that the profession is also facing challenges that need to be addressed. And we need to face it in terms of what is the status of architecture in our society? How do we encourage architects to be part of the profession, and how do we support them? And how do we mentor them? So those are takeaways from the session, and I'd like to thank everyone and hope that the rest of the sessions can give us a bit more. Over to you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mpashwa. I will be fairly swift and just also acknowledge the role that you've played in terms of steering the last session. Thank you so much. Thank you to the speakers. The next speaker is a friend, a mentor, a well-known name in the architectural world, Professor Joe Nowero. I'm honored to also say that the previous, one of the speakers spoke about the importance of mentorship. I definitely count Professor Joe Nowero as a mentor who's had a big impact on my career. But enough about me, let's talk about him. Joe Nowero Architects was established in 1984 in Johannesburg, South Africa. He has a career which has combined teaching and practice since that time. He was the Ruth and Norman Professor of Architecture at Washington University in St. Louis from 1995 to 2001, and a Professor and Director of School of Architecture and Planning at UCT from 2000 to 2005, and retired in 2015 as an Emeritus Professor. His work has been widely published and exhibited all over the world. He was elected as an International Fellow of RIBA in 2010. He's an Honorary Fellow of the American Institute of Architects as of 2015, and was awarded the Gold Medal for Architecture by the South African Institute of Architects in 2010. Professor Joe, old friend, the floor is yours. Welcome. Do we have Joe present? There might be some slight technical issues. Just bear with us, audience, as we make the connection.
It was on earlier, though.
Oh, yeah, Joe, I'm not sure if that's your iPad. Could you put your video and audio on? You are next. There you are. So we just need your audio, and then we can begin. It's good to see you.
Right. Thank you very much, McKenna. And I'm honored that you include me as a mentor of yours, because you've had an illustrious career in our country, and it's lovely to see people like you doing so well. Thank you very much for what you said. I'm going to talk today about, now I imagine my PowerPoint should be up on the screen. Is that correct? Which is going to be organized by the IT people. And I'm just simply waiting for it. IT people, can you please put up my PowerPoint?
Hello, team. Could we get the slides up, please?
I was told I do nothing, McKenna. Just sit there and look at you. And it comes on the screen.
There we are. It is on. You can go.
Okay, but I can't see it.
Okay, one moment. Let's see how we can fix it.
I can see you, but I can't see my PowerPoint.
Wow. Okay, that's not ideal. I'm definitely not your presentation. Colleagues, how do we solve this, or do we give rights to Joe? Apparently, you must look in the studio top left. I'm not sure if that's helpful. So on the top left of your screen, you've got.
Yeah. No. Can't get that.
Let's try. It's okay. No worries. Are you in gallery mode right now? On your top right hand side is the little button that says view. Are you in gallery mode? So yeah.
There's participants more.
Because I think it's on the, if you scroll to the left, there should be a button which allows you to pan to the different screens, and then you should be able to see studio. It says ethics and the everyday. That's what
yeah. Switch to that. Okay, great. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. I start off with the first one. I go to the second. Can you change to the second one, please? Apparently, yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. What I really wanted to do is just start off my talk today, and I'll be quick because I know I've got to catch up time. But what I wanted to do was to talk to you about how it is that we practice as architects. And one of the things that I thought would be very important would be to talk to you about the fundamental underlying principle of architecture, which is that architecture is a practical art and it's brought into being in order to satisfy purpose or purposes. And without purpose, architecture has no meaning. So I think we need to really unpack what this word purpose means. And for me, there are two dimensions to the question of purpose. The first one is an ethical issue, which I think sadly, and I'm going to take SACAP on this, is lacking in any of SACAP's work. That how do you measure the ethical work of architects? And I think it is an important thing to do. I think that, doctors have ethical codes of conduct. We don't. Lawyers have it. We don't. And yet we're supposed to be a professional class in our country, constituted by an act of parliament. And for me, ethics is most beautifully encapsulated by Ludwig Wittgenstein, who started off life as a philosopher, became an architect, worked with Adolf Loos in Vienna, and then gave up architecture and spent the rest of his life traveling around the world, studying philosophy and writing about language and architecture, who said that ethics is about the right way of living. It's about the good life. It's about the good life lived by people. And I think that's what the aim of our work should be. And can you imagine a world where, if as architects, every time we made a building, every time we contributed something to the built environment, our work was measured in that kind of way? I think that our work would become that much more valuable. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen today. Our excuse is always that matters are beyond our control. We work for client bodies. We work for all kinds of people who force us to do things which we don't want to do, and that's a huge pity. The second issue is the issue of poetics. And I think that one of the difficulties that architects have is that whilst we act as artists, we want to make beautiful things on the world, we have a different relationship with the work that we make from that of the fine artist, because what we do is we're asked to act poetically or artistically on the world by making beautiful buildings, but we don't do it for ourselves, we do it for other people. And that sets up a tension, which I think, again, is very poorly resolved by the architectural profession. If you look at the production of work that's been made in the world today, much of it is autonomous, much of it is self-centered. And in fact, I would imagine the people who use the buildings are really regarded in terms of the work that's made. For example, the people who have to clean the windows of the glass buildings that we make, the people who have to make the security, to make the buildings secure, the people who clean the buildings on the inside are never people who are considered in terms of the work that we make. So you have those two things. You have ethics and poetics, and it's the tension between the two that I think is unresolved. The second range of issues is how do we make our work? And can I have the next slide, please? Audio people? Next slide. I'm told that I've got to tell you to change the slide and then you'll change it.
Is the slide fine, Joe? I'm just.
The next slide is, yeah, that's right. That's the next slide. The next slide has to do with how do we engage in the work that we do. And I think that our way of dealing with it in South Africa, which is a very difficult world in which to work because of our very fraught history, is to look at ideas of the everyday. And I think that for us, what we try to do is we try to look at the world that we live in, and we try to understand and interpret that world in the best way that we can. But when I talk about the everyday, I'm not talking about the everyday world of high art or high culture. I'm talking about the ordinary life that surrounds us and the conduct of our lives as citizens of our cities, and looking at how people use the spaces in our cities, and then trying to find ways and means of accommodating those kinds of ideas in the work that we do. I've listed 6 or 7 issues on the screen. I'm not going to read them through, but there are issues like maybe the architecture of the everyday should be banal, maybe it should be crude, maybe it should be common, maybe it should be buildable. It should reflect the way of life of people, of the people who surround us. I think as an architectural profession, we tend to occupy an elite sphere in which we presume to have the taste and the understanding to make the world a better place. But it seems to me curious that when you speak to many people who are part of the public, they don't understand the work that most architects do. When they see a strange building that appears in the cityscape, they look at it and they say, oh, that's done by an architect, as if it's something quite different from the way in which they live in the city. And I think we need to overcome those kinds of differences, because until we do, I think architecture will remain, as Ruben Reddy said in his previous discussion, we're going to become increasingly marginalized in the world and increasingly distant from actually making a contribution to the world that we live in. What I'd like to do now, I'm just really trying to hurry my talk along because I've been asked to shave 10 minutes off my talk, which I hope I'll be able to do so that we can get back on track. I'm going to show you 2 projects that we've done, what I would call COVID projects. Can you show the next one, please? Which really have to do with 2 very different ways of dealing with the idea of purpose and of trying to deal with the issue of the everyday. The first one is the repurposing of a 27-story building in the city centre of Cape Town. Which is, if you go to the next slide, which is a building right adjacent to a very fine building recently completed by Makeka's practice, which is the Cape Town International Convention Centre Phase 2, which I suggest everyone who goes to Cape Town should go and have a good look at. It's a very fine building. And the building that we were asked to repurpose was a 1980s office building designed by a very fine Cape Town architect, Doug Roberts, which is a 27-story office building called the Metropolitan Life Building, which had reached the end of its life. It was no longer a feasible building. It had only 70% occupancy, and it was slated for demolition by Metropolitan Life. Working with a developer from Johannesburg who hit on the idea of being able to transform the building into a hotel, we worked during the COVID period in doing precisely that. It was a very interesting building because, next slide please, the building itself, to make it feasible as a hotel, needed to be as dense as possible. So we converted it into one of the largest hotels in the country, a 550-bed hotel. But what I think is very nice about, or very important about the hotel, was that the idea was to bring hotel accommodation within the reach of the everyday man and woman in the country. Rooms are let out at 700 to 800 Rand a night in this building, which adjacent almost to the front entrance door of the Cape Town International Convention Centre is quite an achievement. Unfortunately, Cape Town has priced itself out of the reach of the average South African citizen, and also out of the reach of many people who live in Africa who would otherwise come to Cape Town to attend conferences, but they can't afford the hotel accommodation that's afforded in Cape Town. So this hotel is an attempt to bridge that gap and to bring hotel accommodation within the reach of middle-income families in South Africa and outside of South Africa, where you can get a hotel room, as I said, for 700 odd rand a night. The hotel is like a gigantic big city, and it was really a daunting task for us. We worked only as the design architects. We worked with Vivid Architects, who were the architects of record. And it was really like a military operation trying to get the building ready, repurposed as a hotel. To give an idea, we had to make over 20,000 cores in the concrete slabs in order to get the wet surfaces in place. The building, the rooms themselves, we were told it would be impossible to fit the number of rooms we needed to make the hotel feasible into the parking grid that we had, but we managed it. We managed to get 3 rooms into a 3 parking bay grid, which meant the room width was 2.2 meters, which is very low. I'm telling you all this technical stuff because I think for me, the challenge of a building like this was that it was both a technical problem or technical issue, and I'll talk about it later, but a kind of a cultural, if you want to call it that, set of challenges. Anyhow, we managed to achieve what we did, and as you can see there, it's a building that is like a mini city with a whole variety of different activities contained within the shop. Next building, next slide, please. Just gives an idea of those tiny rooms that we managed to achieve. If you go to the next slide, please. The one advantage that we had, and this is where technology and building regulations become so important, and why I find them so onerous, because they are so they're so prescriptive instead of being proscriptive, in the sense that the sill heights of the offices were 1 meter high, which meant that when you sat at your desk, you couldn't see the view, and the view in Cape Town is everything. And the reason for that were fire regulations. But what it did is it gave us the opportunity to make hotel rooms where we managed to place the hotel bed on a timber deck and lift it up so that the bed was in line with the sill and you could enjoy the view. So not only do you get a reasonably priced room, but you get an extraordinary view of the city and of Table Mountain and the City Bowl. Next. The next slide shows the kind of density of this building, which again, I think is an achievement. And one of the things I wanted to say is that I'm renowned in South Africa for being quite opposed to digital technology, in the sense that I think that drawing is the fundamental action of the architect, that when you draw, you connect your arm as an apparatus that is part of the whole thought process that you go through as an architect. But this building would have not been possible without digital technology. We used Revit, the Revit program for modeling the building rooms, and we used BIM as a way and means of talking across the disciplinary, across the different disciplines. In fact, we modeled the services in this building in 3 dimensions, to the extent that the electrical engineer modeled all the conduits in 3D, and we managed to track any clashes before the building got built. So it was a process that was actually very, it was very easy. Next. The building, as I said to you before, is a fine example of, you could say, probably late modern, early postmodernism. It certainly caused a stir in Cape Town when it was built. It was the tallest building in Cape Town. It's now been eclipsed by a number of other buildings. But as you can see, we've put a gigantic tower on the top of the building, which is called the Tower of Death, which you can go up in a little chair and you can drop down under the force of gravity. It's 50 meters high, and people love it. But it is now taking into account the tower, the tallest building in Cape Town, which seems to have filled our client with a great degree of pleasure. Next. So this is the building as it's been repurposed. And the reason why I include this is that I think this sets up for me a tension between what I said previously and what we face in the world today. We can't afford to demolish buildings any longer. We need to repurpose them. But if you think of a building being brought into being in order to satisfy a purpose, how do you design it in order to satisfy a purpose, but at the same time offer it the potential to be easily adaptable to future uses over time? Because as we know, we live in a neoliberal economy where building uses change continually and very rapidly, and the buildings that we make have to be able to be adapted. And this is a real tension that I think architects face, not only now, but in the work in the future. And it's something that really doesn't concern us too much. I think we are really concerned with the present and designing buildings for the present, but not making them adaptable to the future. The building itself, we hung swimming pools over the side of the stepped part of the building. Next slide, please. Just keeping an eye on my time. You can see the two pools that we created, which have a fantastic view of Cape Town. We've now subsequently told that a Chinese consortium is going to build a 70-story hotel building adjacent to our one, so we're not sure what the impact of that is going to be on the pools, but who knows, we live just for the present. But the second thing that I think was important for the building was, how do you take a building like this and finish it in a way that speaks a language to people generally, and without trying to be architectural, without trying to be too esoteric. And I think that the strategy that we chose was to use themes of what our client said was Africa, which was South Africa, which was gold, diamonds, and vegetation that is rich and lush and is prevalent in the country. And we created these incredibly rich interiors, which I think most architects would probably think are not quite their cup of tea, but which somehow seem to provide people with a relief from the world that they lived in. About 50% of the people who have been staying in our hotel all come from Cape Town, and they come from areas like Belleville and other parts of the city, and come to spend a weekend or a night or two in our hotel, simply because it's so different from anything else they know, and it's something that appeals to them. So I don't want to get too involved in what popular taste or matters like that are really about, but I think as architects we need to address those issues, because our taste culture is sometimes not the same as what the public appreciate in buildings and in architecture. And somehow we need to study that more carefully if we want to make our buildings more friendly and more amenable to the public at large. Next. The interiors of the building are, I think, I got into a lift when it first opened, and there were two very attractive young women in the lift, and they both had their cell phones on, and the one turned to the other and she said, "This is the most Instagrammable building I've ever been to in my life." And I thought, wow, I mean, what a compliment for a 70-year-old white architect. Yo, that's great. Next slide, please. So, yeah, the lift lobbies are like Aladdin's cave, and people talk about it. They say we don't need to go to Las Vegas, we don't need to go to Lost City, we don't need to go to Gauteng. We can stay in Cape Town. We can have it here. Next. The bedrooms are, I think, very nice and very calm and very small. But again, I think the comfort level is great. So in a way, we're now dealing with every man and woman. Next. And the pool decks, I think, have commanding views of the city. Sorry? Sorry?
Please proceed. That's somebody else. Please proceed.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, next. And the final image is of the tower, the tower itself, what we call the Tower of Death, which means that you get into one of those yellow seats and you go right up to the top of the tower, and then you drop down under the force of gravity. And it's recommended that you have your restaurant meal after the trip and not before. But we have people who it's fully booked most days when the weather's good. Obviously, in Cape Town, with the kind of wind that we have, there are going to be large numbers of the year when it's not possible to use. But again, it's that idea of taking making something extraordinary in the city for the public to use, which gives them another dimension to their use of the city, which I think is really important for us as architects. Okay, so that's the first project. The second project, which I'm going to talk about, is completely different, and it's a small project that is designed around the interests of a wonderful man who lived in our country and died recently, Dennis Goldberg, who was one of the original Rivonia trialists and was sentenced to life imprisonment with Mr. Mandela and others. The only thing was that he didn't land up on Robben Island, but landed up in Pretoria Central, where he was really badly treated because he was seen by the white warders not only as a political prisoner, but as a traitor to the white nationalism that had gripped the country at the time. He was released in the 1980s and went to live in England, worked for the ANC in England, and then returned to South Africa in 2000, and came to live near us in Hout Bay. My wife is, in fact, he's my wife's uncle, and he then devoted his life to arts and culture amongst the youth in Hout Bay. And one of his wishes was to build what he called a House of Hope, which would be a place where youth art and culture would flourish in Hout Bay.
Charles, your mic is on. Charles. Sorry, Joe.
Is it?
No problem.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, please switch off your mic. Thank you.
Yeah.
Charles, sorry for this, Joe. Charles, I can see your mic is on, please.
Oh, sorry.
Apologies. Continue.
No problem. And Dennis wanted to build a small art center for the youth of Hout Bay. And I was charged with the design of it. I worked with him for a year on the project. And unfortunately, he died just before we started construction. So in terms of purpose, I had this very difficult task of having to keep alive the idea that he had about the building in his absence. And it's taken us a year to complete the building. It's now almost complete. Unfortunately, the images I'm going to show you are not of the completed building. Let's go to the next slide, please. But this is a special ceremony that we organized for Dennis just before he died, where even though we had not yet got approval for the building for construction, we enacted the process of having a sod turning ceremony on the site, which I think made him very happy, and he died a few days after this event. Next. The building is on a beautiful site in Hout Bay. It's full of heritage buildings. It's also the site of the Hout Bay Museum, and we were given the tennis court by the Western Cape Regional Government to build the House of Hope on. Next. The building itself, what Dennis wanted, which is really interesting, again, this has to do with purpose, but Dennis he wanted what he called an open building. He didn't want a closed building. He didn't want a building with a corridor and a series of spaces off the corridor like cells. And I think you can understand the analogy that makes with his terms of imprisonment in Pretoria Central. But he wanted a building where you could move easily between inside and outside, and that each space would be its own building and have its own entrance from the outside to go into the inside, which was quite a difficult thing to manage. But as you can see over here, this is what we've done. We've got a horizontal circulation spine, which is open to the outside, and a series of buildings that lead off it. One of the other things that Dennis wanted was he wanted to dissolve the distinction between teaching and exhibiting. And he wanted one space where kids could have a class, the public could be coming to visit and look at the artworks, and could also have a look at the exhibition of Dennis's exemplary life, which could act as a model for young people to think about how they might choose to serve the public at large. Next. The building on the site, and as you can see, it's a fragmented building. Next. So I'm really just going through this, the axonometric of the building. Next one. what was quite difficult, this section shows the strategy, and it was quite interesting for us because, again, Dennis asked difficult questions of us. He wanted to make one space that could be many different things. So as you can see here, there's a teaching space, exhibition space, there's a mezzanine space, which is a library and archive, and he wanted it to be in one single space. We had to deal with the problem of acoustics, obviously, but when it came to getting approval from the city wanted to know what kind of building it was. And we said, well, we can't really describe it as one kind of building. It's many kinds of buildings all happening simultaneously in the same space. And it took us months to get them to understand exactly what that was. In fact, it took a year and a bit before we could get them to understand and approve it. Next. But one of the things that really was quite complicated with the building was, again, to be purposeful, how do you make a space which has got a variety of different activities taking place in it simultaneously? And what we did was we modeled the ceiling areas, the ceiling spaces, and the roof in order to be able to achieve that. And these drawings are the only drawings that I could make, which could show us the next one, please, which are upside down axonometrics of the building as it was built. Next. And then a series of images of the building as it's now. It's not yet quite complete, but the entrance on the right-hand side, you see a view from the museum into the main courtyard at the back with a little yellow temporary building, which is a tea kitchen for kids. They come after school for enrichment projects, and they get food and a drink, milk, or whatever it might be that's available, and then they take part in enrichment art projects. Next. The fragmented nature of the building and the relationship between new and old. Next. I think this is entrances and so on. Next. I think the next image is very important for me, which really demonstrates Dennis's intention. Lalela, an art project. I'm not sure if someone can tell me how I'm doing with time. I think I'm almost finished. There's a Lalela art project that is run from Hout Bay. And what they do is they offer art enrichment projects for kids at school who want to study art, but there's no art teacher. And these generally tend to be schools that are in the less affluent areas of the city. And what they did is they ran a project where they used Dennis, because their major focus is in Hout Bay, and Dennis lived in Hout Bay, as a person whose life was an exemplary life. And they set up a competition for kids to draw portraits of Dennis as they imagined Dennis to be. And we collected 200 of these portraits, which are, I think, quite special. And we made a gigantic big mural of all these portraits, which sits in the front foyer of the building. If you go to the next slide. And that will be the first exhibition that we hold in the space. And each kid, we're going to have a big event to open the building, and the 200 kids with their families will be invited to that opening, and each child will actually autograph their drawing and will be photographed next to the drawing with the autograph. And we're hoping that just this kind of act will trigger an interest in arts and culture amongst these kids. It's not cost anything to do. It's engaged a whole constituency of children right throughout the city, and it serves to reinforce Dennis's idea of arts and culture. Again, being purposeful. Next.
Professor Joe, if I may trouble you. First of all, I really want to apologize that we have this concept of time.
This is over. It's over.
Okay, so just okay. But please, one minute. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. No, just I think really what I wanted to do was just to say to you that I think architecture is a very important profession. It's a noble profession. It reaches back far into history. I hate to see it regarded as an industry. We're not an industry. We're a profession. And I think that we need to somehow, through the work that we do, ennoble our profession, and ennoble it by making it accessible to the man and the woman in the street, so that they can appreciate the hard work that we do. And to do that, I think we have to fundamentally reshape the way in which we think about architecture. And I think the areas around which we can reshape it are through purpose, through ethics, and through an engagement with the everyday. Thank you.
With those wise and wonderful words, I want to thank you on behalf of SACAP, Joe. Excellent presentation. I must tell you, I've always admired the way that you carved away the building on the ground floor in terms of the hotel sky, the way it creates more public space at the base. I haven't been inside the building, but that alone caught my eye as a very profound moment in the design. So thank you so much for that. Absolute pleasure. I would like to hand over to our sponsors. They have a short video that's been prepared for us for about 3 minutes. Again, thank you to everybody, and then we'll go on to the next session. I would like to hand over to the technical team for the Autodesk video now. Is there audio? Thank you. Whether that video had audio or not is somewhat immaterial. In many respects, I think it does speak to the power of architecture as a sort of visual, spatial, and cultural art. So I definitely read into the video. I'll ask the organizers if perhaps that video might be available to participants offline if they would like to have access to it again, perhaps with audio. Without any further ado, I would like to make an introduction for our next moderator for the next session, Dr. Sithabo Dlamini, an accomplished academic and industry expert of vision. He's established himself as a reputable professional of creativity, conviction, and tireless devotion to best practice in the architectural profession. He holds a PhD in political economics from the University of Reading in the UK. Dr. Dlamini actively participates in issues that affect the architectural profession and regularly attends regional and international conferences and presents papers. He's published 4 books and several conference and journal papers. His research interests encompass infrastructure development, political economics, and energy efficiency. Dr. Dlamini, welcome to this platform. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Welcome, everyone. I don't know if the Honorable Deputy Minister is still there. All distinguished guest speakers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us this morning. This session, basically, we will be looking at the key fundamentals in terms of what the architectural profession can contribute in as far as reimagining the world is concerned, and as far as what is currently occupying almost every policymaker around the globe, which is how we can grow our economies coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic. First in line for this session, without any waste of time, I will invite Dr. Hosienzo Ramokupa, Dr. Josienso Ramokupa is currently the head of investment and infrastructure in the Office of the Presidency, and has been seconded to lead ISA, which is an entity that is currently, that Cabinet has recently constituted to drive the national infrastructure initiatives. So prior to this, Dr. Ramokupa was Gauteng MEC for economics. Dr. Ramokupa, I would now invite you to please address this convention. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Dlamini, and good morning again to Honorable Deputy Minister, colleagues, and let me greet you all in your eminence. And let me also just express my most profuse appreciation at the organizers for having found it appropriate to invite us to share with you some thoughts on how we are driving the infrastructure in the country. And I think that we can benefit immensely from this kind of conversation, because I imagine that in the course of the engagement, you will be able to critique some of the work that we are doing. And I think that it is through that critique that we should be in a position to enrich the conversation. So I am going to just do a few reflections, and those reflections are against the backdrop of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. As you would know, that the President took a multifaceted approach to the response to the pandemic. The first phase of the response had to do with the spread, just addressing curtailing rather the spread of the virus through the various risk-adjusted lockdowns. And then the second one was to provide significant relief to ailing businesses that were suffering and hemorrhaging as a result of the absence of normal trading, but also to support poor families that were going hungry as a result of the inability to generate any income because of the lockdown. And then the third phase of the ERRP was the inauguration of a comprehensive economic recovery, reconstruction and recovery response, which began to identify key sectors that can help us to come out of a very difficult situation in the shortest possible space of time. So the ERRP is undergirded by 6 pillars, but I just want to lift 3 pillars that I think are opposite to our conversation today. And I think the profession should find a way of positioning itself to contribute to the ERRP. And my take is that there are 3 areas that lend themselves to the profession. The first one is the President makes a commitment that as part of the ERRP, we need to unlock 1 trillion rands in infrastructure investments over a period of 4 years. Now, you know that the fiscal matrix has deteriorated and the fiscal headspace has diminished essentially. So we can be looking to the fiscals to help us to unlock this infrastructure investment. So invariably, it means that the private sector should be central to this. Now, if you put it into context, those of you familiar with the National Development Plan, which is our overarching document on development in this country, sets a long horizon about South Africa that we want to achieve by 2030, sets out a number of aspirational targets. This relates to universal access, they relate to the multidimensional measure of development and growth, and not just limited to economic growth, but just the quality of lives of our people, levels of education, so on and so forth. So it says amongst those that we need to achieve 30% share of GDP should be invested in gross fixed capital formation. So gross fixed capital formation, essentially the levels of investments in the economy should be sitting at 30% of GDP. Now, as I speak to you, the number is at about 16%, so almost just above half of what is our intended target. And if you read the plan, it assumes that for us to be able to achieve those aspirational targets of 2030, and you know that we are missing those targets by a long shot. I mean, levels of unemployment just the other day, we have breached the 34% mark if you use the narrow definition, whilst in the NDP we're envisaging by 2030 to have those levels to sub 6%. So we're sitting at the 60% of that GCF, so gross fixed capital formation. So there's a lot that needs to happen. So we need to galvanize the private sector to come into this space. And our argument in the office is that there has to be a multi-dimensional approach to attracting these investments. The first one is that we should be able to access the big pool of global liquidity that is directed at what we call impact investing. So essentially, it looks at the three elements of environment, social, and the governance framework of projects. And we think that the profession has got a contribution to make, an immense contribution to make in this instance, because our orientation in how we design a lot of infrastructure projects doesn't necessarily take into account our commitment to a green transition, reducing the greenhouse gas emissions, ensuring that our nationally determined contributions and our net zero emissions goal gets to be realized. So we think that you have to do something significant to ensure that in the design of this infrastructure, we take into account the environmental components. And in that way, it's going to help us to access the big pool of global liquidity. And in this way, we should be able to galvanize a significant contribution of this 1 trillion rands. And then the second one has to do with the degree to which we are able to industrialize, essentially broaden the manufacturing base. If you look at the current economic trajectory, you'll realize that the two sectors that have been affected the most adversely is construction and manufacturing. And those two secondary sectors are key to absorbing the supply side, essentially creating jobs, if you like, for a great majority of our people in this country. So I think the second contribution that the profession can make is to ensure that in the design of these infrastructure interventions, you are able to build in solutions that essentially lend themselves to mass employment. So essentially in the construction of this infrastructure, it must be such that even the semi-skilled, the unskilled are able to participate meaningfully in the delivery of those assets. So I think we need to ensure that there's we meet that delicate balance. Of course, this mechanization speaks to agility, it speaks to speed, the cost of construction. But I think we have to take into account our own local condition and the desire for us to create employment. So I think the profession owes it to the country to ensure that in the design of this infrastructure, it lends itself to accommodating the poor and ensuring that there's some degree of mass participation. And again, part of the work that we are doing here is to ensure that to the extent that is possible, we need to be using local materials in the construction of these assets. I'll share with you the geographic spread of investments in the country at the sovereign level, and you'll see that there's a concentration of investments in a more urban, affluent metropolitan area at the exclusion of very poor parts of our country. And that explains the levels of urbanization. So it's important that when you roll out that infrastructure in those spaces, we look to exploit the local materials there. So it can be if you like, invasive species that are there. When you cut them down, you can the biomass or the byproduct that gets to be generated as a result of that exercise can be converted into panels, and we're able to build schools, classrooms, we're able to build clinics, hospitals, so on and so forth. So I think there's a need for the profession to invest a lot of their energy and intellect, expertise to finding solutions, unique South African solutions that helps us to ensure that we draw on the local materials when we do this. And in so doing, we are able to bring the levels of industrialization closer to the source material. And as you do that, you are going to revitalize economies of those spaces. And then the other one is a point that Joe was raising earlier on. So we have a very big real estate portfolio in the country. I'm sure you can, when you go to many parts of the country, especially the CBDs in your more established metropolitan areas, you can see that a lot of these buildings are derelict, they are deserted, they are abandoned. So what we are looking to do is to repurpose this building to address issues such as low-income housing, to address issues such as the demand for student accommodation. So you have seen what Joe has done with the Hotel Sky. I didn't know that he's one of the architects there. We went to unveil that project with the Minister of Tourism. And I must say that they've done exceptionally well. And by the way, for the record, our team, when we go to Cape Town, that's our place of stay now going forward, because it's affordable, like Joyce indicated. But I think that the design and the experience is spectacular. But what is the point I'm making is that that's an excellent illustration of repurposing a building to meet demand. Of course, hospitality is going through a phase, but I think we're going to recover post-COVID. So we think that there's this real estate that is sitting on the balance sheet of the state can be used to put to good use to address, as an example, primary uses essentially. So the bulk infrastructure is in place. So essentially just the reconfiguration of these buildings. And in many of these, I mean, the floor plate allows you to design it in such a manner that we can convert it to residential accommodation. I mean, student accommodation, low income housing, I mean, that's residential really. And that's what we are looking to do. There's one building just diagonally across the building that Joe was referring to. It's called Custom House. It's one of those projects that is before us. And I think we'll be having concluded the internal processes. Want to go out to market and invite the profession like yourself so that we were able to repurpose that building and provide the necessary accommodation. And of course, the fourth area is around creating the third area that I want to lift out of these key pillars is around the 800,000 work opportunities. So I've spoken in part around how you design this infrastructure to allow for mass participation. So we'll rely on the profession to do that. Obviously, we can occasion another conversation to see how we can partner to ensure that we are able to achieve the kind of results that we desire. So what this slide begins to tell you really, on your right, it talks to the level of spending and public infrastructure, capital spending in the public space. So the point that the slide is communicating is that essentially we are not sitting with a money problem, we're sitting with a spending problem. And that spending problem has to do with a range of factors, both objective and subjective factors. On the objective front, you find that the state has hemorrhaged a lot of skills, and therefore the capacity to design and also execute has been significantly undermined. So the state does not sit with that capacity that makes it possible for it to play the kind of role that it should be playing in the economy. And the other one has to do with the kind of design of this infrastructure. Doesn't lend itself to agility, speed of construction, and therefore it will be important that we address those issues to allow us an opportunity to spend as rapidly as possible, obviously in the right sectors, so that we enable the economy to recover in the shortest possible space of time. Of course, there are subjective factors. They have to do with leakage, corruption, and all of that. So you have to address all of these issues in their totality. But I'm saying for purposes of this conversation, the design of public infrastructure must lend itself to being agile and allowing us to the speed of construction, but also, like I said, the element of ensuring that there's a significant mass participation. I've spoken about gross fixed capital formation. I did say we're sitting at 16%, and our target is 30% of GDP. And I did say that there's a big pool of liquidity. So in the design of a public asset, we need to ensure that we are able to access that the big pool of liquidity that is directed at the ESG investing. And then the map, the sovereign map on the left, what it illustrates is just to explain the legend, where there's a deep green, like your metro province of Gauteng. That's where you have the concentration of investments in the country. So we have done a longitudinal study stretching back to 1994. It's a significant timeline in the political history of our country because it signals the victory of the democratic project. So we have mapped it over time, and we find that the concentration is in Gauteng. So what we are looking to do is to address the rate. So that's where there's little or no investments. And you can see, I mean, it coincides with the level of affluence in those provinces, Eastern Cape, Free State, Northern Cape, so on and so forth. So it's important that we invest in those spaces, and our view is that we should focus on what we call the network industries, energy, water, transport, ICT infrastructure. Once we have those in place, then the private sector is likely going to be attracted to those spaces. Obviously, we must also design an additional suite of incentives to bring them into those spaces. So the point, the contribution of the profession in this instance, like I said, when we design the roads there, we should make sure that the kind of aggregate that comes into that space, of course, doesn't necessarily lend it to architecture in the classical sense, because this is more engineering design. But all I'm saying is that the profession in its totality, the built environment, not just the architecture profession, must make that contribution, the reuse of materials to ensure that there's a significant beneficiation in those spaces, and then we get the economy of those spaces going. This really is just to try to illustrate the work that we're doing in the office. So the first one is to ensure that we resuscitate we stimulate demand and so. And in the course of doing that, as classic economic theory will put it, you are likely going to resuscitate the supply side. So those secondary industries of manufacturing and construction will benefit from the stimulation of demand. And I did explain how we see the role of the profession in ensuring that we broaden manufacturing, in ensuring that we access pools of liquidity. And then in the course of this, we want from time to time to continue to replenish the pipeline of this infrastructure. Like I said, we have a significant real estate portfolio, and we think we should start there also in repurposing this to ensure that it meets the current demands. And I did make examples of low-cost income housing, and then also student accommodation. And the nice thing about this kind of real estate is that is in your traditional CBD. So essentially people can walk to opportunities You don't have to, those spaces already have bulk infrastructure, there's significant sunk cost there. So essentially still is a bit, it's value for money to deliver this unit in those spaces because you don't have to finance the bulk infrastructure. Of course, there has to be a rethink, a reconfiguration around the use of space to allow for amenities so that the people can play in those spaces, because the design of CBDs as, in apartheid South Africa was not meant for accommodation and habituation. And then we're working on the National Infrastructure Plan. Like I said, I think it's important that we bring green elements in the design of this infrastructure going forward. You are experts in that, and I think we should be working together. You can define what are global best practices around green elements, of course, to meet the current demand in the country, but also to position ourselves to contribute significantly to a green transition. And I've spoken to the issues of infrastructure financing. And in this instance, I'm talking about the need for us to design the infrastructure to use the local materials so that and also illustrate that it reduces the footprint of fossil fuels. And then in this way, we should be in a position to attract greater levels of investment. And then in conclusion, we thought we must just elevate some of the work that we are doing. So there's something that we call high value infrastructure investments initiative. So we have defined what we call frequently constructed public assets. So the state is building schools almost on a daily basis. It's building clinics, it's building hospitals. So we think, one, there has to be a standard design so that as you move from one province to the other, the look and feel is almost the same. And two is that is going to help us to reduce the professional fees, and essentially you're stretching the rent, you're spending the money in rolling out the infrastructure, and therefore you are able to do more. And then you are able to incorporate these green elements and ensuring that in the rollout of these assets, there's a mass participation. So you can help us to do that in designing those schools going forward. I think we are working on that so that there's a common template, if you like, on what we mean by public school. Of course, there will be, I'm talking from an infrastructure point of view. Of course, you still need to resolve the issues of learner-teacher ratio and many other issues. There has to be a library, it must be stocked and all of that. I'm using the lens of infrastructure and how best can we make it possible for learners to have decent sanitation off-grid. So there are many parts of the country, especially in the poor far-flung areas, where there's no municipal water connection, and therefore you need to find innovative solutions in ensuring that you provide those solutions that are off-grid. And then there's issues around eradication of informal settlement, we have mentioned. And then there's some work that we're doing on the green economy. One of the flagship projects there is around green hydrogen. But I think the one that is more relevant to the work of the profession here is around the ESG investing, the issues that I raised earlier on, that the design of public infrastructure must lend itself to meeting, if you like, all the ESG indicators so that it enables us an opportunity to access the debt capital market or that big pool of liquidity that is directed at ensuring that we were able to meet the issues related to reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. And then we're working on a financing solution for social infrastructure. As you know that the president announced a 100 billion rand facility for the infrastructure fund. That's a blended financing mechanism. The state is prepared to take the first lots, and we hope to crowd in private sector participation. So that really lends itself to assisting and facilitating investments on projects that have got some revenue stream. But the public infrastructure, schools, clinics don't necessarily have a revenue stream. So we found a financing solution to do that. But in finding the financing solution is one leg. The delivery of that asset is important, and that's why I spoke earlier on around the green design, and I'm sure that the profession can help us in resolving those. So in a nutshell, those are some of the issues that I thought I must elevate for consideration in this meeting. And I'm sure that we can occasion another opportunity to have a much more detailed discussion. Thank you very much, Dr. Lamini, for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ramukupa. And I just hope that you'll be able to stay with us for the next a couple of minutes so that you can be able maybe to take one or two questions. Before we do that, I would like to just ask our organizers to just run a video which is presented by Morak Events, which presents some critical statistic data that I think would be critical as we start the discussion. DataBuild was originally established in 1974 as a lead tracker of residential building and civil projects. And Morak joined that company in 1992 as a personal assistant and steadily rose through the ranks until her appointment as Chief Executive Officer in 2002. Today, DataBuild is firmly entrenched as a pivotal player in the construction landscape, providing valuable insight into most of the industry activities. So if we can just allow the team to play that clip briefly, and then we will start the discussion. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me to present at your convention. Many of you share project information with us, and we appreciate the opportunity to be able to return the favor. The stats that I will be sharing with you are based on the projects researched by our team. We cover both public and private projects in the residential and non-residential sectors. Although we do publish projects throughout the SADC countries, I'll be focusing on South Africa today. And so, moving on to the presentation, I thought we could take a look at the awarded values over the last few years first. As you can see, the values have been dropping since 2016, as well as the number of projects that have been awarded. Although the values appear to recover in 2019, there are a couple of larger projects included in these numbers. There are two megacities in Gauteng, the first phase of Dankloo megacity at 17 billion rand, and the John Dube megacity at a cost of 35 billion. The 2020 value has been impacted by the second phase of Dankloo, also at 17 billion rand, and the Harbour Arch mixed-use development in the Western Cape at 14 billion rand. This is the effect of the mixed-use development in the Western Cape and the effect of the megacities on Gauteng's values. This is what the graphs would look like without those large developments. On the positive side, the 2021 value, which includes awards to the end of July, is already very close to the 2020 value, excluding the megacities. And if the trend continues, it looks like that it may be a better year. This is a slightly different view of the same numbers. Here you can really see the impact of the megacities on the 2019 values. But once the megacities have been removed, the picture is a bit more balanced in terms of the provincial split. And one can see the decline in the value of residential awards, which is also reflected in the value of building plans that have been approved over the last 2 years. Looking closer at the residential awards, the numbers are mainly made up by the megacities and by multi-residential developments. Information on low-cost and affordable housing is difficult for us to obtain, as those projects are generally handled by municipalities, who often don't advertise the tenders and are reluctant to disclose any information, either regarding the tenders or who the successful contractors are. In terms of the non-residential numbers, retail and commercial have declined fairly significantly, although we should bear in mind that the 2021 numbers only reflect up to July. Renovations to hospitals and clinics related to the COVID pandemic have contributed largely to the increase in the value of awards in the health sector. Looking at the number of projects awarded with a value of over 100 million rand, we can see that 2020 did not fare badly, especially considering the pandemic. The number of projects awarded over 100 million rand in 2021 is also comparing favorably for the first 7 months of the year. Retail will probably be positively influenced over the next months by the repairs and rebuilding of shopping centres and retail outlets as a result of the recent unrest. From a planning point of view, the last 3 years have seen a drop in the number of planning projects overall, although interestingly, the numbers were marginally higher in 2020 than in 2019, suggesting that if the pandemic had not hit, it may have been a better year. Although we are still in the throes of COVID, the numbers for 2021 appear to indicate a similar sort of picture. This is a view of the private projects that we have obtained at planning stage, which seem to indicate that more of the projects in the planning stages in 2019 and 2020 are as a result of private investment rather than public, with roughly double the number of projects in the residential sector compared to the non-residential. Almost 3/4 of the activity is centered in Gauteng and the Western Cape, followed by KZN. Looking at the public projects at planning stage, one can see the marked reduction of projects over the last 3 years. Since the lockdowns, communication with municipalities in particular has been difficult, and this may have influenced the numbers last year and this year. This is the total number of projects in the planning stage on our system for residential and non-residential projects, both public and private. As you can see, the 4 larger provinces account for almost 3/4 of the projects, while the remaining 5 provinces account for the last 25% or so. One can see a definite increase in the number of postponed and cancelled projects from the second quarter of last year, coinciding with the lockdowns. I suspect that some of the projects that we have recorded as cancelled and postponed in the first and second quarters of this year actually relate to last year, but were only recorded this year as a result of being unable to contact municipalities and government departments. Much has been spoken of about the so-called SIPS projects. Many of these were already on our system before they were publicized in July last year, meaning that these were not necessarily brand new projects being planned and implemented. The majority are infrastructure projects, apart from 18 that are human settlements. I've included a list of the human settlements projects on the next 3 slides. Some of the projects are still at the planning stage, others have been out to tender, and some have been awarded and are under construction. If you would like more information on any of these projects, please send me an email and we will send you the information.
Okay. I guess
Our research
that's...
team conducted an informal survey of how architects are feeling at the moment. Many said that they were already finding the situation difficult before the lockdowns and felt that they were lucky to have survived or to have weathered the storm. A number said that they are finding business slow, but are hopeful that things will improve. Some are more cautiously hopeful than others. Some of the challenges that are being experienced are projects being cancelled or put on hold, manufacturing delays and material shortages, and slow movement on municipal projects. We have all witnessed how our world has changed since the beginning of last year. Working from home has become far more commonplace, and we have all to a greater or lesser degree taken to online shopping. I can't remember when last I was in a shopping centre. The increase in e-commerce as a result of the pandemic has resulted in a need for last-mile logistic facilities and an increased demand for warehousing. We have a couple of warehouses on our system for e-commerce companies, as well as companies that operate in retail stores as well as online shopping. Takealot are building a new warehouse in Cape Town and another in Kempton Park, and Cotton On are building a new warehouse in Midrand. Although not a warehouse, Amazon are building a new HQ in Cape Town, which has just been awarded to WHO. A number of data centers are being planned or are under construction to cater for an increased number of people working from home, as well as businesses migrating to cloud-based solutions. The effect of the pandemic has affected our industry in many ways. Many professionals are working from home, having reduced their office space. Some have started their own practices after being retrenched or having downsized. Resources are tight, with many of us trying to cope with doing far more than we used to, with the same 24 hours in each day. Like so many companies, we have been examining our role in the industry, trying to see where we can fill a gap. We have formed a new division called Build Connect, which seeks to assist architects with writing specifications. If you are interested in making use of this free service, our product specialists will meet with you, either online or in person, to hear what products you are looking for, source them, and write the specifications for you. The intention is to assist in ensuring that products specified have not been discontinued, and that the manufacturer will ensure that there is stock of the product when it is required. Product specialists will also review specifications already written to confirm that products have not been discontinued. Please contact us if you would like us to assist when you have projects that are ready for specification.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that's the end of that presentation on data build. Maybe just to check, Dr. Ramukupa, are you still online? Okay. Maybe whilst the team is still checking on that, because I had requested that there are a few questions that I think some of our panelists would have loved to engage Dr. Ramukupa on. Perhaps in the meantime, I think they will give me an indication once he's in. In the meantime, I would like to move on to our panelists and invite each of them to just make a 3-minute introduction. And I will start with Franz Decker, who is a practicing senior architectural technologist in KZN. He's a past president of the South African Institute of the Architectural Technologies and is currently the MD of the Institute, the Natal, the NPC. Mr. Franz Decker, are you available? Okay, I'll move on to the next one. I've also got, as part of the panelists, just open that. I've got Ruben Reddy. I can see him on the screen. Mr. Reddy is an internationally recognized professional architect with 29 years of experience. His practice is based in Devon and has worked on projects around the globe. He's a keen sportsman.
Before already.
Yes, he's a key.
The first session. So.
Okay, yeah, no, wonderful. So without any waste of time, then I will ask Mr. Reddy to just make a 3-minute intro, and then we move forward.
Not so much as an introduction. I think as the incoming president of the Institute of Architects, I mean, our members are concerned about their livelihoods, concerned about access to the economy, concerned about pipeline projects, and all of these things that is affecting a dwindling profession. And if there's interventions not done urgently, this country will be left without any architects at all. And I've spoken about just how the numbers have shrunk dramatically. And I think from the time that I graduated, we're probably down to 25% of the number of architects that used to be in South Africa. So we in deep trouble. I mean, I think the big thing for me is it was great having Dr. Ramakgopa on the session talking about yet another policy. We're probably the world champions in policy formulations in the world. But before we've actually gone through the first one, we're ready to write the next one and the next one and the next one. I mean, I was going to point out that he was referring to the National Infrastructure Plan, which was done in 2012. Before we even hit the SIPs, the first 18 SIPs that are listed in that document, we've already done another National Infrastructure Plan and calling it National Infrastructure Plan 2050. And we've added to the SIPs without even considering the ones that we've already got on the list. So there in itself, we've got a problem. And somehow we need to hit the ground here and operationalizing democracy in some kind of meaningful way. Latching onto projects as we find them is not good enough for us. We need to have a process of how we roll out these things in a fundamental way. As far as architects are concerned, we are also concerned about the way that the National Infrastructure Plan is being drawn up. It is extremely engineering biased. The 4 sectors which have been identified as the primary sectors of development has been energy, freight transportation, digital communication, and energy. Did I say energy? And those are the ones where we are the concentration of the infrastructure spending. If you look at page 10 of the latest, dated the 10th of August, so it's like a 11-day-old document. It's bizarre that on the page 10 it says that there's 6 trillion of infrastructure spend that's been earmarked for between 2016, that's gone, to 2040. And of that 6 trillion, 72% is in 2 sectors, energy and transportation. Now, if you add the other 2 to that number, what's left for building? And we just need to understand where is all this coming from, because if you engage with a profession that actually builds and contributes towards the rollout of infrastructure, these sort of questions can be answered. Repurposing buildings, architects have been talking for decades about repurposing buildings owned by the state and owned by others. And it accounted for the basic demise of our CBDs because we didn't act quick enough. And that is the issue that we get caught up in, is that we say these, as a country, we say a lot of things. We say things like industry is allowed to produce 100 megawatts of power. Great statement. But yet, the Department of Mineral and Energy Affairs have done nothing. They're silent about how this is going to be rolled out. We just continue, and we talk about hemorrhaging capacity when we have architects and in South Africa without work. Okay. So how is it? Where are we getting this information from? And it's always a problem when these statements are made, and we as those that sit in the profession actually just are dumbfounded as how one actually comes up with these things. This mentions about standardization of buildings. Of course, we want a more efficient way in which we roll out mass infrastructure, particularly building infrastructure, but not a kind of like similar one-size-fits-all environment. No, we don't want that. And that's why we're talking about local economic development. We talk about those things, but we never understand how to operationalize it. And thus somehow we need to start looking at those things. We as the profession of architects are crying out to government and to the industry at large. We know that the private sector is literally standing back and waiting with the various levels of government who are essentially paralyzed at this point in time.
Okay.
And we know that. So we are waiting for somebody to make a decision. Help us to help you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reddy. Without any waste of time, I would like to also ask Mr. Videsh Pudu to make just a 3 minutes intro. Videsh Pudu is a built environment industry professional with a keen interest in understanding, researching, and educating others about the profession and the industry at large. Mr. Videsh Pudu, are you still available?
Thank you, Dr. Shlamini. Yes, I am. So I think I'm going to start off bouncing off Ruben Reddy's discussion or introduction, should I say, and policy. South Africa actually, when I look at policy, and for those that know me, I engage or research policy and implement policy and comment on it a lot. We have some really, really good policy in this country. Compared to other countries, I think our policies, standards, the vision that went into making that policy is ideal. Has all the good ethical and moral values required. The problem statement is monitoring, evaluation, and implementation. So I think the point being is that the administrators, especially in our industry, here in the built environment, the way it's administered creates gatekeeping, should I say? A simple thing, plan approval. In terms of a very old act, act is 1977. But most people, even the administrators sometimes don't understand how to implement. There is no preamble written in the act. The preamble is in section A of the regulation, or stands 10400 part A. And it's very clear on what it is trying to achieve. But then when we look at the administrators and their action, it's contrary to what is wanted by the act, or what is tried to be achieved by the act. This just slows down development then leading to economic recovery. So I totally agree with the fact that we're very good at making policy. If it is not implemented, monitored and evaluated by the powers that actually made the policy, then the policy is null and void. It doesn't exist, should I say. Or it should maybe I should touch on this next topic, which is that bad or non-existent monitoring, evaluation, etc., leads to another thing called corruption. And it's not something I want to actually dive deep into here, but it only increases a problem. Now that is at administrative level or government level. What about the professions? What can we as architectural professionals do? And how do we now bring development in? That's a very, very topic, and it was touched on by previous speakers. For example, ethics, developments, mixed-use developments, integrated developments. Why do we have here in South Africa, with the largest income disparity in the world, non-mixed use, so segregated developments. Segregated developments only increases social disparity. Social disparity then goes further into suppressing the growth of people that actually need it the most.
Yeah.
So in our work that we do, we need to be conscious of these problems and educate our clients on, a lot of clients want, we have a few billion rand and we want to build high income housing projects in Umhlanga Ridge or Cape Town or Sandton or something like that. Where do the workers that, after the building is built, where do those workers come from? Do they have to travel 3 hours a day to get to work? It's things like that that we need to actually take into account. Then I think the last point I would like to make is, it's actually coming back to government, and which is even within our profession and the legislation of our profession, Act 44, monitoring, evaluation, and implementation. I mean, my understanding, and I could be wrong here, but Section 18 of the Act is very clear. It separates competence and educational qualification. The point being is that education is, you get formal education, you get informal education. Both together leads to competence. And 21 years later, that part of the Act, Section 18 of the Act, where it requires that measures be put in place or a metric be put in place to measure competence is not done. And the only reliance on competence then is education. So I think I've summarized. I don't know if I have any more time in the 3 minutes or I've gone over.
Yeah.
I've summarized what I wanted to say there.
No, that was a mouthful, Mr. Vitesh. Thank you very much. Much appreciated for making that input. I would like now to invite Mr. Lwazi Mahlangu, who is currently the Acting Deputy Director General, responsible for governance, risk, and compliance at the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, with a focus on strategic management, risk management, knowledge management, monitoring, and evaluation and investigation. Mr. Mahlangu is a strategic thinker and an energetic strategy and policy researcher and scholar with vast experience within a challenging educational and research environment, and has the ability to make sound judgment based on a combination of observations, analysis, and experience. in a number of areas, including economics, financial markets, and instruments, strategic planning, strategic thinking and planning, business processes, monitoring and evaluation. Mr. Mahlangu, if you'd like to just give us your perspective on the main issue here in terms of economic recovery.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Flamini, and good morning to all. And thank you for having me in this session. I'll quickly talk on the approach we're taking as a department, given the fact that this is more of a stakeholder convention, and also the approach that we're taking in the department, giving effect to the current state of the nation. Four critical areas that I'll talk on. One is the approach we've taken in terms of the outcomes. We've taken an outcomes approach in planning, strategic planning for the country, and also working together with other government departments and also our entities, which are SACAP is one of our built environment councils within our entity CBE. The first one is integrated government planning and coordination. And this touches on all spheres of government and also other stakeholders involved in the process, because there's this fragmented approach to planning, and you find that then doesn't give effect to the outcomes and the results we want to see. So that's the major part that we're looking at, and coordination. And you would have heard about the district development model and all the other role players coming in. I think linking that to the doc's earlier presentation, it cuts across all spheres of government, civil society, and the business at large. The second aspect is on the transformed built environment. Three critical areas there. One is you're looking at the skills pipeline, looking at the future of future that is required, future skills set that will be required for future infrastructure as we're building on this 2050 infrastructure. We're also looking at your push, your demand and your supply, basically your push and pull aspects in terms of linking that to from the communities, from the schools, or throughout the processes up until they become professionals in their own right. And we're looking at that. The third aspect within that is, the second aspect within the transformed built environment is the legislation aspect of it, so that we deal with the hindrances of the legislation that then also become a drawback in this aspect. And then the last one is more on creating an environment that all relevant stakeholders can participate into that, in that space. The third outcome is more on sustainable infrastructure investment. I won't go into detail with that, on that because Doc covered in that. And that's where we are looking at moving from the 16% to 23% split into two, about 15% from the private sector by 2024, and also looking at 8% that will be coming from the private, from public sector, and working together in terms of infrastructure as a percentage of GDP, and then moving towards your LDP target of 30%, as the Doc was saying. But beyond all of that, what is very critical as well as you know for public works is that we've got the expanded public works program. So our outcome is more on optimized opportunities, creating jobs. And you would have seen that the 34% unemployment rate, narrow definition as was stated. If you then break that one down, or if you go beyond that to a broader definition and you break it down in terms of the youth, the question now is, how do we then get the youth and channel their mindset in a space that in the future initiatives of government working together with the stakeholders of the private sector, how then do we channel their energies, channel their mindset into these initiatives, and then they take ownership of their future. The current investment or investment that we put in infrastructure now, what would be the benefit of the future generation? So I think that's where now we're saying there's a stakeholder, we need to then work together in developing a stakeholder matrix of how we then create certainty in the initiatives of future plans, as well as also understanding in the clear vision of our contribution towards a better South Africa. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mahlangu. And the next panelist that I would like to introduce, it's Mr. Mlatelo Mwasa. hailing from Limpopo province, joined the public sector in 2001, and has worked in a number of portfolios within the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and is currently the Chief Director responsible for the public entities in the Intergovernmental Relations branch to strengthen the department's stakeholder relations, ensuring and effecting oversight and interaction between public entities, professional councils, and also the ministry. Working with the Deputy Minister, he assists with the facilitation of board and council appointments, development of strategic plans, financial transfers, and reporting. Mr. Mlatelo Mwasa has led disciplines such as facilities management, project and construction management, and leasing portfolios. Mr. Mwasa, if you can just give us your introductory remarks, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dlamini. And I realize that I only have 2 minutes, so I'll try to be as quick as possible.
Yes.
And thanks for the introduction. Let me first acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Minister and appreciate the presence of the DOC, actually, to give us the high-level view of the infrastructure plan. Colleagues, I think maybe just to indicate one or two things, just flowing from what Mr. Lwazi Matlangu has just shared with you. The critical thing is that for us, I actually head a unit that is responsible to assist the ministry, the minister and deputy minister, in terms of establishing the boards and the councils, and ensuring that those councils are actually developing strategic plans and annual plans that are sufficiently financed and actually aligned to the government priorities. I think you would agree with me that you need people that have passion, that understand the profession, and that are really ready to contribute to the socio-economic priorities of government and programs of government. So we need people who understand the profession so that we can effectively and efficiently deliver service to the people. Now, with that being said, what we do, we really create a platform in the department by making sure that we are we create a platform for the built environment stakeholders to connect with the department and to connect with ministry, all right? But most of all, we also assist in ensuring that there is accountability in the boards, in the professional councils, especially with regards to what Mr. I think it's already, or Vinesh, spoke about, the issue of monitoring and evaluation. So when you have set targets for yourselves, we have to check that, monitor and evaluate that you're actually achieving those targets. So we assist the department or ministry in terms of those, and to ensure that when required from Parliament to report achievement of those targets, really that report is provided. Now, just coming to the speech by the DOC, I think colleagues, you will understand that ISA is nested in the department. I think the DM has indicated that already. It's nested within the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. It's a single entry point of infrastructure coordination and development. So we are therefore giving them support and ensuring that we, the targets that they've set for themselves are really achieved working together with us. But I think I need to just mention one or two things that comes from the panelists. The first one was I would say, Vinesh decrying the fact that, if you look at the projects that are there, we seem to be looking at only energy and water and projects, and we're not really focusing on building sector, and whereas the architectural profession focuses more on the building sector. I think this really creates a platform for us to actually do that. We are here as the department, and ISA has been invited so that we can really listen to your inputs. And we are giving you, as the DOC has done, has given you really an overall plan. And we all know that the infrastructure plan has been gazetted. So it allows you to really look at the gaps that are there. So we really need people that will be able to identify the gaps. And we create a platform so that you can come and then indicate the gaps that needs to be plugged so that we can work together. What we need out of this convention is people who now understand the programs of government, the priorities of government, and the Department of Public Works outcomes in terms of supporting those programs. And then we can all work together as the built environment councils and all the other public entities under the purview of the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. So with that being said, I don't want to talk about the two outcomes Mr. Lwazi has already spoken about, the issue of the integrated planning as well as the transformed built environment. But just on the transformed built environment, I just wanted to focus on, I think we know that a lot of our challenges are really revolving around the prescripts, supply chain management prescripts, the SCM prescripts, and procurement reforms that are required. We talk about the triple PFA regulations of 2017. There's an outcry in terms of the implementation of those. Now that outcome seeks to actually ensure that those reforms of supply chain are actually effective. We also look at the issue of the the contractor development programs. So there's a lot that we are doing, but I think what we need from you is actually to give us more inputs, and some of the gaps that you are identifying in our plans so that really we can pull together. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwasa. There were a number of questions that I thought I would utilize the last few minutes. I think we've got about 5 minutes for this session, and then we have to conclude. But perhaps, Mr. Mahlangu, if maybe I can direct this to you. It's a question from Dr. Mphahlwa. It was directed originally to Dr. Ramokgopa, but I think you are also better placed maybe to address this to some degree. How can the sector bodies like architects engage with ISA regarding some of the issues that Dr. Ramokgopa raised? Issues of standard designs for schools, green designs, the use of materials, etc. And what platform is available for this engagement, because it is crucial to ensure that the professions play a role in decision making. Would you want to just share your insights on that, Mr. Mahlangu?
Thanks, Dr. Dlamini. Quickly, I think the issue in terms of the platform is one. ISA, I think, is doing round robins, going across the country, looking at, just getting involved in all these areas of getting all stakeholders. I think it's more of one communication and a platform where everyone can access that, and so that if they're in a particular province and the professionals are in that, they can also access that. That's the one. But second, I think it's also through Mr. Mwasa, through the platform of integrated planning and coordination as a stakeholder, they are also looking into that. And through the channel of our council, like your CBE, I think information can be channeled there so that they can be on board in that regard. So that's the one platform that we can talk about. And I think in terms of your material design and all those kind of things, those are things that are new that are coming in. What Natal was touching on procurement as well. And I think this is one of the areas that within this space of construction, if you take the history of 2009, the construction downturn and all of the life, it's about how do we rebuild and rebuild South African construction industry, particularly when you're looking at it in terms of three specific areas. One, you're rebuilding it. Two, you're looking at local participation of local SMMEs, as well as you're looking at the issue of local content, particularly local supply. I think currently there are discussions in terms of supplier registries so that they also participate in that. So I think we can provide more detail in that context, but I think in terms of the platform through CBE, let's have those coming through so that we can then have a bigger stakeholder matrix that then also communicates this information going forward. Thanks, Doc.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I think that's very important because there's need there. I think where that question is coming from is that currently most of the professions, like the architects, there's a bit of a gray area in terms of government's clear strategy of how they are involving the architectural profession, for instance, in them making a contribution in those ideas as to how the creation of sustainable infrastructure that's responsive to future demands, and that has got that economic impact that will really take us forward, is being done. So I guess further engagements on that would assist. Maybe another question that I would like to also pose, I don't know, between yourself, Mr. Mhlanga, I think this is the last one, in a minute or so. How do we genuinely reorganize the bureaucracies in infrastructure provision that currently characterize the different spheres of government to put in place new policies, procedures, and frameworks that ensure better infrastructure rollout processes going forward?
Yeah, thank you for that as well. Yeah, part of the outcome we're talking about integrated planning and coordination, I think this is largely more on the coordination aspect of it, is that if you look at infrastructure now, as pronounced by the president, putting the I in the DPWI, Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, it's more of saying, let's have a single entry point of infrastructure in the country. And that means that you've got the planners, you've got the implementers of infrastructure, and then you put them together in a platform where now there is an agreement and a discussion of the bankable projects that can then flow into an infrastructure plan, as was the presentation by Doc. That also through the DDM district development model, looking at bulk infrastructure, looking at provincial competence in terms of social infrastructure, and looking at national in terms of guidance policies and the monitoring mechanism. You all then build a structure that then looks at a single idea and a single strategy and a common understanding of the infrastructure that is required in the country, and then that then spells out the different role players, and then also it becomes manageable in terms of the kind of infrastructure. I think the idea is to avoid conflicts as well as avoiding white elephants, and that is the platform that through these round robins by ISA is basically trying to do to get that. And also looking at a model of removing bureaucracy by looking at different angles of how. I think part of it is also the issue of the Infrastructure Development Act, the review that is currently going, so that there is that aspect of understanding the role and the speed at which we then deliver infrastructure towards the much needed recovery for the country. Thanks, Doc.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Time, unfortunately, it's against us, but I guess this will be, we would really appreciate, especially with your office and Date Mwasa and Mr. Mahlangu, as well as Dr. Ramohupa, to have further engagements on some of these issues, because as you would all know, the world is changing so rapidly, and in ways that over the past have left many people behind. And what is of a key interest to the architectural professions is that advances in technology over the recent years have suggested that interventions that probably certain spheres of government have tried to roll out, have come with a progress, a promise to make everybody's life better off. But has that been achieved? Those are some of the questions that we need to be grappling with. And the social and economic challenges really that stem out of the COVID-19 pandemic, they are becoming more and more clear as we move forward. And we are now a year and a half into this pandemic, and that gives us really sufficient time to look back and draw some critical lessons that can really inform our strategies going forward. Obviously, no one can claim to be knowledgeable of a meticulous course of action as different economies around the globe navigate their way out of this economic quagmire. But the consideration of all voices that matter, including the architectural profession, it's a significant imperative as difficult decisions are made as to how we will reimagine our world. And those making those decisions need to show empathy for all communities that have been affected, and more so for those in society whose lives may have been turned upside down by the pandemic, not least professional practices that have had to shut their doors as a result of the pandemic. And as leaders of the built environment space, as the architectural profession, we believe that in collaboration with the public sector and other stakeholders, we can together go a long way towards redefining the kind of world that we are going into. So thank you very much to everybody that has participated in this debate. As we say, it's work in progress, and I'm sure SACAP will create more opportunities like this to engage further. So thank you very much. Mr. Mukena, Program Director, over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dlamini, and bearing with us as we grapple with time. Thank you also to all of the panelists and the speakers who have given us some very powerful insights into the context and what lies ahead. I want to take 30 seconds to just make a bit of a reflection, which I hope will be taken in the spirit that it's given. I would argue, based on my experience as well as just the last discussion, is there is a schism between the idea of what is value and what is cost. And what I mean by that is the danger of looking at the contribution of architectural projects in terms of their fees, in terms of costs, in terms of them maybe reducing the amount of units you can deliver. The import of what architecture does is a value proposition, because it actually has a huge impact on the quality of spaces and the environments in which people learn, practice medicine, make political decisions, teach others, and live their lives out. So we have to reclaim that social compact, that the role of architecture is about adding value to the built environment, as opposed to how can we reduce the costs of professionals in the creation of the built environment. For so long as we have a cost-based mentality, we will have a spiraling and declining quality of the built environment. We will find a diminished social compact between how people interact with society, and ultimately the profession itself will suffer, and of course that's going to be a huge loss to the cultural contribution of the country. So how do we reclaim a value-based discourse around what does it mean to live, what does it mean to be a participant in the built environment, and what does architecture do there, and what is the role of the state in enabling convivial living environments? But I will leave that to the more learned scholars here to respond to that. I would like to introduce Flex. He will be doing a short presentation for us. Afterwards, there will be a short morning break. We are slightly delayed. We will be reconvening at 12 o'clock sharp. Please use the moment after Flex's presentation for a body break, stretch your legs, grab a cup of coffee if you can, and let's come back and reconvene and go on into the next portion of the day. Thank you so much. Flex, over to you. I think your audio, Flex. Audio.
Hey, I do this this for the wooden floors, I do this for the slow brew. Do this like a connoisseur and taste life in full view. I wanna give birth to a little moon, write life into her youth. Travel across 7 blocks, come back to kick with you. At home we cuddle crime but stay defiant. I wanna juggle time and puzzle climate, remain fly above the clouds, the universe a pilot. I do this so to build a home. First I need to fix home. It's hard to fix a broken home beyond the leaking ceiling. Never take for granted the subtleties of breathing. A broken window bleeding, sunshine into your reading. Those are blessings out of season. I do this to take heed in. The night whispers, a child who listens his past wisdoms from ancestors. Now bear witness to African intelligence and algorithms. I do this for Majida Agas. But even a matreben wala hutole di class. We do this really shit so le fast. Le limit him tagas wala hutu le fast. Hey, I do this for Majida Agas. But even a matreben wala hutole di class. We do this really shit so le fast. Le limit him tagas wala hutu le fast. Life is flavorful, Ethiopian, Arabica beans. What is stressing you? Time when projecting your dreams. Still a trip or two, essential not to fall at the seams. You need to probe life, nothing's working out. You work out, not talking lifting weights, I'm talking exercising. Patience when you have to wait, reflecting positively for a better mental state. To witness fate, to break before the breakthrough. Craftsmanship on display for eons, but how you doubt in your fireproof after flames have been through. But here's to never doubting self for a daylight. The blessing of a pasture is the plain sight. Darkness of a curse is averted by a great light, a great fight. Diaries, tears, ink, and late nights on podiums. Enemies within, like stage fright, but stay frights above and beyond confines of frail minds. Or say night to dreams manifested once upon a time. I do this for Majida Agas. When you bend a matreben, wala hutole di class. We do this really shit so le fast. Le make him tagas wala hutu le fast. I do this for Majida Agas. When you bend a matreben, wala hutole di class. We do this really shit so le fast. Le make him tagas wala hutu le fast. I do this for Majida Agas. When you bend a matreben, wala hutole di class. We do this really shit so le fast. Le make him tagas wala hutu le fast. I do this for Majida Agas. When you bend a matreben, wala hutole di class. We do this really shit so le fast. Le make him tagas wala hutu le fast.
Welcome back, everybody, and thank you so much for that great video. Thank you. I hope you all managed to snatch a little bit of time in between these sessions, going fast and furious. The next moderator of the session is also a good friend of mine and colleague, Kevin Bingham. I've had the pleasure of actually judging some architectural awards with him and had some coffees and debated about junctions. A really fantastic and stand-up fellow. It's a real honor to have him here. Kevin is the managing director of the award-winning FGG Architects based in Durban. He serves on the South African Council of the Architectural Profession, where he chairs the education and RPL committees, and he's a representative of the International Canberra Accord. Kevin is a former president of SAIA and SAIA KZN, and has represented South Africa on the International Union of Architects Council, and has assisted on its Professional Practice Commission, as well as being Africa's representative on the Public Health Group. He's an amazing architect of hospitals, by the way. Do check out their portfolio. And he has facilitated and continues to facilitate work in relation to UIA's COVID-19 Information Hub. He's the co-founder of SAIA's Open Architecture Setup. And I may also add, he's been also an incredible mentor in terms of architectural education to me. Kevin, I'm not going to introduce the panelists. I will leave that up to you, but welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, McKenna, and lovely to see you again. Thank you for the kind intro. And for the others that don't know you, and as you said, having spent a lot of engaging time with you, I rate you as one of the greatest thinkers of our time, and would well be suited to speak on this topic that we're having to speak on today, harnessing the creative powers of youth. McKenna, I'm also honored to be a part of this event amongst all these great speakers that you've had thus far today. And I'm overjoyed to realize that my wife's Christmas gift of 2 years ago, Clinique for Men, is paying dividends and afforded me inclusion in the topic of youth. So under the topic, harnessing the creative powers of youth, the agenda that we're given shows 3 pointers for our session, and I'll read them out to you. One is turning limitations into opportunities, designing for the future. Point 2 is future-proofing the profession, skills development, transforming the workplace, learning and candidacy support. And 4 are emerging technologies. In what ways are they impacting education in South Africa? If we look at the key words there, they, I think, are opportunity, the future, skills, transforming, learning, candidacy support, emerging technologies, and education. My own passion lies in education, and I'm blessed through my work with SACAP to be involved in both architecture education and in upliftment through the recognition of prior learning. I'm excited that the organizers have provided us with 5 excellent panelists drawn from the areas of research, architecture and urban studies, and design practice, academia, and the CBE and ECA, that is the Built Environment and Engineering Councils. We haven't got much time, and the 5 speakers have been given 5 to 6 minutes each to present what they would like to speak about under the topic, harnessing the creative powers of youth. And the first speaker that we have today is Ada Dianga, and I'll just read his bio for you. Ada is a research manager at the Engineering Council of South Africa. His research interests lie in the area of supply and demand of engineering skills and the 4th Industrial Revolution technologies. He holds a master's degree in economics from the University of Johannesburg and a Master of Arts from the Northwest University in Potchefstroom. Ada, if I can hand over to you for 5 to 6 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. I'd like to make sure that I can see my slide. Okay, right. I'm going to speak on the impact of the 4th Industrial Revolution technologies on education. This is a research that we have conducted at EXA. We have gone through the existing literature, but we have decided also to go on doing a survey, conducting a proper survey, and to find out what is the impact of the 4th Industrial Revolution technologies on education. And here I want to narrow the scope of my study. When we speak about education, it is higher education, but it can cut across also any other training that people are undergoing. And first of all, I want to speak to define what is fourth industrial revolution. Next slide. So before I speak about fourth industrial revolution, I'm going to go quickly to speak about the first industrial revolution. This is the period where coal, water, and steam were used for steam engines. And I'm going to speak about the second industrial revolution, and it's the invention of electricity, in which in turn enabled mass production of goods. And the third industrial revolution is the age of computer and digital systems, through which new ways of processing and sharing information were enabled. And the fourth industrial revolution is driven by digital technology and the ability to fuse physical, digital, and even biological elements. Next slide. So now I'm going to speak about the fourth industrial revolution emerging technologies. There are many, but for the purpose of this presentation, we are going to limit ourselves to 6. So we have artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, cloud computing, cyber security, nanomaterials, and data science, etc., etc. There are so many, robotics, and other technologies. So I want us to go to the next slide, where it's really drilling down to what we found in our research. Next slide. Yes, what are the impacts, what is the impact of the fourth industrial revolution on education? So what we have done is that we have sent a survey and to have primary sources. We sent them to different universities. There were about 9 universities, and just to find out what are the professors or lecturers and thinking about the fourth industrial revolution, how did it impact on them? We have got a lot of literature on the fourth industrial revolution, but we want to find out the status of the fourth industrial revolution. And I want to just to highlight something, that we sent this survey that was when we had our first lockdown, just to find out how did it impact on them. And when we speak about education, let me just say something. We speak about the assessment, we speak about the learning and the teaching and even the learning facilities. So these are the responses that we got, and this is very important that we share them with our stakeholders. This we received from the professors. The first one is the ability to deliver education to every student at the comfort of the home. So this is one of the great impact of the fourth industrial revolution. They can deliver education to every student at the comfort of the home. The second one is the ability to exchange files, messages, even record the sessions. So they can record the sessions, and anyone can download it and repeat it again, massage it into his brain, so that he get hold of what has been taught. And also to reduce the need for big campuses and large student halls. And it saves cost and time, especially for students who are employed. And the fourth industrial revolution, for some, they say they bring blended approach for teaching and learning. When we speak about blended approach, we mean the reality whereby we can study online, but sometimes we can meet on face to face and discuss on things, but we can still go home and continue to learn or continue to teach. And another impact is that it's placing more focus on assignment-based assessment. Assessment will have to involve critical thinking approach rather than a memory exercise, because before it was just sometimes students memorize and they go and then they download it. But now it just gives them time to think, and some of the assessment that have been done, it is to help them to think critically. And these are the main impact that we have found. There are many, but we have tried to summarize them for the audience. Next slide. And I want to say thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ada, and brilliant keeping of time. You've obviously been through this and worked it out. Thank you again. If you could just mute, we'll come back to you shortly after the other speakers. There'll be some other questions, so if you wouldn't mind standing by, just on mute at the moment. Thank you. Our second speaker is Geerpier Grevenstein. Geerpier Grevenstein is a fresh graduate from completing his Masters of Architecture degree cum laude in 2019 from the Nelson Mandela University. He is currently a candidate architect in the Garden Route region with just over 1 year's practice experience. Geerpier was the winner of the 2019 Korobek Students Architecture Awards with thesis entitled The Design of a Merino Wool Processing Facility in Berkeley East in the Eastern Cape, a subject sparked by the concerning state of the rural South African towns with new ruralism and creative industry as the solution. Geerpier says, I have a passion for the African continent and the identities that go with it. And he believes in a sustainable future for the ancient continent and hopes to create and sculpt on her rich soil. I was fortunate enough to sit in online for Geerpier's award event and have seen some of the work, so I think you're going to enjoy his presentation. Geerpier, you've got 5 or 6 minutes. Thanks.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Kevin. I would like to get into the youth and architecture with my talk entitled The Incredible Architecture of the Inexperienced Architect, Millennials Gone Mad. Harnessing the creative powers of the youth is regarded as somewhat whimsical topic, especially when nowadays youth is more of an allegation than anything else. Gen Z, Gen A, the Zoomers, oh, and don't forget about the mad millennials. Millennials have cooked up some incredible stereotypes over the years: compulsive job hoppers, entitlement, lazy, but by far the most valuable one is the one that we want to change the world, almost fix it. And that is very true. I don't think I need to explain why it is necessary that we as humans need to change our ways. But in a nutshell, here are some bullet points. This year, we have recorded our hottest months since records began. We are in a worldwide pandemic, not the coronavirus, but of negativity, conspiracy, and fake news. And the big one, Earth Overshoot Day, the day where we are demanding more from Mother Earth than she can provide. The factors are only a few of what is hindering our progress the world has made this far. It is more clear now than ever that we need to change our behavior. Sustainability is going to have become second nature. In South Africa alone, we poison the air quality of our citizens in the major metros of the north, just so that South Africans can sometimes have electricity. While in the cities of the south, we battle to keep the taps running by hoping it rains in the Great Karoo. All factors point to a dire shift by all, or at least by some, as long as it is the correct sum. Luckily for the world, the generation with the hero complex are joining the ruthless working world. A group out-of-the-box thinkers are aiming to shoot the lights out. In architecture, we have dreamers who dream of a better world, in particular, a better South Africa. We float on a cloud of endless possibilities when we write our final dissertation, usually, once again, each student trying to save the world with one project. It's interesting how exciting it is to be young, to be willing to do all this work with infectious enthusiasm just to impress and often inspire a handful of people in order to graduate. A young graduate possesses a special spark. The shocking reality is that the working world is artistically dull, it's monotonous and uninspiring. Furthermore, because we are internet kids, we are automatically skilled in BIM and rendering. This skill can land us jobs, but it limits our exposure to other parts of the profession. To make matters worse, it turns out that we are very expendable. As unemployment numbers prove, leaving the youth willing to lend themselves out for exploitation. The big question is, how can we harness the unique starry-eyed creativity and solutions young architects can make before becoming responsible adults? Of course, the inexperienced architects can have all the answers to the problems we face in the world or in South Africa, nor can we always assume their architecture is remarkable. The point is that they really still want to make a difference, and I believe that it is special and a rare quality. The possible solution is exposure to wonderful, unique, and great ideas through student competitions. Competitions can give young architects more exposure and a platform where they can share their ideologies, a place where ideas can be studied and read by all the influential intellectuals of our field and inspire those outside our field. Today, I can talk about 3 projects of merit who've recently been in the spotlight of one such a competition. It's also the only notable competition investing in young architects, might I add. One occurring theme, though, through these projects was the creative problem solving through architecture and industry. Each project tackled current and pressing problems in South Africa and solved it with sustainable ideas, even though it was performed in 3 very different landscapes: urban, rural, and the forgotten landscape. On the slides, we have our first project. It was entitled Bricolage, the Architecture of Waste by Senzo Mamba. The Urban Nomad. It's a contemporary take on indigenous way of life. In nature, there is no waste, just constant material flow. It proposes to turn vacant buildings into recycle factories as an alternative way to deal with building waste at the end of the building's life cycle. Next slide, please. The second was Waste Warriors. Waste in Architecture, a project by Blake Smith. A project creating a dignified space where the unsung heroes of the waste cycle can practice. An architecture that responds directly to the ingenuity of waste pickers. An interactive and practical secret lair that acts as a sanctuary in the forgotten landscape such as landfills. Next slide, please. The third project was the idea of new ruralism, the ultimate inclusive industry in the rural hinterland by G.P. Gravenstein. The dead post-industrial landscapes get a second life in the hinterland with new contextual industries breathing life into communities. The architecture practices critical regionalism, incorporating the township scale, users, local craftsmen, and the unique harsh climate. So to answer the original question, how can we harness the power of the youth? By investing in the unique abilities of the youth. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Pierre. Lots to talk about there afterwards as well. So likewise with Ada, if you could hang in, please, and just mute yourself for the moment while we carry on with the other 3. Third on my list, on my agenda list, is Khalid Jacobs. Khalid drives Jakupa's urgent design portfolio and has been responsible for innovations in urban design methodology and practice. He is an urbanist at heart, with a deep interest in contemporary city making, and has shaped his career through interrogating the everyday experience in our cities. He has used his experience in academia to influence his method of practice and has shaped his design philosophies through experimentation. Khalid, over to you, please.
Thank you, Kevin. Like you, I'm grateful that I'm here. I'm an old man talking about maybe issues that is more sort of driven by the likes of G.P. And but maybe as a way kind of into talking about the issue on a sort of a more high level scale, or conceptual or philosophical scale. I want to also kind of lean on what G.P. is kind of mentioned about this idea that the youth is seen to be idle, unruly, restless, and even sometimes seen to be criminal. And that the idea of the youth being sort of being represented as a ticking time bomb. That in fact, there's many studies that show that youth, and this is obviously our experience as well, that youth is optimistic about the future, the optimistic future, them and their role in our country. They have already shown loads of perseverance and also shown resilience in exploring where the opportunities lie and how they can contribute to society. So the point being that how we see the youth is in fact a choice. Whether they are solving everyday problems or whether driving larger societal change in South Africa, they've been active and they've been present, and simply needs to be seen. So the youth, in fact, is our future dividend for chasing and capitalizing on the socio-economic challenges of our country. So shifting the perception of how we see the youth has to be the fundamental starting point on which we need to kind of rest our views on the future. Next slide, please. There's been programs after programs and of how to support youth, whether it's done through organizations like SACAP or individual companies. There's a plethora of methods of how to support what they do, from outreach to job shadowing, education support, facilitating access to jobs and mentoring. There's a full range of opportunities that's available to youth. But I do wonder though whether what is being done is having impact in providing youth, giving youth the kind of opportunities to develop into young professionals. So I do want to kind of reference our chair for today, McKenna Makeka. He was in fact started his practice straight out of university, and kind of represents maybe one way into practice that isn't about this lengthy route of trying to kind of build up a track record before you get access to work. So the skill that McKenna showed as a student was kind of seen by his initial clients, and therefore was able to get commissions. Having said that, there are others like Zahadid, who took 10 years, between graduating to implementing a first project, which is maybe kind of a more typical experience of what the youth would encounter. Another set of ideas is that there's a whole core cohort of architects that hasn't been trained as architects. They came through different learnings to be able to practice in our profession. And Gwen Fagan, of course, is the one person that came to mind quite quickly. But internationally, all these names, all these leading lights in our profession, many of them have come through to practicing architecture without an educational degree, with an architectural degree, shall we say? Sorry, qualify that. There's another set of ideas which is around the way into practicing architecture. And I want to reference Rem Koolhaas, of course, who accessed the profession through his writings. So he wrote Delirious New York 5 years after graduating, and that has been driving not only his own practice, but also been driving thinking and how architecture is seen and understood more broadly across the world. And then Charles Correa, he used his kind of activism and the bottom-up planning processes, etc., to then setting himself up for a career. So three sets of ideas. The one is the ability for people, for young architects to access the profession much faster. That this profession should consider access to those who haven't necessarily been formally trained in architecture. And then the third set of ideas that we should consider is that to get to practice, it doesn't necessarily mean making buildings. Next slide, please. Ruben Reddy mentioned earlier this morning in his presentation some of the challenges around what he termed the dying numbers of architects in our profession. And so I've collated there the number of registrations that SACAP, that is registered architects and people in architecture profession, like interior designers and technologists, etc., the various categories, and the numbers of membership from, let's say, 2010 to where we are today, is in fact hasn't gone anywhere. We sit with the same numbers of registered professionals since 2010. And that is a very worrying statistic in the sense that it shows no growth in terms of making room for young architects to enter the profession. And of course, our population has grown. So the ratio between the number of architects and the population, that ratio has increased significantly. So it raises a question. It raises a question to me in terms of how we organize ourselves as architects. And currently we are organized by an act, and that act largely stipulates the minimum standards within which an architect needs to practice. And there's a technical problem with that, in that there's no room for ambition or excellence in how that is measured. It is merely being measured by the minimum standard. And if one thinks about the work of Manuel Castells and the like, there's a different way in which we can see how society is beginning to reorganize itself. So from the kind of silos, ways in which we've been organizing ourselves, we see that there's a shift to a more network society. And the fourth industrial revolution, of course, has already kind of exacerbated the effects of this, including the fact that we're having this conference online rather than in person. So the fundamental question that I would like to put to the conference, of course, is that the way we organize ourselves has to change from the siloed way in how we organize ourselves, and allow for more access and less minimum standards, and more driven to excellence rather than the opposite. Hopefully that made some sense. Thank you very much, Kevin.
Thanks very much, Khalid. Really good presentation. If I could just clarify your 3 points you said earlier. The one was, I think, access to the profession. The second one I was unsure of. I didn't know if that meant faster access to the profession. That's the second one. And the third one obviously was architecture, and not necessarily building. It could be other forms of architecture. Could you just clarify points 1 and 2 for me, please?
Yeah, I think the idea that one has to go through a lengthy process to be able to kind of mature as an architect isn't always true, and that in fact you and I, Kevin, we're still learning on the job, right? So this idea that you have to go through hoops before you are able to practice is maybe something we must rethink. I used McKenna as an example simply because it's convenient. He's our chairman and also well known for the quality of his work is produced. So what I'm referring to is that there are structural barriers in the way we organize ourselves that prevents the youth from participating. And that includes limitations on understanding as to when you can practice. So Gwen Fagan is an example, and so is Rem Koolhaas, Likepozier, Ms. van der Rohe, a whole string of stalwarts in our profession.
Thanks for the clarity, Khalid. Like the others, if you could stand by for later and mute yourself, thanks. Our fourth speaker this afternoon is the one Kebetswe Lelape, and the bio goes like this. Ms. Kebetswe Lelape holds a BSc Honours in Quantity Surveying and a postgraduate diploma in Property Development and Management, specialist areas of Facilities Management from the University of Witwatersrand. Her career began at Eskom Enterprises Division as a junior quantity surveyor, which entailed bringing back to life mothballed power stations such as Camden and the Ngula pump storage. She hails from a business-orientated family, which invoked her entrepreneurial spirit to head up the family construction company as a general manager. During this tenure, she found herself passionate about the skills in young students, instilling, nurturing, and harnessing talent and skills as a lifelong development growth. Ms. Letlape went on to join the Council for the Built Environment, the CBE, where she serves in the Skills Development Department as the Built Environment Workspace, or Workplace rather, specialist, who focuses on administering the CBE's Work Integrated Learning, WIL. Those of you in academia will know WIL. Kebetswe, over to you for your 5-6 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I actually want to thank Khalid for leading my discussion today. I'm more into skills development. As Kevin has introduced me, I'm part of the skills development department at the Council for the Built Environment. And Khalid is correct. I mean, in terms of our stakeholder engagements, I mean, this is, the issue that you just raised into access into for young people into the profession and into practicing has come up a number of times. I mean, we've had such a deliberations with CIFA, for instance, when we visited their small practices in the Western Cape, where they were saying the youth are, for a student who is going through the architectural studies, who are going from their BAS to a master's in architecture, something needs to happen there, and this is something that we, as the CBE, are trying to now facilitate some talks to see what is it that can be done, because the period in between is a period where the learners are still back at school, and yet the work that they're doing during that tenure is not counted towards their professional registration. So those are things that we really, really need to look into, especially if we focused into transforming the sector. So from the CBE's point of view, we've got a tool that we're using, which is this, the CBE Skills Pipeline. And the CBE Skills Pipeline, basically, it was a tool where we were seeking to understand the sector, how the sector runs, and what the sector needs. So the pipeline is basically like a normal water pipe. So we wanted to see where are all the leakages and the blockages, and our immediate strategies were to unblock where there were blockages. I mean, at the beginning of the skills pipeline, we were talking of councils having blockages in candidates becoming professionals. But now we're speaking of the push strategy, which is more into, we're looking at the basic education level where we're pushing more learners to take up built environment studies. And our interventions there, it's not interventions that are not existing, but it's interventions that need to be more amplified and must be embraced by both private and the public sector. We're talking about interventions like maths and science programs, so that we can have a greater pool of learners that are going into our built environment studies. We're talking of career awareness, which is more focused on previously disadvantaged communities and schools, where there is a need of role models. So what we've picked up is that we would do career awarenesses, but learners, especially previously disadvantaged learners, cannot identify with an architect, cannot identify with what an engineer does, but they are well vested in knowing what a nurse does, what a doctor does, but in terms of our sector, it's still a problem. So this is where we're going to need the private sector and the public sector professionals to come in and also give up their time to be role models to attend these career awareness initiatives. We're also talking of bursaries that are targeted to previously disadvantaged individuals, targeted to women and persons with disabilities. And in terms of our intermediate phase of this of the skills pipeline, this is where the work integrated learning, which is WIL, and the candidacy support is housed. Work integrated learning used to be a blockage in the pipeline, mainly because you found that a lot of previously disadvantaged learners were not getting adequate opportunities or host companies to host them for that component. And mind you, that component, they needed it for them to graduate, to finally graduate. So you'll find that a lot of the learners were actually leaving the system at their second year because they couldn't find work integrated learning opportunities. So what the CBE did partnering with the construction sector, was that we created a facility where we could actually match learners to host employers so that this component could take place. And in terms of the candidacy support, the CBE has developed what we call the structured candidacy framework. And what we are currently doing in the next NTF period is to introduce the framework to infrastructure departments and also private organizations in the built environment, because we say that every workplace is like a training space. So this is where we are encouraging companies to start up their own candidacy programs. So the little candidacy programs that we're all starting up will actually bring out more and assist more learners, especially now that we know that unemployment is actually at its height right now. And I cannot imagine how many unemployed graduates we have. I mean, at the CBE, we are inundated with requests of unemployed graduates to assist in placing them with organizations. But we're trying to then encourage organizations to start up these candidacy program, start up an internship program that would actually assist a graduate to propel them through their candidacy phase. Then we will be able to then do more and have more and turn more candidates into professionals. It's true, Khalid, your statement of saying the numbers of professional architects haven't changed in a long time. And this is what we are trying to do in terms of the structured candidacy support program, is to actually now encourage more organizations and smaller. And I know the problem there, the challenge there with a lot of practices, especially the smaller practices, is issues around funding and taking in an unemployed graduate where a stipend would be required, where it means the office needs to grow a little bit, bring in resources to accommodate that new unemployed graduate. But we, in terms of the framework then also gives you ideas in terms of funding. We speak of the SETAs, the relevant SETAs that can assist. We also know that our sister organization, CIDB has actually come up with a standard for developing skills. where as of April 2021, public sector institutions that are implementing construction projects above 60 million, it was published that you could actually fund candidates and interns towards candidacy and skills development. I thank you.
Betsy, thanks. There's so much to talk about there, Neil. Questions will come up when we get beyond the last speaker, so thank you again. Our fifth and last speaker this afternoon, before we get to discussion on the panel, is Jabu Makubu. Jabu is a lecturer and researcher at the Department of Architecture and the Graduate of School of Architecture at UJ, University of Johannesburg. He is interested in the politics of space and in reimagining urban public space in and around Johannesburg and the continent at large. He holds a master's degree in urban design from the University of Witwatersrand, and he finds the often conflicting relationship between architecture and urbanism both inspiring and challenging. His research interests are in architectural pedagogy, transformation, African cities, politics and public space, urban resilience, and sustainability. Jabu, it sounds like you're going to need more than your 6 minutes to cover some of those items, so we'll hand over to you quickly. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to what seems to be a very thought-provoking convention. If we could go to my slides. Next slide. Our talk is entitled, Where Are We? And I would like to argue that we are in a crisis. In fact, we have been in a number of cycles of crises for quite some time now. Globally, I would argue that in 2008, with the financial crisis, which was locally exacerbated by the xenophobic attacks, the Marikana massacre in 2012, fees must fall and roads must fall in 2015, 2016, high levels of gender-based violence in the country, now the global pandemic, COVID-19, and the high levels of unemployment, youth unemployment in the country. Moreover, people of color, specifically Black women and non-binary persons across the globe have been in a permanent state of crisis, imposed on our bodies and spaces we inhabit. The biggest crisis, however, is that they do not seem to value Black people. They do not value their lives, their thoughts, their work, and their creativity. So how then do we harness something they do not seem to value? Architectural education and the profession are not without blame for the state of crisis we are in. These institutions are built on foundations of extremely resilient systems of elitism, oppression, and exclusionary practices. One just has to look at the history of architectural education to understand how resilient and untransformed that has been. As a profession, our ethics and values have not significantly shifted from these traditions. We hide our biased, often untransformed nature behind tokenism and a false sense of meritocracy, as though these attributes are objective and without criticism. One only needs to look at what they celebrate as exemplary work for this evidence. Next slide. But if you look at this from a slightly different angle, a crisis could be seen as an opportunity to try new ways, to make mistakes, to be radical, and to take risks, especially for people of color and those marginalized. My conviction is that to change the practice of architecture, change must begin with how it is taught. What tools do we develop and use, and to what end? Next slide. In my practice as an educator and a researcher, we have been exploring several approaches to architectural education that employ different tactics, such as risk-taking, as a productive tool of making and imagining, and to shift the center, to trouble the waters, and to expose the wound that we so easily want to stitch together. Through studios such as Protest City, Migrant City, and more recently exploring queer territories in Johannesburg, we bring issues of race, culture, religion, capitalism in tension with space making. These studios have required of us, both tutors and students, to search for new tools and vocabulary for our spatial explorations, an act that can be seen as risky by those who employ a more traditional, universal approach because the outcomes of such a studio are not preset or are difficult to evaluate. But one of the definitions of risk is the potential for uncontrolled loss of something of value. I like this definition because it talks to the idea of value. My question is, valuable to who? Whose value are we protecting or do not want to let go of? And perhaps taking risks presents an opportunity to disrupt the canon, to loosen the burden of our past and that of our future, especially when you think about the youth. We constantly think of them and position them in the future as if their lives do not happen in the now. They are part of the present. They're not just the future. Perhaps these disruptions can help us explore new values, values that will truly harness the creative powers of the Black youth who continue to be overlooked, remain unemployed, and whose education is severely impacted by lockdown regulations. The question is that I pose to the profession: is it ready to support such divergent approaches? Or are we fine and complacent with carrying on with the status quo, producing the same archetype and perpetuating the same ills that we are trying to overcome?
Jabba, I think you muted yourself.
Am I still muted?
No, we can hear you now.
Okay. No, I think that's it. That's my 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jabba. Brilliant talk and lots to think about there. I thought we had an hour to talk, and the messages have just come up from the organizers saying we've got 3 minutes left. So that's quite disappointing. But as the others, maybe we'll stretch our time a bit. And those of you in academia and those of you just out of academia will know, you always ask for extensions of time, not alone in architectural practice. So we'll do our best. Wendy, hang on there. Some questions, please. I just wanted to give each of you a chance to respond to something, and perhaps in one turn, each one answer each. And first question really would go to Ada. And Ada's with the engineers. And I'd like to just go to a point that Ruben Reddy mentioned in one of the earlier talks this morning about the difficulties that architecture and architectural graduates are finding in terms of work and the economy. Can you give us a short comment on the engineering side of things, please? You involved in that association.
Can you come again, please?
I just wanted to have some input from you in terms of engineers. Are engineers also struggling to find employment? Is engineering booming at the present moment? You would have heard Ruben Reddy's comment earlier about how difficult it is for architecture graduates and architecture at large in the current economies.
Okay. At this stage, we have experiencing also the same thing, especially with our candidate. And it's good that you have asked this question because we had some research that we have conducted with our candidate engineers. And many of them are struggling. They are saying that they don't have any employment and they're struggling even to pay the candidacy fees. It is the problem of unemployment is cutting across the board. The engineers also are experiencing that. And we have also a reality whereby some engineers are actually migrating or immigrating. They are going overseas because they found that there is green pasture and there is no many opportunities in South Africa. This is one of the reality that is a sad reality, especially with our candidates, our youth. They are struggling to get employment at this stage, especially with the lockdown and the impact of it. There are many that are struggling. And I remember in one of our interaction with the candidate, they would like EXA to be paying for them the candidacy fees, which we can't afford at this stage. So we were also having the problem of unemployment with the engineers.
Thanks very much, Ada. If I may just move on to my next question, and just to comment on your comment now about people going overseas or working overseas or trying to find employment overseas. I don't know if all of you know that SACAP is a signatory to the Canberra Accord. It's an international accord allowing the transferability of your academic studies to the signatory countries around the world. Just do a Google for Canberra Accord. I don't have time to talk about it now. A number of signatories, and the International Union of Architects is in the process of becoming a signatory to that accord as well. So that allows SACAP's validated universities to have students that complete their courses to, if they can't find work out, to look for work overseas and take their piece of paper with them internationally. So look up Canberra Accord. To my next question, perhaps Pierre, Khalid, and maybe also Jabu could respond to the question about what are we teaching at universities? Is it totally wrong? Jabu, you're saying that we're totally missing the point. Our context is well too old and it needs to be changed. And we also got Pierre just come out of that system. What can we do to change that? Open it to the floor, the three of you.
I can go maybe give it a try. For me, who's part of teaching and in the academia, I think what we are realizing, if we really want to change and maybe grow the architectural profession, is we need to question our ethics and values. Many of our students, especially Black female students, have very pressing sort of ideas and intentions with their qualifications and projects that they would like to explore. But the way the current teaching environment pushes those projects outside onto the margins. And so students get frustrated with the fact that the profession isn't open to these kinds of ideas and explorations. And I think we have to explore different ethics and different values as a profession for us to transform it. We can't transform it with the current set of values that we have inherited. They've proven not effective in terms of the numbers of graduates. They've proven not effective in terms of transforming the profession itself. So, which is, I think, something that a lot of people are trying to do in many small little circles, but we need more support from both the institute and the council.
Thank you. The other two? Any comments?
If I may offer one view. Obviously, I'm not a lecturer, but I do have some insight as to the challenges, not only within these institutions, but also what happens to students afterwards. To answer your initial, to give an anecdote to your initial question, Kevin, CPUT currently has 62 engineering students that hasn't found a place of employment. So Faldi Samai and I have taken it upon ourselves to run a virtual office. And I see one of the questions that's come through the chat as well is mentorship doesn't have to be in person, you know, and we have to find innovative ways in which we need to organize ourselves to do things like mentorship and ensure that we overcome the barriers, shall we say. But as far as I mean, there's been a lot of engagement in the content and the methodology of teaching at all the institutions post Rhodes Must Fall, the Rhodes Must Fall protests, and we've seen various institutions grappling with what it means to develop a post-colonial curriculum, and in many ways what Jabu talks about is values as opposed to programs, right, in terms of which questions we are asking, or at least which context within which we are designing. So values plus context plus complexity all makes for a very, very challenging environment within which to kind of gain a set of insights as to how to practice. And I think that what would be useful, certainly from the outside, is to see methods of being able to manage the complexity of the challenges that we face, and those are not necessarily kind of pointing to particular context and like, but the method of how to deal with complexity. I think that'll go a long way in terms of trying to find ways to get students prepared for answering questions that we don't even know yet. We don't even know what those challenges may be that the fourth industrial revolution or this network society may kind of offer us.
Khalid, I'm going to have to pause you there because we're running out of time, and just go to Khepia quickly. From what I saw in your presentation at the awards and what I understand your university to have done and allow you people, or push you people rather, to do for your design thesis, it looks like there is change happening in the work that you have produced and what you showed us earlier.
Well, Kevin, I think yes. I think there's balance to be maintained between accessibility and also producing quality students and quality young architects. If you look at the fabric of South Africa, we have the most segregated fabric. The builders of the future and the designers of the future have a big task ahead of them. I think it's very, very important to make sure that we create a framework where critical thinking at university is allowed, where students can have a opportunity to think out of the box. And yes, and I think financial aid for them to actually do the dissertation at the end and contribute back to the discourse of academia. And yes, I do agree. I think universities are moving away from a very conservative approach to a more free-thinking, problem-solving approach.
Thanks, Khepia. And we've got about a minute or two left to go. And therefore, on to you, Kabetswe. So many questions I could ask you, but we don't have time. And Khalid did raise one of the points earlier on, this work-integrated learning that you speak of. It was also mentioned maths and science that you spoke of, critical items for schooling perhaps, but my own recollection of many of, this is where we had in Durban, I'm talking about at the university when I was teaching there, having applicants coming through with not having done maths, particularly at female schools. And then they couldn't get into architecture because of the restriction at a university saying that if you don't have maths, you can't get in. But if they came in with art as a subject, art being very helpful in first year architecture and throughout architectural studies, I thought that was quite an important point. And just to go back to Khalid's other point, and these are both questions for you, Kabetswe, is to look at alternate ways. And Khalid mentioned, and when I was a student at university, we had a course called SOP, Simulated Office Project, where you dealt with a client who was an architect, and you did what was sort of a real project. So where people can't find employment, we need to look for a way to be able to give a person opportunity to gain those skills through guidance and mentorship, and in a group of people engaging with other built environment professionals. But I'll ask you to comment on perhaps those 2 points.
Thank you, Kevin. Can I just take a bite on the curriculum issue? I always find that in terms of built environment curriculums, we leave out the government. And the government is actually one of the major employers in the built environment and spending quite a lot of money in terms of infrastructure spend, where we are not including the youth or the young graduates into knowing policies that exist, programs that exist within government, so that they can actually now place themselves in the sector and looking at the government. Because whether you're going to work in the private sector, you're still going to do you may encounter doing a public sector project. Okay, so I feel this is somewhere where we also need to be more inclusive in terms of the youth knowing more about the frameworks and standards of infrastructure delivery, for instance. In terms of the question that you asked, yes, it has, because the number of workspaces have actually reduced, and with the COVID pandemic, it's become even worse. More and more practices have closed down, and we have now had to come back and be innovative about things and go back to simulations now. We have academies that are being set up by by the government, which part of the academies is basically to also assist in terms of simulated projects where unemployed graduates would be able to get exposure, and especially towards professional registration. So yes, it's something that we are actually actively looking at, and we're encouraging more built environment professionals to actually go into that space. And now with the pandemic, mentorship is no longer face-to-face, it's more virtual. So you can imagine if you have set up a simulated project for a candidate to do, it really goes a long way, because what we've since heard, a lot of the projects have been placed on hold, and it's indefinite, and which means a candidate's progress is also impeded in terms of such.
Thank you very much, and we've run out of time, I believe. Betsy, just to let you know that the Institute of Architects have run a program called Be an Architect for a Day over various years and over various regions. So that may be something that you may be interested in looking into, that those architecture institutes. So all that's left for me now is to thank you all. It's been a full session, lots of information. I've got so many more questions that I haven't been able to get to, but I really appreciate it. And I'm sure all those that are sitting in and listening have appreciated it too. So McKenna, after my thanks to them all, my thanks to you too, and back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, friends and colleagues, for a very thrilling and exciting conversation. I just wish we had a little bit more time. I'll just spend literally just 10 seconds to make a small contribution, partly because my good colleague Khalid mentioned me. I think it's important to contextualize that point in a slightly different way, which is to recognize that the power of competitions allows a leveling field, so to speak, because then you're really competing on the quality of the design and not the quality of your networks or friendships or even your price. So I think there's something to be said to look at how governments can standardize prices for, let's say, public works and create a competition culture. And that becomes the mediator that defines how do you get the best sort of product, as opposed to other channels which make procurement vulnerable to negative forces. So a lot of my journey was because of competitions. I just wanted to state that. If it wasn't for competitions, it would have been impossible for me to be where I am right now. Having said that, I'd like to introduce the video. We've got a short video from our sponsor, and then I'll take you through a bit of a description of our next moderator, Mandi Sapepeta Daki. But before we do that, let's go into the video. Thank you.
Fantastic video. And we are back. This, by the way, colleagues, we do understand body breaks and the necessity for lunch and so on. After this panel, we'll be having a bit of a lunch break and then we'll be reconvening. Thank you all for your stamina up until now. Let me start by introducing Mandisa Pepeta-Dak. He's a principal of architectural services and project management company, Bakaza Africa Consulting, founded in 2004, serving public and private and the corporate sector. He's been a mentor since 2008 to a number of emerging businesses throughout NYDA, the Durban Chamber of Commerce, Itala, and the Council for the Built Environment. In May 2020, founded a nonprofit initiative called Forum for African Built Environment Professionals, focused on leadership and empowerment drive within the built environment sector, regional and national appointments. And since 2015, he's been a mentor for the Council of the Built Environment. Mandisa, apologies for saying he, do forgive me. Over to you.
Thank you so much to our program director. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I would like to appreciate the honor of being the moderator of this session. This session is the Built Environment Transformation Agenda. As I've been introduced, my name is Mandisa, and I know that Mukena Makeka has got the difficult job of the day, and you are doing a fantastic job. Thank you for that. And I just wanted to give a basic information of what transformation is. When I looked at the description, it said it is a process of changing, which results to a marked change in form, nature, or appearance. And as part of this fifth term, we were appointed by the minister with the task of overseeing transformation in the industry. Taking you to the vision of SACAP, our vision is the transformed architectural leaders serving society in a sustainable built environment. We've got a transformation strategy which is meant to achieve this. We looked at three core issues, which is access to work, to redress the injustices of the past, and also education, where we monitor and evaluate educational and development programs. In this particular program today, this session that we have, we're looking at the status quo and what needs to be done. We're looking at how best we can achieve sustainable and transformed built environment. And we also say, how can each of us contribute? We say all hands on deck. The question and what becomes a frustration at times is how do we transform? The misleading idea is that we must push Blacks forward and leave everyone behind. However, research shows that those who have been privileged and those who have been underprivileged need to all play a role of leveling the playing field. This speaks to government, the private sector, institutes of basic and higher learning, industry at large, and SACAP plays a very integral role for all stakeholders to engage. So welcome to our session. We've got wonderful panelists. We've got Peter Diaga from CSIR. We have Clive Chuta, who is in the Western Cape Government Department. We have Danashwa, who's a practicing professional. We have Skumbuzom Tembu, also a practicing professional. And then we have Kanyisa Kobo from Competitions Commission. I will introduce, firstly in our program, as I had said, I've called this panelists in the order of their presentation today. I will start by introducing Peter Diaga. Peter Diaga is a registered professional architect and function building infrastructure impact area manager in the Smart Places cluster at the CSIR. Peter holds a Bachelor of Architecture and a Master's degree in Applied Ethics for Professionals, both from VETS. Her research interests include health and built environment, engineering and design approaches to infection transmission and mitigation, climate responsive design, implementation support to government and capacity development. Amongst her current projects, Peter is currently researching attrition in relation to gender and race transformation in the architectural profession in South Africa. Peter, the floor is yours. And as you will see that in all our presentations, all our speakers will have time to present. And then as we will be looking at our time, we'll then engage further. Thank you so much. Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have a presentation that I've asked to be flighted. And I'm going to start this session up by pointing out that in case there's any doubt that transformation in our profession is and remains a challenge, I'm going to take you through a rapid visual journey showing the proportions of new SACAP registrations according to demographic characteristics on a decade-by-decade basis. So for slide 1, in the 1970s, 95% of architects were white males, and they're shown, will be shown in all the slides as the mustard color, the mustard proportion of our profession. That's not surprising because in 1958, our University Amendment Act prohibited Black students from entering white universities. Black females are represented in blue in all the slides, made up less than 1% of the profession, and Black males displayed in orange. The decade of 1970 to 1979 made up about 4% of the profession. Slide 2. So in the 1980s, the percentage of females at about 7% had doubled compared to the previous decade, but consisted only of white women, which are represented in gray, with only one new Black woman registering in that entire decade. In 1983, there was a university amendment bill which allowed a quota of Black students to enter the previously white institutions, but it hardly made an impact in that decade. Next slide. So during the 1990s, Black male participation doubled to 11%, and females, which make up 50% of our population, almost reached a paltry 20% of the professional register. If you show slide 4, in the next decade, which was the one leading up to 2010, when there was an influx of investment in infrastructure, South Africa saw new white male registration drop for the first time to below 50% of the register, mainly due to a trebling of Black male registration. So in this decade, overall female registration worsened over the previous decade ever so slightly, but basically remained unchanged. Next slide. So in the decade leading up to COVID-19, we see white male registration dropped a further 12%, with a threefold increase in Black female registration to 9%. Bringing overall female representation in the profession to 28%. So that may seem on the surface of it to be represent significant progress, but next slide. To be representative demographically, that is what the picture should look like, because only 8% of our population is white. So our 50 years of statistics don't lie, and they show that progress has been made, but that it's really feeble. Demographic transformation to more representative professional makeup can come from 3 sources or 4 sources: from attrition, people retiring at the end of their life, their professional lives, for example, and that transformation by that method is very slow. We can rely on attracting a diversity of talent into the schools of architecture, nurturing a student pipeline, and delivering suitably prepared graduates. And that is showing great signs of improvement. Across our schools, more than 50% of our university students are female across all disciplines and studies. We are showing good improvement in terms of Black representation, nowhere near demographic representation yet, but good steady progress. So we're struggling with throughput in the university and the successful conversion from graduation to the professional register. And then the final way that we can transform is by retention in the professional life pipeline. And our data shows us that there are problems at every single one of these phases in the transition in the pipeline. So the attrition at every point, and it is disproportionately affecting Black people and women. So the data shows 150 years of research show that these issues of attrition and retention in the workplace can actually be considered wicked problems in that they're complex and multifactorial. So it's been studied internationally, and that's what the studies show. The issue of this retention transformation nexus in the architectural professions hasn't been systematically studied in the academic sense in South Africa, although it's clearly topical. But it has been studied elsewhere, although you can appreciate that in other settings, the issue of race is framed as usually as a minority issue, and gender is quite well studied. So international experience gives us reason to be hopeful, because in the face of a good program, a solid program of action, demographic representation has been shown to remarkably improve. So there are good case studies to show that it's possible, but it's not going to happen spontaneously and without action. So the numbers show that that South Africa's transformation challenges from a demographically representative perspective is real. But as a cautionary, we're not just looking at simple demographic representation, but meaningful agency, participation, and impact in the transformation of our spaces and places. So the numbers, the quantitative stuff is just a very tiny, important, but not the only part of the story. And I'll leave it to my fellow panelists to elaborate on those.
Thank you, Peter, for that. Much appreciated. And as you can note in our panel, that we've got academia, we've got practicing professionals, we also have got regulators. So the scientific data presented by Peter raises all questions, because for us to move forward, we must have the scientific data. And also, as Peter has said, that it will not just happen. Someone needs to be an agent of that change, and also meaningful agency and participation needs to be forged so that we know that we can get the results that we need to get. The graphs that has been shown, they show a picture of transformation, what's happening in our industry. And also with the presentation, we know that as much as it's a problem statement, it also shows that what actions can be taken. Moving on, we are going to be moving on to Clive Truter. I'm going to introduce Clive Truter. Clive has been in the public service employment for 11.5 years and has been integrally involved in the design and construction of more than 50 education facilities across the Western Cape to the estimated value of 3 billion. During his tenure, he has been proactively involved at various management scales, transversally with all spheres and government and civil advocacy and community interest groups to successfully plan and implement projects. He has been a champion in developing policies such as community participation in infrastructure projects, working in kaleidoscope of communities in the Western Cape. In June 2019, Clive was appointed as an independent member of the SACAP Transformation Committee, where specific issues with referencing to access, redress, and education afflicting the profession and built environment are unpacked in order to navigate the profession towards inclusivity. Clive, you are welcome, and the floor is yours.
Good day, Madam Chair. Good day, Program Director. Greetings, colleagues from very wet and rainy Cape Town. It's indeed a privilege for me to take on this platform this afternoon. Maybe just a little bit more about myself. I enrolled in the architecture program based on my involvement in communities, with a conviction and inclination to be a change agent to make a positive in the built environment. In 2002, as a bushy 18-year-old, I didn't know much about the profession, but I had an acute awareness at that young age of spatial injustice and inequity. During my studies, I was fortunate to hold an apprentice at 2 locally based architecture practices, where I was read and mentored by formidable individuals, which themselves had to overcome significant challenges to build successful practices. Both these practices had a particular penchant for public infrastructure briefs and working in socio-economic disadvantaged community as a means to advocate excellence and distinction in this tenet of activism. Subsequent to my studies, I started working in of Transport and Public Works, where I've held the position of architect and project leader for some years. And as the chair lady has said, I have reached various range of projects, different scales, with approximately over 3 billion. I joined the Transformation Committee in 2019, and I think that was the switch on for me formally, and I've actively been involved in the advancement of the specific agenda in a formal capacity as a change agent. The previous thank you very much for setting the table, ma'am. Statistics of the state of profession or transformation in the profession of the built environment paints a very, very bleak picture. Underpinned by the notion, I think Einstein said it, saying is to expect something different by doing things the same way. An idea which was in the Transform Committee early in our strategic sessions is what is required in the built environment is systemic structural reform premised on access, redress, and education. And I'll elaborate a little bit later on that, with a view of empowering practitioners from entry, academic learning sites to retirement. That's a full life cycle approach from cradle to grave. Now, I spoke about the systemic structural reform earlier on, and at the meaning of that. So a system is defined by people, processes, and technology or tools. And in my tenure at the Western Cape government, I've been privileged to work with a multitude of activists and professionals and contractors and communities more specifically. And this seat that I occupied provided me with a unique vantage point to evaluate the state of transformation in the built environment, particularly in the public sector. Yeah, I've observed that the current policy provisions make it very complex for designated groups to, one, procure commissions and to work in the public sector in order to build and sustain successful practices in order to provide apprenticeships that was afforded to me early in my career, which ushered me my entry into the profession. Supply chain management policies are contorted to obstruct access to opportunities for designated group, and the fact that we still use the term HDI or PDI is moot, because the same people are still disadvantaged 27 years after the dawn of democracy. So we're not historically or previously disadvantaged, we're still presently disadvantaged. The reality is that this status quo prevails, that if the status quo prevails, less designated group individuals will enroll in a built environment career paths, and the inequality presented in the statistics will further be exacerbated. And I think Peter mentioned the notion of that tenant. Architects and professional service providers and contractors, designated groups in the public sector built environment face similar challenges in career advancement and mobility to management levels, with the OSD also repelling practitioners to enter the public service. The present is a defining moment in South African history for architects and built environment functions alike. The current economic milieu beckons the need for the built environment to respond to the challenges we are facing. Infrastructure development has been identified as the primary driver of the economic recovery. However, it would be remiss of decision makers, policy crafters, and leaders in the space to not amplify the transformation agenda as the enigmatic signifier, as Joan Yero used to teach us, to bring about or capitalize the reform. Is an ethical disposition, because aspirations of the Constitution are deferred and dignity is denied. Transformation has to do with a radical redistribution of equity, because without this, ownership and accountability cannot happen, cannot be transferred. Lastly, expediency is required in redress, not just in the interest of the professions and built environment fraternity, but most importantly, urgency in restoration of dignity for all citizens of the country. Ironically, Churchill, which is a known imperialist, said, "Don't waste a good crisis." It brings about opportunities for things to happen and ideas to be executed that wasn't possible yesterday. Thank you very much, Program Director and Madam.
Thank you, Clive, for that input. Much appreciated. And as you say, that crisis brings about opportunity, and we'll be coming back to you when we look at your presentation and how can procurement policies accelerate transformation that we see in our industry. And then next, from Clive, we have Danashwa. Danashwa Bastu is a managing member of Danashwa Bastu and Associates, and at the Akilen Academy, he has the role of independent researcher for continuous professional development content. He is also an independent member on the SACAP IDOW and Registration Committee. Mr. Bastu's achievements include being the longest serving member on various SACAP committees since 2009 to current, now in 2021. He is also past National Executive President and Board Member of the SIBID with 33 years of voluntary selfless service for the benefit of the architectural profession, resigned in October 2019. Mr. Bastu's accomplishments include creating awareness for restorative justice and RPL champion for the missing middle in architecture. He has authored many articles that aim to contextualize why it is important in South Africa for RPL to be available to redress past imbalances, promote social and economic objectives through procurement for an inclusive built environment profession, understand the SACAP 6 work stages to manage risk and maximize profitability. And I present to you Mr. Bastu. I know that Mr. Mwasa, when he was speaking earlier, he spoke about the SACAP council and all councils and committees to be of passionate people. I know that Mr. Bastu stands for advocacy and has been a passionate activist. Mr. Bastu, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, there you go. Thank you.
Okay. Greetings, Madam Chair, the panelists and delegates. Today I will be presenting a high-level overview on transforming the built environment by unlocking the value chain that exists in social housing beneficiation. I just want to quote from the Reconstruction and Development Program 1994, where it says, "No political democracy can survive and flourish if the mass of our people remain in poverty, without land, without tangible prospects for a better life. Attacking poverty and deprivation must therefore be the first priority of a democratic government." Chapter 8 of the National Development Plan 2030 articulates the vision of government on how municipalities should be transforming human settlements and the national space economy. Land reform starts with the built environment professionals who will provide professional design solutions and management services needed to develop land into physical spaces for purposes of need, including the design of all the built environment infrastructure related services. So the question is, what is the status quo in the built environment transformation agenda 27 years into our constitutional democracy? Let's focus our attention on social housing, which is one of the social compacts intended to broaden ownership of assets and economic inclusion. According to the eThekwini Municipal Spatial Development Framework 2021, the municipality has a backlog of more than 440,000 housing units. However, between 2016 and 2019, the municipality managed to only build an average of 4,000 houses per annum. What does this stats indicate? It will take 100 years to eradicate the housing backlog in the eThekwini municipality. And we as built environment professionals cannot allow this to happen and sit back and watch this pandemic. From this, it is obvious that the existing state of affairs in the built environment needs to change drastically in order to eradicate poverty and inequality, and to unlock the value chain, which will be a key driver for job creation and skills development. When we look at the value chain and we look at the stats that our unemployment, 35% that was announced in the past 2 days, we need to start seriously looking at sources that can create jobs. And one of the sources is social housing. We as responsible stakeholders in the built environment and potential beneficiaries of social housing projects must come up with innovative solutions to fast track the pace at which housing is delivered to the citizens. What are some of the solutions to fast track the housing service delivery value chain? We need to release land and service sites to the people who are willing to build their own houses. We need to remove the red tape that exists at municipal level. We need to improve and simplify the building plan and town planning approval process. We need to identify competent building contractors who are capable of delivering high volumes of quality housing within a short time frame. We need to eradicate corruption and maladministration and improve the corporate governance regulatory framework. I think throughout this convention, the word of ethics, was floating, and corporate governance speaks about ethics and good leadership and all of that. So we need to start looking at our governance and how we use it to make sure that we are able to deliver on the people's mandate. Achieving a sustainable and transformed built environment ecosystem means that the built environment where we live in must be reflective and inclusive of all the South African demographics. The available infrastructure is functional and capable of delivering services that is sustainable and affordable to all the residents, which will contribute to the holistic development of all the citizens. So what happens to communities when they become beneficiaries of social housing? Are we creating sustainable pathways such as work opportunities, entrepreneurial skills development, and economic inclusion for the communities so that they take ownership and responsibility for their newly acquired assets? Are we addressing the spatial land use management planning mistakes that occurred post-apartheid 1994 when new human settlements were created? One example is Waterloo in Verulam, which is one of the many developments in the eThekwini Municipal District post-apartheid that got its spatial planning wrong. The town planning scheme is restrictive and the development of the human settlement does not allow for small business startup opportunities to be located within the community. This spatial injustice needs to be addressed by the municipality to economically empower all who live in these specific human settlements. We must focus on how projects and programs address spatial inclusivity and transformation, especially for the historically disadvantaged. The education and training of the youth and persons with disabilities to become active participants in the built environment value chain. Empowering and supporting women in the built environment programs so that they are equipped with the skills required to become beneficiaries of the value chain. We must embrace diversity for a shared vision that invests in enabling, empowering, and equipping nano, micro, and small-sized businesses to coexist in newly created human settlements. We must embrace innovation and technology to fast-track housing service delivery. In conclusion, it is my opinion that a transformed architectural profession is not sustainable if the value chain in the delivery of mass social housing remains locked and is the sole responsibility of the three spheres of government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Tanasha, for that presentation. Much appreciated. And when Dr. Ramakgopa spoke earlier, he said money is not the government's problem, but spending it. And I heard you very well when you were speaking about the shortfall, especially in the housing sector, that will engage later on into what programs can be put in place to make sure that that money is spent and is spent to, what is the right word? It is spent to make sure that it empowers those who've been underprivileged, it empowers the societies that have been left behind before. So thank you for that presentation, much appreciated. We're moving on to Sikhumbuzo Mthembu. Sikhumbuzo Mthembu, we know him as Skura, born in Flagstaff, Eastern Cape. Sikhumbuzo started architecture at both DUT and UKZN in Durban. He has been part of various station modernization projects, including the underground bridge, City Station, KwaMashu. His passion for the profession has led him to various voluntary responsibilities. He is the current South African Institute of Architects, KZN Regional President. As a board member of the South African Institute of Architects, Mthembu serves at the African Union of Architects as Green Building Director, which addresses contextual and sustainability building practice within the continent. He leads and is a founder of both Straton Architects and Sikhumbuzo Mthembu Architects, SEMAC. Sikhumbuzo, we welcome you. And in our briefing, we spoke about you being the African leader at SAIA and also being young in leadership. So we're speaking about transformation, and we would like to give the floor to you. What is your take? And as a person who's in leadership, how do you see transformation unfold? The floor is yours. Thank you.
Relatively young. Thank you so much, Mandisa.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone who is involved in putting together this conference. Thank you to SACAP for the initiatives that have happened in the past that address race and gender, stakeholder engagements, monitoring of registration figures. That is actually quite important. Thank you to Peter Diache, who actually spoke about those figures just now. Those are quite important for us to keep. So as an institute president in KZN, I'm involved in a number of initiatives that bring architecture to young people who otherwise would not hear about it. We are involved in a project with Rodney Harbour, a former professor at UKZN, in a project called Be an Architect for a Day, where we look into students in townships, etc., who come and experience what being an architect could be by doing a small physical model, and they ask questions, etc. Also, we have entrepreneurs who come through and say, look, we want to profile 100 scarce skills, and generally architecture is one of them. When I spoke at that event of the 100 scarce skills, not even one pupil had heard about architecture before. It was grade 8 students, grade 8, standard 6, just before high school. None of them had heard about architecture. And so part of transformation has to involve us investing in the future, in a way that when somebody chooses this discipline or chooses this field, they can make a meaningful contribution about it, because it's something that they've heard about it early enough before they chose their subjects and before they go to university. Now, there's another thing though, beyond equipping people to be architects. There is the challenge of being able to practice architecture. Not everyone wants to be an employee forever. You want to, at some point, explore your own ideas. You want to, at some point, make your own contribution. And that is what the whole thing comes crashing down in South Africa. Architecture is not isolated to the overall economic situation of the country. And as we know, we are in a very unequal society. And because of that, you can motivate people. You can speak to many young people. You can get them ready for varsity. You can get them ready to be architects. You can look at the stats at SACAP, get people registered. But can you get people to get a foot in the industry as part of the economy? Can you get people being able to practice on their own and making that contribution? And that is very, very important. Now, I'm not now trying to make Black architects feel sorry for yourself that you are not involved in a 500 million rand to 1 billion rand office building in Sandton. No. There is still much more to do in South Africa. GP Gravestein, the student who won a Cora Brick just now, spoke of a rural project which I really, really liked. The poverty and impoverishments that happens in the rural areas is actually is more than what we know of. And when people migrate from the rural areas straight to the city, you come back to another problem, which is housing. The previous speaker spoke about it. And so we have to have all these interventions, not only in cities, but also in rural areas. So what I'm trying to say is there is so much more to do in South Africa, but we have to have an inclusive way of procuring work for architects. It can't be white only. Major projects in South Africa at the moment are primarily white architects. And so we actually have to make the circle bigger. One of the speakers earlier on is Ruben Reddy. When Ruben had the bid to do Commonwealth in Durban, he included 25 architects. And it was to look at all the venues that were to be done leading up to the Commonwealth. And that's what I mean. We have to make the circle bigger. How we pitched this to a major developer in KZN was that in your new developments, please recommend architects who've never had opportunity before. We're still in negotiations with that particular developer, but it's a very, very slow process. It's a hurdle, which is why at a meeting we had with CSIR recently, or not recently, maybe before COVID, there were public works representatives there. I said to public works representatives, you will not effect transformation on your own. You need private sector. You definitely cannot. There is a way where government has to look at the procurement, yes, but there is a way in which the private sector as well has to say, look, this is how we can contribute to transformation. And transformation in this case, being able to give people more opportunities. If you doubt people's abilities, Mukena did speak about competitions. There is so much talent out there that we don't know of. Competitions, it levels the field. And in that way, we are able to bring people who do not have the strong high school network of people who are in economics and accounting, etc., etc. You're giving them that opportunity to be able to put their foot on the door. So apart from our education and apart from our registrations, we have to look into how does government and private sector take the agenda of transformation as far as jobs distribution is concerned to another level, which is actually quite important. My contribution with mentoring, if you like, or contributing to young architects, we have the practice committee in KZN, which is made out of 3 very experienced architects. This is where we arm young architects or advise them, so that when your opportunity comes, you are actually well and ready. So yeah, that's it. That's it for me. That's it for me. Thanks, Vanessa.
Thank you, Skura, for that. I appreciate your contribution. You spoke about career awareness, especially when the learners are still at the high school level, because I was one of those people who had never heard of architecture, even in the vocabulary, when I finished high school. So it becomes important that the awareness becomes core to our drive of transformation. Also, you spoke about the private sector embracing and committing to transformation, because we know that the private sector is still the economic powerhouse and key role players in development. So we've taken that. Thank you so much. Right now, I'll be introducing Khanyisa Qobo. Ms. Khanyisa Qobo is the Divisional Manager of Advocacy at the Competition Commission of South Africa. She joined the commission in October 2012, where she established the policy analysis function with the aim of promoting better alignment of government policy and regulation to competition objectives. She later became the head of strategy and planning, assisting the commission in developing its current Vision 2030 and 5-year strategy. As manager of the advocacy division, she heads up several departments, including screening, where preliminary investigations of all complaints received are undertaken. In this role, she was instrumental in overseeing the efficient investigations of the thousands of price gouging complaints that the Commission received during South Africa's state of national disaster. Ms. Qobo has varied experience from both the private and not-for-profit sector, specializing in the field of policy, research and strategy. Prior to joining the Commission, she ran a consulting practice providing trade and investment advisory and research services. Ms. Qobo has represented the Commission at various domestic and international fora on advocacy-related themes. Ms. Qobo, you are welcome, and it's a pleasure to host the Competition Commission. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mandisa. Thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon also to the fellow panelists and to the conference guests. I found the discussion thus far very insightful. I should probably preface my comments by saying this. But maybe to contextualize my input from the vantage point of the Competition Authority, one of the purposes of the Competition Act is to promote entry into the market, especially for HDIs, historically disadvantaged individuals. I know Mr. Clive was making the point that maybe disadvantage even remains to today. But related to the issue of entry is that of participation. So you can be in a profession but not be able to effectively practice or participate. And I think some of the testimonies and comments thus far are alluding to that. So I think what we are calling transformation today is in essence about inclusion. So that is entry into the economy and participation in the economy for those who are excluded. The Commission has been receiving complaints over many years in relation to the architectural profession, particularly from technologists and draftspersons who have made the claim that the IDO, identification of work, it limits their fair participation in the market. I'm sure the guests, the conference guests, are more familiar with this issue than even we are. But in essence, the complaints are that those who are in different categories are unable to undertake work that is reserved for other categories, despite being qualified, competent, and able to do so. We also get complaints from professionals with regards to practices by body corporates or these residential estates, where the rules are set in such a way that they have their own interpretation of the published IDOs, and whereby they prevent, oftentimes again, technologists and draftspersons from working with homeowners within those estates. So those, in essence, are the gist of the complaints we receive and have been receiving over several years now. Now, there are historical engagements between the Commission and SACAP, which started at the time of the exemption application that was submitted by CBE in 2012. I think it's well known that we did not see eye to eye on the resolution of the competition issues that were raised. But more recently, in 2019, SACAP submitted a draft IDO policy to us for consideration, which sought to address some of the concerns that we had been raising. We very much welcomed this approach and the revision of the IDO, particularly some of the key elements in that revised policy, which included RPL, recognition of prior learning, special consent, special limited dispensation, and transitional provisions. But despite this welcome progress, we did raise further concerns with SACAP. And maybe I'll just touch on 3 or 4 of those. So one, of course, is the independence of the panel of assessors, in this new framework. So essentially, the question here is whether those who consider these applications for these mechanisms that are provided for moving up the categories do not themselves have a conflict of interest, given that they, in the majority, are practicing architects. So SACAP has indicated openness to reviewing and changing the composition of their panels, and have also raised even issues of diversity in relation to gender. So we understand that to be on the table. I think the second issue we raised is the application fees. We know that affordability of fees, of course, could be a further barrier to entry. So for example, the fee for each application for special consent and limited special dispensation is 9,000 Rand, while the fees for RPA application, they range between 9,000 Rand and 14,000 Rand. The applications are also subject, of course, to review and approval by this panel I referred to earlier, but it means they're not guaranteed. Complainants have also raised difficulties, I think, brought about by the pandemic as exacerbating this point, so that, yes, maybe the IDO policy has created an opportunity, but we could still have this further barrier around the fees. And I think this is something SACAP has also in our more recent discussions agreed to look into. Then, of course, the issue of the IDO itself, in its essence, in other words, the detail about what the categories are and what work is allocated within those categories is very much something that is for the profession to resolve. Because it seems that is often the point of dispute. We have had complainants, for example, coming to us saying that can SACAP not revert to the 2011 EDO, for example, because we found that we could do more work, it was more enabling than, say, the 2019 version. So our approach here, or at least our advocacy, is that maybe the review of EDOs should include third parties or independent parties who perhaps may not just be the council members in the standard course, and these could be retirees or, say, academics, just by way of example. And then I think the final comment we made on this latest EDO is just perhaps the need for ongoing stakeholder consultations, that conversations must happen continuously around perhaps some of these issues that are pain points for the profession. And I think as the regulatory body, it is incumbent then upon SACAP to ensure that consultations with stakeholders is effective. So with SACAP's commitment then to address some of these issues, we agreed to enter into an MOU with them in order to work together as regulators to resolve the balance of the issues that remain. But I think we were very much encouraged by their willingness to walk in a path that would enable or improve competition. It would enable better participation and entry. But outside chairperson of these issues that we are engaging SACAP, and I think there are broader policy issues that are, I think, quite apparent to us as also limiting entry and participation in the profession. I think one of those is the issue of qualifications, from varied tertiary institutions within the profession. And we have had some of the speakers touching on this point. But I think the point in essence is about creating pathways from school to tertiary education into the profession and whatever that may look like. And I think you want to remove those barriers that may be, creating some of those limitations for particularly youngsters, the youth who are coming through from participating then in the system. And this may be perhaps a question of policy for the policymaker, but I was quite heartened to hear Ms. Letlabe from the CBE touching on this very same issue and how they're working even with the CETAs around this topic. They also then, there's the issue of unregistered professionals, which is very much also in our orbit of issues of concern. With CBE councils in general, I think it does, I think raise some questions for us that you may have persons who went through tertiary and received particular qualifications, but choose not to register. And I think it's problematic, I think, just purely even from a regulatory perspective, but certainly from also the question of participation. I think it is important that perhaps we do ask as to what are the barriers that do prevent perhaps people from registration. And I know some of these vary with the different professionals. And I think SACAP could very much, I think, have that engagement also, or at least that issue under its consideration. And then the final, I think, point to make here on the balance of issues that concern us is that which I touched on body corporates or residential estates. So this is where these body corporate rules are unfair and I would think unlawful. They may prevent categories of professionals from undertaking work for clients. So this is unlawful in some instances. So this is an area that is very much in our radar. Currently, we will be tackling it in the months to come. And certainly, I think the stakeholders in that particular market, I think we would be engaging with them in one way or another. I think it's very clear then that there is still a lot of work ahead around this issue of transformation. But I think the fact that the issue is very much at least on the table now is a good start. Let me pause there then. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Kobo. I know the moderator, we are out of time. We were supposed to finish at 2, and I didn't want to cut you, but we really appreciate your input, especially about removing the barriers and creating pathways that will make sure that we achieve the transformation that we desire. We have come to the end of our session. And as we say, this is transformation cannot be spoken about or discussed in 1 hour. These are thought-provoking and is a conversation that is just starting and will be going forward. So we thank you, Peter, for your contribution, Clive Truter. We thank you, Mr. Bastu. We thank you, Skumbuzo and Ms. Kanyisa Kobo. We know that this is not the end of transformation. We will be continuing with this conversation. Thank you very much. Back to you, to our program director.
Thank you so much, Mandisa, for such wonderful moderation. Thank you to the participants for the candor and the degree of passion in the description of the issues as espoused. Highly, highly appreciated. We will reconvene at about 25 past. It's a short break. Our apologies again. But we hope that we're going to keep things moving and as rich and as exciting as it currently is. But before that, I'd like to again invite Flex to do a presentation, and I look forward to seeing you at 25 minutes past. Thank you again, everybody. Bye.
Children, we swung on trees, hung on dreams, paid flowers, visits, captured bees, unconscious investments, now life rather sweet. We caged birds just to be free. Wandering souls conquered mountains, barefoot, chasing after rabbits, after bad habits, made innocent mistakes, and belts were never known for waste. We made Granny run, her back bent like branches reaching out for the sun. Will she ever taste the sweetness of her fruit, the creativity of her juice, her wrinkles, history lines, and remembrance of our youth? We were young, naughty scenes in hiding, but when seen, hidings were seen, and we ran like we carried freedom in our feet. When streets or playgrounds before playgrounds were built on our streets, tongues dressed in different speech. Loneliness dared not to befriend us. Tea and laughter for breakfast. Inhaled stories, now we own legends for breath. Rich with yesterdays, we inherit age. The past, the master. The future's a present slave. I wasn't Flex then. If time is money, memories, and investment. house visits and captured bees. Unconscious investments, now life is rather sweet. We caged birds just to be free. Wandering souls conquered mountains barefoot, chasing after rabbits, after bad habits, made innocent mistakes, and belts were never known for waste. We made Granny run, her back bent like branches reaching out for the sun. Will she ever taste the sweetness of her fruit, the creativity of her juice, her wrinkles, history lines, and remembrance of our youth? We were young, naughty scenes in hiding, but when seen, hidings were seen, and we ran like we carried freedom in our feet. When streets were playgrounds before playgrounds were built on our streets, tongues dressed in different speech, loneliness dared not to befriend us. Tea and laughter for breakfast, inhaled stories, now we own legends for breath. Rich with yesterdays, we inherit age, the past, the master, the future's a present slave. I wasn't flex then. If time is money, memories are an investment. dreams, paid flowers, visits, and captured beans. Unconscious investments, now life is rather sweet. We caged birds just to be free. Wandering souls conquered mountains, barefoot chasing after rabbits, after bad habits, made innocent mistakes, and belts were never known for waste. We made Granny run, her back bent like branches reaching out for the sun. Will she ever taste the sweetness of her fruit? The creativity of her juice, her wrinkles, history lines, and remembrance of our youth. We were young, naughty scenes in hiding, but when seen, hidings were seen, and we ran like we carried freedom in our feet. When streets were playgrounds before playgrounds were built on our streets, tongues dressed in different speech. Loneliness dared not to befriend us. Tea and laughter for breakfast. Inhaled stories, now we own legends for breath. Rich with yesterdays, we inherit age. The past, the master. The future's a present slave. I wasn't flexed then. If time is money, memories are an investment. on dreams, paid flowers, visits, and captured bees. Unconscious investments, now life is rather sweet. We caged birds just to be free. Wandering souls conquered mountains, barefoot chasing after rabbits, after bad habits, made innocent mistakes, and belts were never known for waste. We made Granny run, her back bent like branches reaching out for the sun. Will she ever taste the sweetness of her fruit? The creativity of her juice, her wrinkles, history lines, and remembrance of our youth. We were young, naughty scenes in hiding, but when seen, hidings were seen, and we ran like we carried freedom in our feet. When streets were playgrounds before playgrounds were built on our streets, tongues dressed in different speech. Loneliness dared not to befriend us. Tea and laughter for breakfast. Inhaled stories, now we own legends for breath. Rich with yesterdays, we inherit age. The past, the master. The future's a present slave. I wasn't flex then. If time is money, memories are an investment.
Good day, everybody. I hope we're well. And thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. The next session is one that is dear to my heart, although of course all of them are, partly because it's the moderator actually is an old friend, Professor Amira Osman. She'll be taking us through the quite a fascinating session, and it's one session that I'm also pleased to say that I'm actually a participant. So really looking forward to that. Let me start by giving a short description of Professor Osman. She's a Sudanese South African architect, professor of architecture at the Soaring University of Technology, and research chair in spatial transformation. She believes that the architectural profession has a critical role to play in the achievements of the built environment in cities that are equitable, beautiful, and lovable. Indeed, she has spent most of her career advocating for these principles.
Amira obtained a PhD in architecture from the University of Pretoria in 2004. She has extensive experience curating international events, coordinating complex programs, conceptualizing and publishing content, and managing diverse teams. The biggest having been her role as the UIA 2014 Durban reporter. And I also sat with her on the scientific committee for 3, if not 5 years in preparation for that seminal architectural event. Professor Osman, Amira, over to you. I'll make my intervention when you signal me. The meeting is yours. I think your microphone is on mute.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mokena. Thanks to everyone that is joining us on this panel. And indeed, Mokena, we have so much to discuss with regards to how we shape our urban environments and how the profession, specifically how the architectural profession and the built environment professionals in general have a major role to play in this process. We have a great panel, and like Mokena says, I'm expecting, in addition to you managing the session, Mokena, I'm expecting your intellectual input as well, as I do know that you have a lot to offer in this field. So we're really pleased to welcome a panel, a very diverse panel. Mr. Charles Mbuka, I hope he's here, Architect Charles Mbuka, Cheryl Walters, Kieran Mattel, Kaylee Pepido, and Dinesh Chintaram. And please forgive me if I make any mistakes in the pronunciations. And each one of them will be contributing to this conversation from their particular context, and you'll see that we come from diverse contexts, which we will introduce now, and also from our own perspectives. So we're all very concerned with this issue of spatial transformation and how we can contribute to the creation or to the remaking of our cities into more equitable cities, more livable and lovable cities, a term that I often like to use. And how the architects can contribute to it, yet we always find that the architectural profession is either not included, and there's been quite a lot of conversation, Mokena, today around this issue of how to bring architects and architecture to the forefront of these conversations. And I think it was Leander this morning that said that this is an unprecedented gathering, an unprecedented meeting between the architectural profession and government and people in policy-making positions. So this is really an amazing opportunity. So we will have people offering us a South African perspective, an African perspective from Dinesh, a city-level perspective from Cheryl, and a perspective from someone working in a regulatory capacity at SACAP in Charles Mbuka. So Mokena, the way that I have structured, and I don't know if you've checked the program, the way that I've structured this is that you would then give us your opening statement and introduce everyone, and then we will take it from there in our 5-minute statements.
Great. So I'll thank you so much for the platform, Amira, and the chance to be with you and the colleagues on such an important issue. I'd like to, I've actually decided to restructure my intervention based in part on what has transpired this morning. We've heard statistics about, ratios of penetration in terms of the market sector, throughput from universities, etc. And all of these ideas revolve around the issue of metrics and data, and what can we measure around the architectural profession, if you will, and who participates and who does not. This question of measurement, I think, is quite an important one, because on the one hand, the built environment is a place of measurement. It is about volume, it's about construction. Urban planners, we engage with issues of bulk, we understand flows. One could say it's a very mathematically precise discourse. And part of the challenge, however, is that when we only see it as those things that we can measure, and we begin to forget the things that we cannot measure, such as the quality of an urban environment. Your point, Amira, about what makes a city or a neighborhood livable These are metrics that don't show up on easy spreadsheets. These are things that are not on a procurement form in terms of being able to determine whether one project is better than the other, or they're also not present in terms of if one is looking at cost savings and reductions, what are you losing out? Now, I mentioned this specifically because I was engaged just recently with a company that wanted to use data to inform urban planning on the African continent. As you may know, I work with Dalberg. We work across a number of cities. And this particular organization was fixated on the idea that if you could measure everything within the city, you could plan it better, and that therefore data was the be-all and end-all to how cities should be imagined, constructed, planned for, and so on. And we made the point that, yes, you can measure certain, let's call it densities, flows, whatever it might be, but there's certain things that you can't measure. One can't measure the quality of an environment that is appropriate in Pretoria as opposed to Lagos, as opposed to Cairo, as opposed to Lubumbashi. One can't exactly measure these sorts of attributes. And this is what makes the role of the architect particularly unique in the context of a broader discipline, or a rather broader community of disciplines. I still believe that, to go back to some of the points raised by Professor John Owero, we bring into the conversation an understanding of the technical, but the understanding of the poetic. And we're able to balance these things with equal concern and passion. We are as much concerned about the aesthetics of the city as much as we are concerned about the politics of the city, as much as we are concerned about traffic flows and traffic impact assessments. This puts our profession in a very unique position in that we will always be straddling a tension, if you will, between the dimension of that which can be measured and that which cannot be measured. But without our voice in those conversations and in those rooms that insist that cities need to be lovable as well as livable, that insists that the quality of life is partly about Gini coefficient, but it could be about air quality. It could be about public open space. It could be about the density of trees in a particular area. It could be about the distance that you have to walk from your taxi rank to your home, or not. Some of these things can be measured and some of them cannot be measured in the same sort of way. So my call to this community, and particularly to the officials there who engage with us on a day-by-day basis, either in terms of policy or trying to understand how best can they serve the built environment, is to remember that architecture is fundamentally, in many ways, an art with a practical and technical underpinning. And it's that artistic component is what allows us to make livable and lovable cities that speak to more than how we measure cities in terms of brick and mortar, but really about the quality of life and the beauty that becomes possible when architecture, urban design, and all these other factors are taken into due consideration. Now, do we always get it right? Probably not. Some would not necessarily understand the poetic dimension of a project. Some would say that it's all about the numbers and the cheapest that you can build and the most amount of buildings that you can produce. I would argue that our role is to find a medium between these two extreme conditions, that the pendulum cannot swing from side to side, that we have to find that middle zone, and that middle zone is where I would argue historically architects have sought to grapple with that struggle most distinctly. And we need to embrace that role, but we also need to be recognized for the value that we play in that role. That we are most effective when we are concerned about the poetics of space, as well as the ethics of space, as well as the dimensions of space. And without us, we end up creating very unconvivial, dangerous, unproductive environments. And I would argue there's a direct economic relationship between poorly designed environments and poorly functioning economies. I yield the floor on that point.
Wonderful, Mokena. Thank you so much. And I heard you earlier, concluding an earlier session where you spoke about shifting the focus just from costs to a value-based conversation. And I think what you've said here really aligns well with that. So thank you so much. Some people have said they can't hear me clearly. So I've put on my reading glasses and I've come really close to my computer. So hopefully my voice will be clearer now. I would like to share my screen. I just have a few slides that I would like to share. as an opening again, and I hope that you can see my first slide. Mokena, can you confirm for me?
Yes, I can see the slide. I can definitely see the slide. Please proceed.
Okay.
Oh, slides have moved quite a bit. Do you want to go back to the first one? They jumped quite quickly.
Let me... Okay, space has power. Space is political. Space is not neutral, like Mokena reminded us earlier. Everything we do is value-based. Space has meaning. Space tells us, are we valued, are we important, and do we count? And because it's so powerful, space can exclude, humiliate, intimidate, and anger. And an unknown author wrote, create inhumane environments and people will respond likewise. I'm going to very briefly talk about interface and edges as leading into this conversation around shaping urban environments and the role of architecture in shaping urban environments. So over the years, I have lobbied for street edge activation to become a condition for development approvals in various ways. This has been my practice in teaching, in my own practice, in my writing and research. I've always focused on this idea of the interface and the edge. I won't be able to share everything I've written in this regard, but I'm just sharing a few things that I hope people will visit maybe after this session. South Africa urgently needs to rethink its approach to housing. I wrote this after also quite a lot of disruption that happened in 2017 nationwide. In 2015, before that, I wrote What Architects Must Learn from South African Student Protests. In 2016, I wrote about my home country, Sudan's student protests show how much city planning and design matter. I have also been producing a podcast, the latest one on African cities, envisioning an alternative future, and the latest episode on space, race, and spatial transformation, having the courage to address complex topics. What I've tried to do, and we are a very visual profession, so what I tried to do, and to give it a very design focus, I tried to write about what does spatial transformation look like. And I really hope some of you will engage with what I shared there. And my latest contribution in the Mail and Guardian was just after the July riots, where I argue that this is an opportunity to heal South Africa's divisive spatial geographies. The last couple of weeks, I've been involved with the Gauteng Institute of Architecture. We are looking at the shortlisted projects for the architectural awards, and I can tell you that many of them dealt with this issue of urban regeneration and of the edges and of the interface between the buildings and the cities. Sorry, I went too fast. So this is Jewel City in Johannesburg, and you can see some of the concepts I'm talking about here. This is again Jewel City and Elevate in central Johannesburg. It's about the spaces created by the buildings, between the buildings and the public spaces in the streets, and the way that people are using those spaces. So I conclude that the interface between the site, precinct, and the city is important. The interface between the architecture and the urbanism, between the professions and the policymakers, and addressing the edges as the key aspect that will transform the city. So these are my brief ideas that I hope will help lead us into the conversation. And I would like to invite Vinesh. Vinesh, welcome. Mokena, are you happy with that?
I'm absolutely happy. Absolutely happy. You're the moderator. You're in charge of this session. I'm just a passenger in your car, right?
Thank you, Mokona. And Vinesh, welcome. Vinesh is president of the African Union of Architects. He's a practicing architect. We are really pleased to have you here. And I also just want to add a note to the audience that I'm hoping that my team are adding the full bios of all the speakers in the chat as we are speaking. So Vinesh, you have 5 minutes, and just a note to all the speakers, we each have strictly 5 minutes for speaking. Welcome, Vinesh. Very happy to have you here.
Thank you, Prof. Just to precise, I'm the Secretary General of the Africa Union of Architects, and maybe someday the President, but for now, I'll stick to my role as SG. So I have a very simple presentation that I would like to share. With regards to the theme, I really like the title, by the way. It's speaking about livable and lovable city, because it's a matter of heart. So, and to me, what is important is to understand how our continent has been transforming over the 400 years with massive tapping on the natural resources, human resources. What has been happening to us as Africans? Okay? What about our culture? But when we speak about culture, when we speak about people, we speak about the way we live. Okay? And where do we live? That's another question again. And we speak about cities. We are, for most of us, understand that the population growth in our cities is booming. We have major challenges to address, from housing challenges amongst food supply, energy, etc., etc. There are big challenges when it comes to infrastructure. We do speak about connecting Africa from east, west, north, south. The African Union, for instance, is working on mega projects to interconnect cities across the continent. Okay? And all these are very key to the development of the continent from a territorial point of view, but the impact is also direct on our cities and rural Africa as well, because we rarely speak about rural Africa, and that's one of the points that I really want to highlight. And of course, we have technology that is really contributing to the to bridging the gap, because we've seen it with the COVID-19, how technology has been really instrumental in bridging the gap, be it for those speaking about working from home, but also for everything related to logistics and for medical facilities, amongst others. We are speaking a lot about smart Africa, smart cities in Africa. And what are we really thinking of is a question which to me remains unanswered, because it's so vast. It's speaking about mobility, about clean energy, about AI, about everything else. So how do we address all those things, and how do we really build resilience for Africa? Because we can't only speak about cities. We can only think of our cities if we think of Africa in an integral approach or integral manner. So the challenges are endless, but what is most important is if we look at the trends, and with the growing population in our African cities, I really fear that we won't be having all the solutions, and unless we address the continental scale, and we then can define a strategy. But again, there are so many hurdles, so many challenges. So just few challenges that I want to highlight. We need to build for the next 30 years above 500 million housing units. It means like approximately 50,000 housing units per day built and delivered to respond to the growing population and housing needs. How do we do that? It comes again to another question: education facilities, medical facilities. We are speaking about COVID and its impact. All those are major challenges. And we don't have exact figures, but what I want to say to be brief on those points and to set the scene here also is that we are around 70,000+ architects practicing. There is an estimate of around 10,000 students in architecture currently, but our cities, it's not just a matter of architects. Are we really training our future generation to address those challenges just from a spatial point of view or technological point of view, amongst others? So it's really fundamental that we're able to address the challenges from the right perspective. And there is not just one perspective. This is the key challenge here. And it brings me to something which is what I always push forward. Are we using our common sense? So basically, brings me to the question, are our cities lovable and livable? And do I love my city or do I hate my city? And why is that so? Okay? So if someone is living in rural Africa and moving to the city and then doesn't love the city, we need to understand why. So there is one challenge whereby we've been looking at cities more from a pure machine point of view over the past decades. Someone earlier spoke about Le Corbusier, amongst others, but it's really time for us to think our cities and our rural Africa from a human point of view. And it's really not a matter about architecture and planning, really. We really need to look beyond that. And it brings me to the point to say that, once again, at the level of the African Union, the Union is really looking forward to develop, to implement an integrated development approach for the whole of the continent. And the African Union of Architects, which is also part of the African Union as a permanent member in one of their organs, we are trying to contribute to that process with our humble means. So just highlighting those core challenges without being too long, to say that it's not just about livable cities. Livable cities can be lovely if we also treat rural Africa in a lovely manner. So let's love our continent. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Vinesh. And there's so much that one can discuss on the issues that you've raised, but we'll leave that to the end. And we will move directly. And thanks also for being able to stick to the time. I really appreciate that. Let's move to Charles Nduka. Welcome.
Thank you, Amira. I hope that, I don't know why my video is not coming on. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is a lovely topic, and it seeks to address the legacy that we are facing as South African. You know, South African cities are not performing very well and are failing to meet the realities of post-apartheid society. South Africa, like the rest of the world, is experiencing devastating multiple shocks and disturbance it never experienced in its history of existence. Prolonged economic misfiring, COVID-19, and recent looting have highlighted the urgent need to address special realities and gave birth to the most unequal society in the world. It is not the time to point fingers, but to seize the opportunity these challenges present to South African society. Architectural profession has the answers, capacity, and a major role to play in the development of rebuilding a livable and lovable South African cities that are resilient. It is the time to transform South Africa, South African monolithic and vulnerable urban fabric to diversified and resilient cities, which will prepare our society for multitude of disturbance and make our cities to survive, adapt to a variety of changing conditions and grow in face of acute shocks and chronic stress they inevitably experience. City performance is measured through its capacity to withstand multiple shocks of different kinds. At the core of the livable and lovable city we're striving for in South Africa, resilience must take a center stage. In urban circles today, discussion on resilience have taken a center stage, and there seems to be an agreement on the concept of diversity as means of increase the resilience in social system. To lay claim on livable and lovable phenomena, the current state of our cities must be transformed to support diversified ranges of social and socio-economic opportunities, combat and self-sustained community patterns, the close relationship between physical and political geographies of the community. It must also support expansive connectivity and transport infrastructures. Urban fabric should be transformed to one which supports ranges of different ownership, support ranges of community and different household structures. We know that our community structures are huge, and we need to cater for all of them. But one question we need to ask is, where do we start as a nation to embark on a journey to reverse the dystopian cities condition left by apartheid legacy? A case study of Bogota, Colombia's capital, is worthy of consideration in a period where the mayors decided to target the easiest way into the problem by experimenting on a public space to immediately have an impact in a larger scale than other types of infrastructure and social projects. They saw public space as effective platform for reaching and transforming Bogota citizens while increasing equity in public resources in the city. So this is what we need to start to think about. Otherwise, lovable and livable city, there is a lot of theory in place of what needs to be done. It's just that now I think what we need to do, we need to sit down and actually reach out, if it means that we must volunteer to solve this problem. I think it is the time to do that now. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Charles Nduka. I really appreciate that and your perspective as an architect, as someone very involved with the regulation of the architectural profession. I really do appreciate your input. And we will now hand over to Cheryl, who is with the City of Cape Town, to have your unique perspective from there. Cheryl, welcome.
Good afternoon, Amira. Good afternoon, McKenna. Thanks very much for having me on the panel. So it is in cities where the rubber really eats the tar, where the real differences are made. We can all sit and pontificate about spatial justice or spatial transformation or how we shape our urban environments. And if we don't look at the social events happening around us, then we are going to be missing this boat. We have an increased number of people coming into these cities, and then the cities get manifested in different ways. We still have this differentiation between the formal and the informal, and often, I'm sorry to say it, in the built environment, we do play in the formal space more than in the informal space, and we need to embrace that. We need to seriously embrace that, because that is where all what is considered not necessarily, historically not necessarily okay, is sort of blindsided and left to fend for itself and deal with itself, except in the formal area. However, when I think it was the earlier speaker was speaking about data, I think actually it was McKenna who spoke about data, etc. It is only in those spaces that we really have the numbers. It's in those spaces that we have the numbers in terms of structure. We also have the numbers in terms of developments that are happening. And yes, we don't have all the information there, therefore we can't report on it in a particular way. So what I can say in the City of Cape Town, and I think I speak under correction, and I want to apologize to my colleagues nationally in the other metros. The statistics in the City of Cape Town for the last financial year, we had processed in excess of 23,000 building plans. a contribution of 16 billion rand to the economy of the city. Now, the reason why we can report on it, and we can, and we've got quantities, is because the city of Cape Town has been the only metro that has been open for business during the lockdown. And that is due to an electronic system that we can enter, and you as the profession can enter anywhere from the anywhere in the world straight into the system. So I need to actually say that. But once again, as I said, it's in the formal sector, not necessarily in the informal sector. When we're talking about shaping these urban environments, it is about holistic. It is about integrated human settlements. It is about creating safe spaces so the urban spaces that we create in these settlements, they need to be safe for people, for anybody. And there's a saying or a measurement, sort of a measurement that one uses. If a place can work for women and children, then it can work for anybody. And one needs to understand that, particularly since the second pandemic in our country is gender violence or gender issues. We need to make sure that we actually address that. So when I get back to what's happening in the city of Cape Town or any other city, and it's something that has been raised in the ease of doing business with SACAP, we need to look at the built environment professionals. And since this platform is predominantly geared towards architects, we need to understand how you guys engage with what comes in. So where I sit, I'm the regulator in the city of Cape Town. So we receive all the building plan submissions, and that's why I can report on it. But what we are concerned about is that it seems to be coming in a very isolated way. It very seldom ties itself to anything else. So when we're talking about, and the beautiful pictures that Amira showed, in terms of how an open space works with the buildings around it, etc., we're not seeing that. We're not seeing it in developments and settlements that are being built. When the applications come in, there's a certain, almost like a disconnect between the application and the regulatory requirements that are needed for that application to be processed and then become an issue of good governance and good city building. So I'd like to leave that also with SACAP to pick up, because we are finding it. So the quality submissions or the quality of submissions are something that we really need to address. Obviously, in terms of regulatory awareness, the city of Cape Town has developed 2 platforms. We're now looking at merging it into one, and one is called Build It Right. And so it's a free participatory platform that the architects can enter into and discuss on that platform. The other one is Plan It Right, and it's predominantly for the planners, but obviously because the architects also play in that space, they can also access it. So when we're coming, so let me just draw this up, so draw to a conclusion. So in the city of Cape Town, as I said, in cities, it's where the rubber hits the tar. And it's here where we need to actually engage with each other, discuss, make sure that we respond to these environments in a very positive way. And if we don't do that, we are going to be missing this ball all the time. We're going to be trying to hit it, but we are going to be missing it. We're going to be coming up with solutions that are certainly not going to meet these really nice words that we want: spatial transformation, contribution to the urban fabric, livable and lovable cities. Can we please start the conversation? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And there's, again, a lot to pick up on in our conversation. I would like But I'd like to immediately hand over to Kieran. Who's from Ireland. Welcome. Also elected. Welcome. Kieran, unmute.
I think you're still on mute.
Technical people can see that Kieran, it doesn't look like he's, but when I see it, it's muted. Technical.
Right, it's a bit of a challenge. Could I make a suggestion? Oh, there's an echo here. Amira, would you like another speaker to go ahead first, whilst we then sort out Kieran on the side?
We can't do that. I'm also here. McKenna. The technical people. Lara, you suggest?
Yeah, there's a peculiar echo.
Yeah, there's a very echo. Kieran, sorry. Maybe try your mic. Go. Could we try and don't just have this? Kieran, sorry, please.
Could everybody switch off their mics aside from Kieran? Let's go.
Yeah, but I'm still seeing mic cross. So we need technical support.
Yeah. Well, I'll ask DMG events to the side. But Kieran, could you try speaking now? Okay, I'm not too sure how we deal with this. Could you try speaking again? At least this time it doesn't seem to be an echo. There's probably a problem with your microphone, Kieran. Amira, just whilst we deal with the technicalities, can I make a suggestion that we pivot to somebody else, and then I ask DMG events to please DM Kieran and see if we can confirm if it's just a mic or a connectivity issue? Yeah, Kieran, maybe what might sense would be to possibly log out and then come back in again. And then in the interim, we would maybe go for somebody else.
At least the echo has gone.
Yeah.
So I see Kieran has gone out and probably trying to come back in. And I just called and they say that they're working on it.
Great.
So could I ask Kaylee? Kaylee, are you available and willing to try and go first?
Hi, everybody. Can everybody hear me?
Wonderful.
You're perfect. There you go.
Good. Thank you very much, everybody, for having me here. I am rather excited and very nervous. As I also, just before we started, while Professor showed her slideshow, I actually saw one of my buildings, which made me more excited for what we're doing. And just briefly, so the building I'm talking about is Skatistan Skate School in Maboneng. And how we started is I randomly saw the ad on social media, and Skatistan was looking for an architect. They had no money, and we were willing to take it on pro bono. And I think it was one of my best experience in my life, because there already it showed me what I wanted to do, because the only thing the kids had to commit to was learn how to skate, and without them knowing that they were going to get an education. And those are the kind of initiatives spatial transformation should also include. So if I fast forward to what I'm currently doing is I have my architectural home is at JZD Architects in Cape Town. And very much similar to Skateistan, I have the same approach, which is more of a boots on the ground approach, because I feel it's the only way that we will be able to understand what we need to do, because we need to understand it from the point of view of the people that is affected negatively by spatial transformation. I need to understand what that 5,000 families I'm currently trying to create a better life, or what is their daily life about. And they deal with crime, the dangers for women and children, lack of educational facilities, lack of hygiene, lack of access to fresh water. So I need to understand it, and I need to see it to know how I'm going to make it better. But also spending time with these communities, we also see the positives, and it's good to see that, because we need to take it further in our designs. And it's things like community, family, surveillance methods, and also religion. And I feel those are the valuable lessons that us as architectural professionals with our skill set make us so important in this whole spatial transformation process that we will be going through. Currently, one of the things that the professional team I am privileged to be a part of asked is, we were looking at funding and we were looking at cutting costs for our developments. And one of the questions that came up is, the government funding model that we are currently applying, is it still relevant in a COVID economy and a future post-pandemic economy? And we felt that it was falling short. And we started thinking of ways to remedy this, because you can't design safe cities and safe and lovable human settlements by just thinking of policies. We need to think of a few other things that could also be beneficial, and we need to think of things like the safe and functional spaces. An example is we added a small 3 square meter outside space to one of the houses, and we're repeating it. And the community has dubbed it the gossip corner, because what it does is it allows the mamas in the community to still catch up on the daily gossip, but they can still see what's happening in the house and where's the kids. So those are the kind of things that we need to think of if we want to make things better. Some of the other things we need to think of is, how are we going to eradicate the social ills in society? Because architecture provides some of the most basic needs people need. Shelter that leads to warmth, that leads to a good night's sleep, that leads to healthy, functional people that are ready to work, that leads to putting food on the table. And it's these kind of small ripple effects that will bring us closer to equality. And I feel that these are the kind of things, and part with architecture, that forms the fiber of spatial transformation and humanity. Then lastly, I would like to touch on a little bit what Ms. Walters said. I do agree with you, and it's part of the reasons why I'm glad you are here, because architecture is the perfect middleman to address all these concerns. We are flexible, we are knowledgeable, we don't just think of budget, we think of people and scenarios. So I would like to extend this question to all people and everybody in any sort of leadership role. Please invite the architectural profession to your table. We can help you, we will serve you. We really want to make this change. And I think I'll leave everything there before I say too much, and I'm thoroughly nervous at this point. Thank you very much.
That was actually a beautiful way to conclude, and I really love the fact that you've started to engage the other speakers. So thank you so much, Kaylee, for that. We are going echo, but hopefully onto. So make another attempt. Kieran is maybe that's you can check.
And maybe Amira, switch off your mic. Whilst
Here. Why I was thinking that was here. I'm hearing the echo. So I'm not. Kieran, can we?
Amira, do you have any other devices on? Like, I'm not sure if this is headphones and your laptop or microphone. Can
we? I have already done, and we're still. And I sitting on my nothing on. Not sure.
So who's the next speaker?
No, another having a conversation could be difficult.
I mean, I'm going to make a radical suggestion, which is if Amira, you can also log out and come back. I'm happy to hold the space with Kaylee and see if you come in, and then we can continue. Sorry, do you want to try again? Unfortunately not. Well, now I have an echo. Oh, man. I'm not sure what it is, but if anybody has please switch them off.
Are we hearing?
It's just a whole range. Kaylee, I think you're the person without an echo. And we also like hearing your voice. Why don't we spare the audience was myself, Solid Architects, and maybe tell us a bit more about. Okay, went off. Tell us a little bit more about your experience within architecture and what do you think the future holds for the discipline given what we're discussing today. Kaylee, are you still there?
Oh yes, I am. Excuse me, you were talking to me. I see myself very small in this tank, but I'm very excited what I can bring to it. We such versatile within it.
Sorry, Kaylee. Forgive me, it's not your fault. We have a horrendous echo that has emerged, and it's affecting everybody who's speaking now.
This cannot work. Perhaps unintelligent. It's not just.
Yeah. Kiran, could you log off? And then we'll text you. Let's try and troubleshoot it. No echo there. Amira, can you speak? Is there still an echo now?
Oh, okay, no echo. So where was the echo from?
It might have been something with Kieran's line. Kaylee, can you speak now?
Okay, let's try again.
Apologies to the audience for this minor technical glitch, but it would seem that maybe Kieran's line is causing the echo. Since there's no echo now, might I suggest I will engage with technology on the side to see how we tackle Kieran. But in the interim, Amira, please continue in the nature of the conversation that you had envisaged with Kaylee whilst I work offline to sort out the situation. And again, apologies to the audience for this technological glitch. Thank you.
Okay, I'm back. I'm so sorry. Okay, I guess it's the nature of how we're doing this now, that we will occasionally have problems like this. So I hope everyone will be forgiving. But let's proceed without Kieran. We really wanted to hear Kieran's perspective. As I said, Kieran is an architect that practices in Belfast, a very divided city, and I really wanted to hear his perspectives on that matter. We've been having a lot of conversations around divisions in cities in South Africa and across the world. So let us just try and have a brief conversation, a 10-minute conversation with everyone that is here.
Yep.
And just try and wrap it up that way. So I've mentioned already that I really appreciated Mokena's take on the matter earlier today on talking about a value-based approach. And Vinesh, I really appreciated the kind of a broader look at the matter and looking at Africa in terms of numbers, in terms of the houses that we need to produce per day. You mentioned 50,000. In terms of the 70,000 architects that are currently practicing, and a number of students we're producing. But one thing you also say, which I would like to perhaps interrogate a little bit, is maybe it needs a solution that's not mere architecture or planning. And I would argue it depends on how you define architecture and planning. And that it contradicts in a way with what Kaylee was saying, where she is inviting everyone, please bring the architect to the table, because we do have a unique set of skills, which Mokena has emphasized and Joe Nowero emphasized this morning, the technical and the poetic. And we really do have those skills, but we find ourselves excluded for two reasons. One of them is self-exclusion in a way, because we tend to cater for the wealthy, and Cheryl said we only play in the formal space, which also then restricts our role significantly. But so we as a profession restrict ourselves, and maybe that's where Charles and Duka could come in again, because maybe as a profession we need to make sure that we play in all the spaces that make up the city, and make sure that we regulate for that. And the other thing is that Vinesh brought in very interestingly, is that he said we mustn't forget the rural. Now this, where we invest and where our efforts go to the rural or the urban, I think is a very important debate. I would argue that the focus still needs to solidly be on the urban, but I'll open that up, and Vinesh might have a very different opinion to that. So I've mentioned what Mokena has said, Vinesh, what you've said. I've mentioned where I would like you, Charles, to bring in your perspective as working for the regulator, and Cheryl, in terms of, thanks for alerting us that we need to play in a much wider space, but you also mentioned the discrepancies in performance between the cities. And if you could give us a comment on that without making it too political. We understand the complexities of politics between cities in South Africa. But if you could then really perhaps advise us or advise other cities. But one thing that you did say, Cheryl, which I really appreciate, and I think it links a lot with what Kaylee also contributed, is that if a place can work for women and children, it can work for anyone. One of the things I see Kieran is here, and he might not be able to speak, Kieran, unfortunately, but one of the things that I learned from Kieran when I visited Belfast was how expensive it was to maintain a divided city. And I would have loved to hear from Kieran if the technology would permit it. But if I can hand over, and I'll go in that order, maybe McKenna, but very brief commentary from each of you with regards to the aspects I've mentioned now, so that we don't exceed 10 minutes.
I'll be very brief by saying that I want to resonate with what Cheryl said. And Cheryl, it's good to see you again. It's been many, many years. Last time you were both off camera. I think Cheryl's point about urgency and understanding the reality of these sort of transformational data points, I think is important, that we also don't get lost in the words. But I do want to argue that we're actually probably on the same side of the equation. The same voice of the architect that wants to ensure that there is, or urbanist for that matter, or even urban planner, we're actually all part of one continuum, ideally, that's engaged with this question of how do we make convivial human environments. I think we all sit on the same side of the equation. We might sometimes have different language, we might have different tools of intervention, but we have to get to a point where I think those of us who care about the quality of an environment as well as its components are able to have rational, incredible conversations with, frankly, a large part of the sector that is not spatially literate. And these are the financiers, these might be some of the policymakers, these might be some of the people working outside of our sector who don't understand the qualitative as well as the quantitative dimension of space. So part of what I just wanted to make the point is that I actually think that we're all pulling in the same direction, except we're not acknowledging how we pull differently in the same direction. And the question is, how do we then get the other side of the built environment equation, the cost people who aren't trained about qualitative space, the others who aren't trained about what is an edge, the ones who aren't trained about what does it mean to have a convivial environment? How do we get them to recognize that we actually have a common purpose in what we do? And whilst we might be the imagination component and the visionary component of it, and they might be the enumerators, that we actually need a dialogue between the two, and they must not be seen in opposition. And likewise, the success of a cheaper design or a cheaper urban design or a cheaper model because you've got 2 more units, the cost of those 2 more units can have a far much more significant impact potentially on the viability of an environment, which goes to my point about cost versus value, that we have to get back to the point where we understand that there are optimal conditions for human beings to survive. And if we treat human beings as engineered objects, we will end up with the Blickies dorps and the drastic housing mistakes that were created post-1994, when the assumption was that people can live in 9 square meters and that's enough. You don't need trees, you don't need public space. So we've learned so much since those terrible days when numbers drove design. Now we have to get to the point where design is informed by numbers, but is not driven by numbers. Slight distinction, but it will take us towards a much better environment. That's my contribution.
Wonderful. Thank you, McKenna. Dinesh, Secretary General of the African Union of Architects. Sorry for my mistake earlier. You're very welcome. Please offer your insights. And if we can keep them really brief, I have 3 questions from the floor that I'd like to ask the panel. So Dinesh, I am handing over to you.
Yeah, first of all, I must say that we all agree architects need to be involved in the process of city planning and design architecture, amongst others. So we definitely need to be really in the move for that one. So what I was trying to flag is it's not just a matter of architecture or architects, and indeed it is how we want to define it. But what I can say is that we have a lot of politics, many things relate to financing, a lot is related to culture, to sociology, etc. And each context is quite complex. And how do we match all these? We can only do it with other professionals and really in a participatory way. And when it comes to cities, it's already complex. And when we look at it from a macro scale, it's even more complicated. And this requires what I was saying and what I put on one of my slides, the common sense. And most of the time, we tend to forget what common sense is. And because we focus so much on design, on aesthetics at times, okay? I'm not saying all the time. So this is where we need to find the right balance somehow. So that was that's my core comment. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Vinesh. Charles and Duka, the issue of, it's an issue that Cheryl raised, but she says a lot of the kind of projects I was showing don't show up, to the regulation authorities. How do you think we could change that? Please remember to unmute.
Yes, I think what we need to understand is the fact that we, as a regulator, we are regulating the professionals to give high standard quality when they practice, and how we can do that is to actually bring that to the attention of SACAP, and we have already engaged with the municipalities, and we are already we have signed MOU with the municipalities to actually address issues like this, so that the issues of the RPs, when RPs are actually designing, are actually providing quality, and they are also meeting the standards that are set to deliver a proper service and a good quality service. And that is an ongoing relationship that we are nurturing, and we want to start really engaging, and also the issue of the approval of plans. I think we've embarked on surveys where we actually tried to alleviate this problem, solve this problem, where RPs mentioned their problems when submitting plans, drawings to the municipality for approval. But the issue of just looking only in the drawings, not looking at the outside space, and I think it's an issue that needs to be addressed holistically. When you look at the city as a whole, and then we need to look at the city as a whole and come up with the how can I say, proposal or guidelines of how we deal with the urban space, so that the buildings come in the space, because there is a tendency of only looking at what you're designing, not the impact of what you're designing in the space. I think we need to look at it, but we continue engaging with the municipality, and problems like that, I think, needs to be brought to attention of SACAP, the regulator, and we will definitely take it up with the RPs and make sure that RPs are providing high standards.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much, Charles. I really appreciate that. So Cheryl and Kaylee, I'm just going to, because of time, but also because I think the two of you can answer these questions we've received from the floor. So please hold your thoughts there until I read these three questions. So we have a question from Celestu Mololi. He asked, a city can be beautiful and lovable from the resources and the public interface aesthetic value, but the cost of water and electricity can make you hate it. So it's more of a comment, but I would also argue that lovable can be unpacked in many ways, including affordability. Architect Floyd Mwanza asked, how possible is it to achieve communities that can promote human health and well-being by encouraging the development of environments that offer rich social, economic, and environmental benefits when most African cities lack minimal infrastructure as a backbone that can take these human pressures? And the final question is from Zonika van der Riet, who asks, if we can't fix basic rooflessness or homelessness on the streets of Cape Town, how do we expect to fully improve the shelters of a whole community? Those are the 3 questions we've received. So I'm going to ask Cheryl to reflect very briefly on what's been said before, and if there's any particular aspect here that you can respond to, please do. Remember to unmute, please.
Sorry, let's start with the 3 questions that were asked. I think that they're all ancillary to a design of that an architect needs to do, and then also obviously the cost thereof. And that varies across the country because every municipality has different costs. So it isn't an easy, if it's a national distribution of finance, it's not easy to, what you're going to be buying in Cape Town is not going to be the same as Johannesburg. So that's one thing that we need to get to. And then the other thing is that it also needs to be almost a value that people need to be receiving those services. I think the issue of the health bit, obviously if cities work in terms of infrastructural provision, that will assist in terms of a healthy environment. And the same thing as the question on water and electricity that makes the city unlovable is the issue of affordability. And obviously the best designs, and when you're talking about densification, etc., how you can get to economies of scale. So that's something, and I think that the profession is well placed to understand that. Your question, Amira, to me in terms of, I'm not going to go into the politics, I'd steer clear from that. But what we do find is because cities are still working with paper, working with data that's not easily reportable, we are finding that we can't even, I can't tell you what Johannesburg has done over these past 520 days, for instance. I can tell you what we've done because we have a minute-by-minute system, so which runs all the time. So it's an on-tap system. So and also, do you then say that the systems across the country become a one cookie cutter system? And that's not the cities are competing against each other in a number of ways, and so they find, I don't want to say shortcuts, but maybe that is it, to attract people. And through that, you may find that you have an environment that's not necessarily attractive, maybe more attractive to other people. But as I said, we're playing in the formal sector. Cape Town has, since the unfortunate happenings in Gauteng and KZN, Cape Town has already received an influx of people in the formal areas, let alone the informal areas. So I hope that answers your question in terms of the number. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. I'm being put under a lot of pressure to wrap up the session. So Kaylee, if there's something that you can add that hasn't been covered by the others, a word or 2 from you, and then we'll just hand over to Mokena to complete the session.
In closing, from my side, it's more of a suggestion. And I would like to extend it to everybody and to Ms. Cheryl. I am willing to learn. Show me what's the problems. Because I think if we have that attitude, the policies we're working with our mindset, if we merge that, we will come up with better policies. I understand what you mean. I work with the system and all of that. But I have, at this moment in time, there's 5,000 families in an informal settlement looking at me to get them a house within the next 5 years. There's a girl that told me she lived here for 30 years in this informal settlement. Don't let me die here. So, Ms. Walters, I am open to it if you are open to it. So I would just like to say thank you to everybody for having me here.
Thank you, Mokena. I'm handing over to you.
It sounds like we have two soldiers in the army for change. I saw a big nod from Cheryl and a big call to arms from Kaylee. Thank you so much, and thank you, Amira, for a wonderful session there. Apologies again, audience. Technology is an evolving phenomena as we understand it. I'll move very quickly on to the next presenter, also somebody who I have the pleasure of knowing, Andrew Brose. He's a design director in Mass Design Studio, one of my favorite architectural firms in the world, frankly speaking. They bring such an incredible blend of, tact, discipline, creativity, and empathy for context. So I'm super excited to hear and see what Mr. Brose will be sharing with us today. Over to you, Andrew.
Thanks, Mokena. That's a great introduction. I couldn't have asked for better. Hopefully, we don't have any technology issues. Otherwise, this should go well. I was starting to edit my presentation a little bit with some better colors to go with the echo, but I think we'll move ahead with what we have. So as Mokena said, my name is Andrew Brose. I'm a director at Mass Design Group. I'm based in Cape Town. I run a number of projects in Southern Africa and manage our Africa-wide business development. This afternoon, I'm going to give a presentation on the history and the development of our firm, an overview of how we've been operating over the last 15 years, primarily looking at through the lens of the development of a rural health infrastructure and how we, as an organization, set up our own methods of practice and continue to grow. We are a firm of over 250 plus individuals, making up architects, landscape architects, engineers, builders, writers, filmmakers, researchers, and we represent over 20 countries across the globe. As an organization, I think that Dr. Osman said this herself, design is never neutral. It either hurts or it can heal. And as an organization, our mission is to research, build, and advocate for architecture that promotes justice and human dignity. We do this through helping organizations amplify their own mission. And we have been privileged to have partnered with over 100 organizations in 21 different countries around the world. Many of them you may know, major foundations, NGOs, ministries of health, public health entities, education initiatives, equity and justice organizations. And overall, we've just been phenomenally humbled by the individuals and the organizations we've had the opportunity to continue to work with. Our story actually begins out of response through a challenge found in the built environment in KZN about almost 20 years ago, when in Tugela Ferry, around a dozen people died of a multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. When the incident was investigated, it was found that all these people had visited the same clinic in this one area where a patient was treated with this strand of tuberculosis. This wait in a poorly ventilated waiting room led to the contamination of other patients who had come for treatment with a broken finger, a common flu, or maybe to have a postnatal or prenatal checkup on their baby. Surprisingly, dying of hospital-acquired infections is not a new phenomenon. Records dating back in the mid-1800s during the Crimean War show that the majority of deaths were not caused by wounds to soldiers, but from infections acquired during the treatment in extremely unsanitary conditions of health centers and hospitals. Florence Nightingale, a nurse appointed to treat British troops fighting in the war, reported on this, and her recommendations went on to become the standard for the Nightingale Ward. Those standards inform a number of changes to wards and hospitals, including the raised and elevated ward floor, better lighting conditions, and better ventilation to reduce nosocomial or hospital-borne infections. We know many examples where architects have thoughtfully built using these principles of infection control, patient recovery, and comfort. One of the best examples of this, which many of you may know, is from Alvar Aalto's Bamion Sanatorium in Finland. In this case, he went as far as redesigning the sink in the shared rooms so that when a patient washed their hands, the splash of the water wouldn't get onto his neighbor and potentially causing other infection. Our beginning as an organization started with the relationship with Dr. Paul Farmer and Dr. Agnes Beniguahu, both thought leaders in global health recovery, global healthcare and delivery. Dr. Agnes, at the time, was the Minister of Health in Rwanda and was tasked in the rebuilding of the nation's healthcare system. Dr. Paul Farmer is a long-time global health activist who, together with Ophelia Dahl and Dr. Kim Young, founded Partners in Health, an international NGO dedicated to offering preferential option for the poor. PIH's work is focused on delivering dignified healthcare to the poorest around the world. For them, the reason why people still die of easily avoidable conditions is a question of inequality and inequity in global health and injustices for the poor around the world. Rwanda in East Africa, where I lived for several years working for MASS, is a small but remarkable country. Partners in Health and the Rwanda Ministry of Health partnered to build the Butaro District Hospital in the northern province or district of Rwanda. In the Burera district, which was among the last few without a district hospital at the time, is an incredibly beautiful and mountainous region. It sits at the bottom of the Volcanoes National Park on the northwest border between Rwanda, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Uganda. In 2006, Butaro was a district of about 400,000 people. At the time, it was one of the most impoverished districts in the country. Butaro District Hospital was seen as an opportunity to take a closer look at the healthcare delivery system in a rural setting in the global south. In addition to that, the hospital needed to be more than just a health facility. It had to be a symbol of new beginnings to prosperity for a country which was finding its identity as a young democracy. We all agreed with Dr. Farmer that this was a question of justice and dignity on how to offer better and the best healthcare to impoverished people in a society which was recovering. Rwanda is blessed with a temperate climate. Instead of having indoor waiting areas and walkways that we knew posed a threat to making people sicker, we took advantage of this climate and made almost all circulation waiting areas outdoors, putting it around gardens and courtyards between buildings, making fairly simple and straightforward design decisions. In areas where levels of literacy are still fairly high, a thoughtful color palette doesn't only bring life to this in a dignified way to this campus, but also intends purpose, and signage around the campus carry colors and allows a language to direct someone who can't read to a distant destination or to a ward so that they can seek proper care. At the same time, bringing back the notion that infection control can be built into a facility itself to equip it to serve its intended purpose to the fullest, we designed a fail-safe passive system that helps to reduce the risks and contamination from airborne infection and disease. Using ideas and simple techniques such as elevated UV lights and high volume, low velocity fans, we were able to manage the required air transmission through this room at an hourly rate. The idea that comfort isn't important and necessary as functionality was important. There are a number of research papers that show that a site sitting across from someone who's suffering or someone who's also sick can reduce your own recovery. And the simple act of flipping a bed in a ward and offering each patient a view across the valley or through the window to courtyards outside can make a difference in the lives of every individual who passes through this ward. These decisions were ones that we as architects and designers have in our power to make, but it's one that often gets overlooked. The story of success of Butaro District Hospital is one of a facility that was born from the partnerships in that country and the region at the time, but it speaks to issues in healthcare delivery infrastructure in rural settings globally. The hospital is a good example of a purpose-built facility, a facility serving a purpose greater than itself. And it's gone on to inspire other work aimed at improving healthcare delivery infrastructure systems in both Rwanda, where we've worked with the government of Rwanda to redefine new standards for rural district hospitals. And also stating issues of siting for increased maximum passive systems and accessibility, orientation, physical relationships, etc. So these relationships between practitioners, public health experts, and the ministry were key and paramount to developing new standard for hospital design throughout the country. And since then, we've brought the same thinking to our work in Liberia. And I'm actually just coming from a project in Ethiopia where we're doing similar work with Ministry of Health and a local public health entity there to work with governments to develop healthcare infrastructure standards, one specifically to a rural setting. But even in these rural settings, and to date, finding that opportunities like these transfer not only from south to north, but also from rural to urban. 2 hospitals which are under construction now, Munini Hospital on the left and the Nyarugenge Hospital on the right, in the capital city of Kigali, are both designed and planned to be built with the same principles. Both these actually will be opening in the before the end of the year. I'm very excited for them to be operational. Using an infrastructure development as a job creator and financial inclusive opportunity is not a new idea. We made it a point to maximize local labor in the construction of Butaro Hospital. And during the construction, over 4,000 people were employed from the local area in building, manufacturing, and assembly of the facility. We also used the experience to explore opportunities in creating new building systems using materials which can be found locally, such as the volcanic stone, which is abundant in the region. A combination of using local materials and hiring locally has shown a spotlight on talent that was previously hidden. One of my favorite stories is with Hakiza. He worked on the hospital on the masonry team from 2008 to 2010 when the hospital was completed. And 5 years later, after the completion of the project, you can see a photo of him on the right, working on the private house of a client who had visited the hospital and liked the stone. You can also see how the cutting and honing and fixing of this stone material has improved over time as he's continued to refine the craft. The completion of Butaro Hospital and success highlighted a common problem that many countries in the global south face, one of brain drain. And something we've continually had to address, one which falls outside of our profession as architectural experts and practitioners in the built environment. The next question was really that now that we have this magnificent facility, how do we retain the most talented doctors in a rural setting? Butaro Doctors Housing project emerged in this effort to bring the brightest minds to stay in Butaro and commit to staying there long-term to achieving significant impact. The houses need to be both modern yet local, born the same material that were used in the construction of the hospital to retain the caliber of medical professionals. Once again, the opportunity to design everything with makers from the region, fabricate furniture and fittings to reinforce the idea that it can be done well and it can be done locally. The medical professional team, of course, grew, and the need for expansion for more housing emerged. It was matched with available support to develop a share house facility, which was completed on the same campus just down the hill from the hospital. It now houses internists and residents who are coming to study at the hospital. With the hospital completed and some of the most qualified medical professionals available in the country, the Butaro Hill that was once a military camp is now nicknamed Musozi Okiza, or the Healing Hill in Kinyarwanda. But as often is the case, the realization of one goal only opened the need for further efforts. Patients with complicated cases began to arrive at the hospital. Among these, an alarming number of non-communicable diseases, including diabetes, high blood pressure, and cancer. It's estimated that 16 million cancer cases a year are detected in developing nations, many making up about 70% of the global estimate. Many, if not most of these cases, go untreated. The Center of Excellence for Outpatient Cancer Care was established to respond to a large number of cases that the hospital was receiving from the country, as well as from the region and neighboring countries of Uganda, Kenya, and Congo. Using an existing building on the campus, we laid out the initial idea for a facility, but it was quickly determined that both a renovation and an expansion was needed in order to manage the number of patients coming through on a daily basis. In addition to the retrofit, our challenge was offering a space which provided hope to an individual who may be assuming that their next stage in life was one related to chemotherapy and potentially a shorter lifespan. The medication space was intentionally designed to ventilate as much as possible through these exterior doors, but also opened the space to give a sense of connectivity to the beautiful valleys across the center, again, instituting these ideas of connection for improved health outcomes, removing any remote sign of isolation and despair. Though the region has seen significant development, was not enough for the influx of people seeking care at the hospital. Initially, people resorting to renting spaces in the small town nearby while they received the weekly or monthly doses of chemotherapy. New housing was needed for these individuals and their caregivers. And a housing facility now accommodates up to 30 patients, their caregivers, and their caregivers, as well as providers, and gives space for food preparation and community gathering to support further interaction with others who are on their journey through cancer treatment and care. The final project I'll speak about for Butaro is an exciting one, the University of Global Health Equity, which was inaugurated by the President of Rwanda in 2019, and provides a world-renowned public health education program to students to work and study in Northern Rwanda, students who are coming from across East Africa to study on this campus, which is now serving as a model for public health institutions and recovery in rural settings. Throughout these years that we've been active in the Butaro region, we have continued to find that well-designed spaces are not just a question of aesthetics, but that they shape the ideas about who we are in the world and what we and others deserve. Over the last 15 years, we have been humbled to have completed numerous projects, not only in healthcare, but in education, museums and memorials, wildlife conservation, agriculture, in agricultural innovation around the world with multiple partners. Every one of these projects is enforced that the dichotomy does not live within a justice or beauty, but rather that justice itself is beauty. Many have questioned how we as an organization are able to continue to push the boundaries of practice and research and advocacy. In a unique model of practice, one which is beholden to the public rather than to shareholders or particular private interests, ensures that mass remains invested in impact. Our internal Catalyst Fund allows us to pursue work with thought leaders in their space, provide work in previously underserved places and communities, and invest in research which further defines the parameters of an equitable, affordable, and climate positive building practice. We maintain a pedagogy of good, clean, and fair. Good determined by this belief that everyone deserves good design, that good design is beautiful and just, and is essential to delivering human rights, essential services, and the spaces that will build a better world. That by being clean, it means that we are climate positive. Our projects strive for not only efficient operation, but the design of the entire supply chain to be resilient, restorative, and regenerative. And through fairness, we look at the design and construction process holistically, from a material extraction and to assembly and operation, ensuring we have a safe and equitable labor practices on all of the projects we work on. Our project involvement varies often from a traditional business or architectural business model, where typically a client develops the beginning vision and planning of a project and then brings in an architect or design partner to implement. We believe in an involvement model that spans all phases of a project and achieves the greatest value add to our partners from the beginning. Every project begins with a collective approach to defining a shared understanding of needs and goals. Using our impact-based design methodology tool to set realistic expectations and identify metrics of impact and evaluation, which we can be held to throughout the design, the construction, and the operation of the project facility. The results of this collective process guide the project throughout its life and provide a North Star to help drive a unified front during each stage of design, construction, operations, beholden to all involved stakeholders. Every building project has a measurable environmental impact which we seek to evaluate and account for no matter the location or use type. Equally, a building contains the handprint of those who are part of the fabrications, installation, and assembly. NASA actually posted on Twitter this morning that we are not architects to design buildings, we are architects to protect and save our planet, to improve the communities in which we live, and to awaken the links that bind us inextricably to one another. I think this is even more true as we go on day by day, engaging those who are involved in our construction and design projects. Our first and our longest running project is the design of our own practice. And as we have grown, so has our range of services and expertise. Starting with design, architecture, master planning, and project management, we believe that architecture can do more than design. And that design is our tool to establish a better built environment. And our architectural design process from concept to implementation is guided by our mission. In East Africa, we maintain a full-time FF&E design and fabrication team, working with over 80 co-ops, weavers, ceramicists, and carpenters to ethically source furniture and products. Our media and film team has produced award-winning documentaries highlighting the efforts of our partners and continues to advocate for design across sectors and works very closely with our research initiatives. The landscape and master planning team at Mass use a One Health approach in addressing the challenges of the ever-exclusionary ecological, wildlife, and human health triad. We have found that many of our projects are defined by the landscape in which they sit, and with the right approach, the blending of site and building leads to a beautiful outcome. Recently launched, our building contractor arm is able to implement construction and contract management at various scales. Specifically now in the construction of the Howard Buffett Rwanda Institute of Conservation and Agriculture, as well as the Diane Fossey Gorilla Funded Research Institute in Rwanda. Finally, our Rwanda-based multidisciplinary engineering team enables us to pursue new material research and innovations. In addition, the team has written new standards for design and material requirements. I wanted to end with, I know I'm getting a time warning. I had 1 minute video, Mokena, but I'm happy to skip it if we're running short on time.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm also getting pinged by a number of actors. It's not just me. But really great presentation, super valuable, and always exciting and useful to see. If you want to take maybe just 30 seconds, not a video, if you just want one closing statement, you can go ahead.
Sure. I mean, I'll go ahead. I think that my slides have been cut out, so I will just make this closing statement stating that we are continuing to grow as a practice. We're constantly seeking and searching new and exciting environments, opportunities, and foundations to work for, and we're constantly excited and thrilled about the projects we get to work on. This project here shown in the photo is the African Leadership University, completed with Fred Swaniker, who started the Leadership University several years ago. And we continue to speak to the projects and the partners that we have time and opportunity and are constantly humbled to engage with. And there are many projects coming up across South and Southern Africa, which I look forward to sharing with all of you. And hopefully we'll have more opportunities like this to share about our work and also to connect and collaborate on future opportunities. So thanks to everyone.
Thank you very much. So just been alerted to the fact that we don't have enough time to have the tea break or a body break. I will use my discretion though and say that a 2-minute break for those of you who just need to get a cup of water, come back. So we reconvene literally in 2 minutes and then we'll start the session. There will be some polls coming forward. By the way, please remember that we do have the Innovation Hub that you can access and do continue to network. But the time now is 4:02. We will start again literally in 2 minutes. So quick body break, stretch.
Mother knits poems like I'm breathing, pins many a fabric garment from Egypt. Beautiful colors separating morning from evening. Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve, she knit, I'm adamant even. The blind seek light through her needle.
Organizers,
hands draw inspiration from others, textiles, texts in the files of our imagination.
Greetings.
Nice
to get a hello. Oh, barely. It's all chaos behind the scenes here. Trust me.
Nerves of
no, there's a wonderful team here. Great. We're back. 2 minutes in. Highly unusual. Do forgive me, but we are under pressure of time, and I'm respectful of everybody and their own constraints. So we're on to our almost penultimate session, so to speak, because after this, I'll really be thanking the SACAP president. In this session, I have the pleasure to let Angela Baker join us. She's the founder and principal of ABA Architects. It's a practice that delights in the vast possibilities of inclusive design and thinking. 20 years of experience working within multidisciplinary teams comprising architecture, urban design, and planning that have led to a diverse range of experiences on a wide range of projects. Angela and her team are passionate about Africa, its heritage and future, architecture, urban design, community development, indigenous environments, oceans, and even scuba diving, a love of which has over the course of many years led them to the pursuit of sustainability in work and life. Angela is a member of the SACAP Stakeholder Relations Committee. She's the chair of the SAIA KZNA Journal, as well as the SAIA KZNA Regional Committee member. She's apparently still stubbornly believes that architecture will save the world and that any hand that goes up will make a difference. Really looking forward to your intervention, Angela. Really fantastic to share this space with you, and I love the fact that you used delight in the description of the work that you do. I do believe that it's up to us to provide delight to the drudgery of how people normally think of buildings and the built environment. So delight us on. The floor is yours.
Thank you, McKenna, for that lovely introduction. I really wasn't expecting you to read the whole thing. I'm going to just begin with a little clip, which I'd like to share with you today.
This is the Greenland ice sheet melting. I wish I could bring world leaders here, political leaders, business leaders, and show them this. This is deeply, deeply, deeply worrying. And you need to actually take people here and show it to them, because they're so preoccupied with what's on their desk in Washington, in Paris, in London, in New Delhi. And the issues they're dealing with are serious. But this is an existential threat to life on Earth. And it requires all our focus now. We can't keep kicking it down the road. I don't want world leaders to worry about what's happening here. I want them to have sleepless nights over the issue.
Very powerful video, Amanda. I happen to know Lewis quite well. He's an amazing individual. But yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. I think we're back onto the slideshow. Yes, Lewis Pugh. All our focus now. South Africans leading the way. Why not? This is Lewis Pugh at this very moment. And literally at this very moment, this video was posted yesterday. He's busy swimming in Greenland in some of the coldest waters on Earth, across the mouth of the Ilulissat Fjord, a distance of about 10 kilometers. You can't do this in one go. It's too cold. You'll simply die. So he's swimming 1 kilometer every day, out for recovery, and another kilometer the next day. It will take him about 2 weeks to complete this task. No one has ever done this before. Repeat swims in extreme conditions. And he shouldn't be able to do this. The glacier should be frozen. But as we know, the ice is melting. So now he can swim there. I really hope he survives this. And I don't mean to say that flippantly. Each one of these swims are life-threatening. Why? Well, in Lewis's own words, in less than 100 days, world leaders will gather in Glasgow for the UN Climate Change Conference, where decisions will be made that determine our collective future. The climate crisis will affect every person and every creature, great or small, living on this earth. It is the defining issue of our generation. Lewis will be sending his message from the Greenland ice sheet to tell them that this is the last chance to honor commitments they made in Paris and move beyond them. I will urge them to deliver tangible action today. 100 days until the COP conference. So that's not a very long period of time. But I don't know about you, I find it hard to identify with this stuff. Melting glaciers at the top of the planet. What does that mean for me here in hot, humid Durban? There's so much chatter around this issue of climate change. I mean, Al Gore's Inconvenient Truth has been with us for almost 15 years now. We know that if the ice sheets melt, that's a tipping point, and we're looking at a 6-meter sea level rise. 6 meters is a lot. If they don't melt, we're looking at a 1-meter sea level rise over this century. London, Amsterdam, Cape Town, Durban, problematic. We know that if we reach 1.5 degree temperature increase, this will trigger floods, storms, fire, extreme weather events, which we're already seeing globally. And now, thanks to the latest IPCC report, we know that we are already at 1.1 degrees. We know that globally, we need to reduce our CO2 emissions by 50% over the next 8 years. That's reduced by half over the next 8 years. I learned yesterday that even if we do manage to get all this right, we will still need to absorb and sequester some of our CO2 if we are to halt the temperature increase. We know that South Africa is around the 13th dirtiest energy producer on the planet, despite our relatively low GDP. We know that our oceans are under threat from acidification, coral bleaching, killing off our nurseries, the source of much of our food, overfishing, plastic pollution. We know that South Africa, as a water-scarce country, will be facing longer droughts and higher temperatures, maize and cattle industry collapse. Strong words, not mine. We know all of this, and we've known it for some time. And there's just so much chatter that it actually becomes quite overwhelming. We also know that the built environment industry is responsible for almost 40% of CO2 emissions over the lifetime of a building. 40% of the problem lies at the feet of our industry. Frightening. But what that also means is that 40% of the solution lies within our control. And we know that despite being intelligent, highly educated, trained, experienced, committed, built environment professionals, actually very little has changed over the last 30 years in terms of the way we do our work. And it's this chatter combined with a sense of powerlessness over this global issue that brings us here into this forum today. So today, leading the way to a climate positive future is on the agenda. We have with us many great minds in this industry. We're honored to host the Presidential Climate Commission of South Africa, Human Settlements, CSIR, Green Building Council, South Africa, CASA, as well as Dr. Mpatwa. And we look forward to distilling out of this conversation some actionable and implementable points of action. For delegates attending, please add your thoughts in the chat or in the Q&A section so that our scribes can capture your ideas from the chat thread. Even though we're not able to meet in person, you have a voice and we would really love to hear it. And then just to set us off on our talks, a statement from Raymond Williams. This actually came from a quote from the UIA 2014, which says that to be truly radical is to make hope possible rather than despair convincing. So without further ado, it is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Mac Makwarela, who serves as Interim Secretary of the Presidential Climate Commission of South Africa. He's held this post since the 1st of March this year, so very new in office. In his other role, Mr. Makwarela works as a Director of Climate Change Mitigation Policy, Regulation and Planning for the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment in the South African government. Before joining the DFFE in 2012, he worked for the Department of Science and Technology for 6 years, first as a Deputy Director and later as a Director of Multilateral Cooperation. Between 1996 and 2006, he worked as a researcher for the South African Biodiversity Institute the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, Medical University of South Africa, and National Research Foundation. Mr. Makwarela has a master's degree in systematics and biodiversity science from the University of Stellenbosch. Welcome, Mr. Makwarela.
So thank you, Angela. Fellow panelists, all in attendance, good day to you all. As Angela has already explained, South Africa, like many countries in the world, is vulnerable to the impact of climate change. And I guess by now we all know that the climate change phenomenon is caused by the emissions of greenhouse gases. I mean, there have been a number of research that have been done in this area, and the scenarios are indicating that if we leave our emissions unmitigated, we are likely to reach about an increase of 5 degrees Celsius to 8 degrees Celsius by the end of this century. I mean, just to bring the context to this, I mean, I come from Limpopo. Every year in December, we experiencing high level of temperatures around 38 to 40 degrees Celsius. So if these emissions are not mitigated, we are likely to reach about 48 degrees Celsius, just 2 degrees Celsius short of the half the boiling point. I don't think that would be bearable. And we are living, you know, and experiencing climate change already. I mean, if you remember the beginning of this year, we had floods in Limpopo, and unfortunately, the poorest communities are the ones that get affected by these rainfall patterns that are varying, that are unpredictable. And this affects the water resources, it affects the food production, and worse, it's affecting the people who are helpless. How do we address this? I mean, at a global level, there's always a question to say, who is to be blamed for this? Of course, the developed countries, as they industrialize, they have emitted because they have adopted inefficient technologies, and as such, polluted the environment. But at the same time, as a country, South Africa, we are also a culprit. We sit as, as one of the top emitters, being number 13 or 14 top emitters in the world. So we have to do something. A lot of things needs to be done for us to contribute to this global effort to reduce emissions. And to address this issue at a global level, the countries, around 196 countries set in Paris in 2015 and agreed on an objective to say, let's try and arrest the global warming to at least 2 degrees Celsius. But at the same time, we need to be ambitious and work towards 1.5 degrees increase above the pre-industrial level. And the agreement was that each country will contribute its pledge or its commitments through what we call the nationally determined contribution. So the nationally determined contribution, or NDC, will reflect the country's ambitions to react to climate change. In as far as South Africa is concerned, our NDC had an element that talks to emission reduction. We also acknowledge that we are living in a world that has climate change, and as such, we need to adapt to climate change. But there are resources that are required for one to implement these measures. This comes in a form of finance, technology, and capacity buildings. And we have highlighted those priorities for us as a country to say, we will do our part. Where possible, will require support to be able to do this action. The climate change body that governs this at an international level in the form of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change will from time to time do the review to look at the performance. The recent review that has just been done indicated that countries are not doing enough towards us meeting these Paris Agreement targets. And there is a call for countries to be more ambitious. This has been confirmed also by the report that has just been published the beginning of this month, the IPCC report. The IPCC is the science evidence body that support the work that the UNFCCC, which is the global body, does on climate change and guide the countries. So it is very important that as we go to COP26, which will be held by the end of this year in Glasgow, countries will have reviewed and revised their NDCs or their national determined contribution. And then let's focus to the country South Africa. What are we doing as South Africa towards this? South Africa has reviewed the NDC that is submitted in 2015. And the newly established Presidential Climate Commission, which was established towards the end of last year by the President to provide leadership when it comes to climate change response and the implementation of just transition, has made a recommendation on that which was published by government as a draft NDC to say this is not ambitious enough. If you were to contribute to the Paris agreements, we need to up our ambitions. And now government is considering those recommendations. I should think that the submissions are with cabinet now as we speak. I must make you understand that the commission is not a government body, but is there to provide an independent advice and independent monitoring and evaluation to the performance of the country towards the mitigating and adaptation efforts to climate change. The Commission is rallying everyone around the net zero carbon emission target by 2050, and also saying that we need to build a climate resilient economy and society by 2050. In the morning, the session where Dr. Khosientso Ramokgopa was speaking, he talked about the net zero objective that the country will want to see achieving by 2050, and we subscribe to that, and the Commission is there to help that. And the focus as we move to net zero and climate resilient society, it's on all sectors of the economy. It's just that if we look at our greenhouse gas inventory, the energy sector and the transport sector are the ones that are contributing more to emission reduction. I mean, it's for obvious reason we generate our electricity from fossil fuel in the form of coal. So as we do that, we are likely to have a high, number of emissions. So the majority of emissions are coming from there. That's why one will think that the Commission is mostly focusing on the energy sector. But of course, the built environment has a role to play in the energy sector when it comes to the end use part of things, because the built sector can contribute towards bringing in the energy efficient building, for example. So there are opportunities for the profession and the built environment. As going forward, I think the profession should be encouraged to start to design those buildings that are net zero compatible. The material that we use to build also, in the morning, Dr. Ramkhupa also talked about the use of biomass as the building material. This is something that we need to consider going forward. The cement that we use in our buildings, the processes involved in the manufacturing of cement are high emission intense, and we need to find alternatives. And now other countries are talking about alternative technologies towards the production of cement. Those are the things that we need to consider as we move forward. But most importantly, there's something that we forget, that we are living in a world that has climate change. And in some cases, we need to adapt. And we adapt by building resilience. So we need to accept that the seas will rise, but to a manageable levels. There will be floods. There will be temperature rises. So it is very important that as we design our buildings and as we build our buildings, we are aware of these projections that are made, because the scenarios are out there and the projections and models are there that can be downscaled to a level where we can tell where we want to build, to say the sea will rise by a certain number of meters in the next 50 years, for example. So we can use those models to plan for the future as we design our buildings. And it's unfortunate that time is very limited. I'll one day share more about what we do as the commission and in support of these global efforts to dealing with the global challenge that we're faced with. It's a serious challenge that we're faced with that we need to address from all sectors concerned. I think back to you, Angela.
Thank you very much, Mac, for covering so much ground in such a short space of time. I think definitely there's opportunity for more engagement on all of these issues. If we can move next to Dr. Jennifer Marimbe, who is the Focus Manager of Innovation and Transformative Technologies at the National Department of Human Settlements. She's also the Vice Chair of the Urban Design Institute, Gauteng Region, South Africa, Vice President of the African Planners Institute, and serves on the board of the Council for Geoscience, South Africa. She holds a doctorate of town and regional planning from University of Pretoria in the impact of technology, specifically ICT, on people, space, and planning. She graduated with an award for the best thesis in the Masters in City Planning and Urban Design from UCT. She has international training on the impact of technology in human settlements in Germany. And with over 12 working years experience in both private and government sectors, she's worked with leading urban design firms, the Western Cape Provincial Government at middle management level, and later joining the National Department of Human Settlements in 2008 at senior management. Jennifer, welcome. You'll need to unmute. Welcome.
Okay,
that's better.
Thank you. Yes, we're talking innovation. I thought my laptop would unmute it. Okay, thank you, Angela. And so nice to have us here. And thank you to all our guests, and thanks to the organizers of this session. I will just present 3 points that have defined my world. The first one is in terms of my current public service calling, as we call it, the National Department of Human Settlements. The second one is in terms of the Urban Design Institute. And the third one is some of the initiatives that I've done after a personal story, losing my dad to COVID. So in terms of the human settlement sector, just in line with the previous speaker, the human settlement sector is pro-innovative ways. That means we're doing it in 3 ways. Firstly is in terms of our policies. We are in the process of amending our norms and standards so that they promote innovative ways of building methods and materials. We are also in the biomass project, like the previous speaker has indicated. We are probably doing our finalized MOUs, memorandums of understanding with the Department of Forestry and Fisheries to finalize that, so that we can begin to see how biomass can be used largely within the human settlement sector. Thirdly, is in terms of the designs themselves, with our NHBRC, the National Home Builders Regulation Council, we have developed pro-green building designs because we are also moving towards climate change and net zero carbon emission within the human settlement sector. But I need to emphasize that if I may move to the next layer, which is in terms of the Urban Design Institute. Obviously, as an institute, we have seen the need to reinvent, especially post the COVID-19, where we have seen that it's no longer normal. Therefore, using new ways, innovative ways in which we can begin to show the public that we can understand the space between buildings in new ways, such that our cities and our spaces between buildings are more dignified and are places of healing to the public. Personally, what I've also done within the innovation sector is that I've connected with a couple of architects around Africa, and we've held different campaigns. We've held a campaign in Khartoum, Sudan, in Cameroon, in Uganda, and we ask the same question that this conference is asking. How do we re-innovate ourselves? How do we see ourselves in a brand new way, especially now that the pandemic has shown us that we have to be very ready in terms of a profession. Therefore, in terms of the Urban Design Institute, we are declaring it here. We're taking advantage of this forum to say we would like to see stronger partnerships with the architecture profession, in which we reinvent the built environment professional sector so that we serve the public better, especially in terms of ways in which we understand our buildings, the materials, the approaches, the processes, as well as the way we serve the public. We want to drive the campaign where we no longer see ourselves as practices and professionals serving ourselves, but where we're moving more into a community-based urban design and approach to architecture, where we serve South African citizens better, especially the community. So I thank you, Chairperson. Those are my 3 words. In terms of the human settlement sector, we are definitely with programs in 3 areas: the policies, the norms and standards. In terms of the materials, we're running in conjunction with the Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries, the biomass campaign. We are also moving towards automation of our planning systems so that we can plan better, smarter, and more accurately. And the other one I did mention is that we are now shifted to more areas of priority. Thank you, Chairperson. Back to you, Ms. Baker.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. It just reminds me of one of the advantages of going online. I know we all would really have liked to have met in person for this convention, but one of the advantages is our reach is just so much broader. I think on our attendance today, we're looking at 12 African countries all following this convention. So definitely architects leading the way. And thank you very much for those fascinating inputs. I would love to learn more about them going forward. Dr. Carly van Reenen is up next from the CSIR. Carly is a professional architect holding an MSc in Applied Science and a doctorate in architecture from UP. After working in private practice in the field of alternative building technology, she joined the CSIR as a researcher in 2014. And her interests lie in indoor environment quality, particularly acoustics, energy efficiency, and sustainable building practices. She is the leader of the CSIR Infrastructure Innovation Research Group, focusing on building performance innovation, particularly in the education and healthcare sectors. Welcome, Carly.
Thanks, Angela. Wow, I'm really excited to be part of this conversation. It is so important and we need to act urgently. I don't think we need to dwell on that point anymore. I think we know it. But the question I think that we're all asking is how? What can I do? What can the country do? And so I'm hoping to, I mean, in 5 minutes, what can I say? But just touch on a couple of points of how we can use innovation for sustainability and what that could mean. So firstly, we're looking at 2 things. We're looking at mitigation of climate change and then adaptation. So mitigation is pulling out the handbrake and reversing. And adaptation is, well, we're in the situation and how are we going to cope? So what can we as built environment professionals do to address these issues? So when we speak of innovation, there are 3 things that sort of define innovation. So it's a new or novel product, process, or system. So if we want to use innovation to address the issues of climate change, what can we be looking at in terms of products, processes, and systems? So firstly, in terms of products, and I think it sort of is probably evident to all of us, that we can start looking at actual different building materials. So those are products, those are obvious things to us. And there we can look at alternative building technologies, and I think we'll hear a little bit more about that in a moment. What other things are there out there? So the CSIR, for example, has developed a fly ash-based geopolymer binder. That means it's can be used in cement products such as bricks and panels, but it has a low carbon footprint and it uses waste. So those are the kind of green building principles that we want to start implementing more of. So that's in terms of product, in terms of the physical building materials that we use. So my hope today is really just to leave you with some inspiration and ideas. I'm not going to give a whole lot of solutions, but to add to the conversation, as built environment professionals, we need to be looking at alternative products that cause less damage on the environment. Then in terms of systems, well, a building is a system, and I don't think we need to be taught that. There's so many things and components that need to work together. So that means that when we are designing, we need to innovate and think, how can we design differently so that the building has less of an effect on the environment and at the same time protects the occupants from the environment, from the harmful effects as a result of climate change. And these, again, are all very common green building principles, and I'm sure Lisa will also touch on some of these things. But we need to stop thinking of green building and sustainable building as something special. I really want to advocate that there should be no such thing as learning about green buildings. Buildings should be green, green should be buildings. It should be one and the same thing. We're past the point of a green building being something special. It's just simply a must. We have to be designing green and innovating and being sustainable. So when we look at the building as a system, there's the physical design, and then there also, how can we monitor that design? So there's a lot of innovation that is available and coming to the fore in that area. So we can throw words around like digital twins and things like that, but essentially it's putting systems in place, and this is very often virtual and digital systems, to monitor the performance of the building, because if we don't know how a building is performing, we can't improve it. It's that old saying, if you can't measure it, you can't improve it. So those kind of innovations, even though at the date of installation, putting a CO2 monitor in your bedroom or in your hospital room or waiting room, you can't see the influence, the impact at that moment of installation. But it's the continuous monitoring that helps you to respond then to the environment, and you can adapt your building as you're living in it to help to mitigate and adapt to climate change. And then lastly, so we've looked at products and the building as a system, and then it's processes. And processes can be a way of thinking and a way of doing things. And what I want to talk about here is enabling policies, regulations, bylaws, standards that move the industry towards sustainability. I know it might seem a bit strange to think of standards as innovative, because we think of innovation as new and exciting and sexy, and then you get whacked with SANS 10400 XA, where you feel like it's a set of rules that you have to comply with. But if innovation is new and novel and solicits a reaction, I want to ask you to think back to 2010, 2011, when SANS XA first came out and how the industry reacted. It certainly solicited a reaction, and that tells us something is happening. And now there's a new version coming out, which means more is happening. So we need to keep on changing and seeing enabling policies and standards as actual innovation, because it's bringing about change. And then I'm very glad I'm speaking after Jennifer, because one of the enabling policies and things that have been put in place and is currently being put in place is the roadmap for STI for SHS. So that's Science, Technology and Innovation for Sustainable Human Settlements. And the principle of this roadmap is to plot a path to actually enable innovation, because it's all good and well to say, I have this new device, I have this new product. How do I get it to be used? So we have to open up the markets and the municipalities and the building control professionals to be able to understand and approve and enable the implementation of innovations. So regulations are essential, and those enabling policies. So the roadmap is really, it's almost like a matchmaking process. So if you have a product and you need a pilot, and I have another person who has an opportunity for a pilot but no product, we can matchmake those in human settlements. So yeah, that's my short story, and I hope I am leaving you with some inspiration and hope. There is hope. We mustn't fight regulations and policies. We must see them as enabling and exciting. And if you have ideas, don't be scared to try them out and implement them. There's for Green Star rating, everyone ticks all the boxes, and they kind of avoid that last box of innovation because it's a bit scary. But I want to encourage you to think out of the box and let's innovate for change. Thank you.
Thanks, Carly. And I think one of the statements that just will stick in my mind going forward is that a green building is not something special. It's the new norm. I'm very excited to see that norm emerging. Our next speaker is Gregory Mofokeng. He's CEO of the Black Business Council in the Built Environment. I won't try and pronounce the acronym. He serves on the South African Council for the Landscape Architectural Profession and the Construction Sector Charter Council. He is Deputy Chairman of the Construction Alliance South Africa. He represents the Black Business Council at NEDLAC and the BRICS Business Council Infrastructure Working Group. He sits on the Construction Industry Development Board's National Stakeholder Forum on behalf of the BBCBE. He is the chairman of TISIS Capital Group, TUS Construction Services, Support Services, and M2G Investment Holdings. He's a board member of Motea Construction Group and president of the BIM Institute. Welcome, Gregory. So glad you could join us.
Thank you very much, Program Director. And let me also take this opportunity to greet my fellow panelists and everyone else who's on board. And I will try and share my presentation. Thank you very much, Program Director. And I was asked to share a little bit about this new alliance coming out of the construction industry, the Construction Alliance South Africa, CASA. The Construction COVID-19 Rapid Response Task Team was established by industry to try and look at how we can bring the industry back to work following the lockdown restrictions that came in during the month of April in 2020. The task team was instrumental in coordinating and presenting to government a plan to go back to work safely, and the industry's economic recovery plan. And following the presentation of those two plans, the government did allow us to go back to work and for the industry to reopen. Once we had succeeded in doing that, the industry felt that we should then form an alliance that will then have a common goal of rebuilding the entire sector. In terms of the industry itself, the industry resolved to call this new umbrella body the Construction Alliance of South Africa, CASA, as I've said. And at the time, we had 32.
Sorry, Greg, I hate to disturb you, but we're not seeing your presentation. We're seeing the admin screen. I'm not seeing. Okay. Did you have specific slides you wanted to share?
Well, I was just showing the entire presentation. I'm not too sure why is it not showing on your side. Can I try and share again and see if
yes,
this works?
Please do, okay. Please do. And let's just check that everybody else can see. I hope it's not my problem, but so yeah, I think you need to click on one of those presentations. Is that?
Yes, I already did. So on my screen, it's already clicked. I'm in the presentation already. Otherwise, I can just quickly talk to it so that we don't waste time.
Yes, but if you can, if you take 30 seconds, when you go to share screen at the bottom, if you click on that, normally you should be able to pick your presentation. So don't just pick your file. It says Windows, and then if you scroll there, you should be able to pick your actual presentation. If not, then just speak to it.
All right, so I've done that
there
again. So here
Perfect.
we are. Right.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful. All right. I just want to enlarge the screen.
Yeah. Go to yeah.
Right. All right. Okay. So when we then agreed as industry to establish CASA, we had 32 organizations that were participants covering the entire spectrum of the built environment, incorporating professionals, contractors, suppliers, and so on. The alliance was officially launched on the 21st of January of this year, and the chairperson of CASA is Mr. John Matthews, and I'm deputizing him. And one of the critical mandates beyond the work that CASA has been doing all along is to tackle long-standing industry issues having to do with transformation, the protection of the industry from subsidized foreign competition, corruption and unethical practices, as well as to contribute to us a healthy and sustainable industry. My presentation today was to touch on mainly two issues, the issue of the circular economy, as well as the alternative building technology. Now, there is obviously a lot of work that has been done in this regard as far as circular economy is concerned. A lot of studies have been done, and what we are finding is that we are obviously still way behind compared to our global counterparts as far as the circular economy is concerned, and we are finding that a lot of waste in South Africa still lands up on landfills, especially your general waste, your municipal waste, and this is an issue that we obviously have to look at. The private sector is trying in terms of introducing new technologies to treat waste, but I think a lot of work still needs to be done as far as the regulatory environment is concerned to support all of these initiatives. When one looks at the recycling industry in South Africa, there's quite a lot of efforts that are being put in by various stakeholders, and as a result, it has created employment. And one of the last reports that was done by the World Bank indicated that our recycling sector is currently employing anything between 60 and 90,000 people. The informal sector obviously plays quite a critical role in this sector, and they collect and recycle 80% of glass and 90% of plastic. In terms of the the packaging material sector as well, there's quite a fairly good rate of recycling happening in that sector, and it is largely because those sectors are organized and government has come on board to support them and also to introduce incentives. We obviously have got our necessary legislation that has been introduced across the board, from the Department of Water and Sanitation to the Department of Environmental Affairs and so on, and all of this obviously creating an environment that is beginning to take shape. There is, however, a need to do more in order to make sure that the private sector comes on board and that the alternative technologies that are there are implemented. And municipalities, unfortunately, are still relying heavily on landfilling as the primary solution for the management of waste. And some of these issues needs to be addressed. And my contention is that a stronger policy direction will enable municipalities to start changing their practices, and we can do more to start introducing the concept and the whole direction towards the circular economy. We have had, fortunately, we've had, an experiment as a country looking at the tire industry. Redisa was an initiative that was there. Unfortunately, that initiative has run into some legal trouble with government. However, it provided a very good case study. So we know that using the tire industry as an example, that other sectors can successfully introduce their respective waste streams. And I think the Redisa example will assist in conceptualizing other sector waste plans, so that we can then be able to come up with the waste plans across as many sectors as possible. The industry, as far as I'm concerned, needs to come together so that we can then be able to, put pressure on government to have a construction industry waste plan that works for everybody. There are, initiatives, but not really inclusive of everybody in the sector. I think there is one or two players that are trying to do, something in their own little corner. I think the industry as a whole needs to come together so that we can then be able to produce a construction industry waste plan that can contribute towards a much more greener economy, as well as addressing pressing socio-economic challenges facing our country, such as our high unemployment. In short, Program Director and colleagues, as industry, we must play a significant role in the following. One, drafting of the construction waste stream policy and the implementation plan. We need to, again, work together to lobby government for gazetting of supportive legislation. And finally, we need to obviously position industry players to play a role in the implementation phase. I think when one, again, looks at the Redisa example, the department has now tried to implement, that plan internally is not working so well, because we do know that there are capacity challenges as far as our departments are concerned. So when we do look at, a plan for the industry, we should not then leave space for government to think that with the challenges that they have, they can successfully implement. We can play a role in the implementation of the plan. Finally, Program Director, as far as the ABTs are concerned, we obviously have been preaching ABTs for some time, and we are not seeing the necessary traction, across most sectors, especially the property development industry, which I'm intimately involved with. And in short, the following interventions are desperately needed from ourselves as industry together with government. One is policy certainty. There's a lot of work that is being done through the banner of the NHBRC to try and regulate the space. Two, we need to do more and invest more in consumer awareness. I think everybody across the board needs to know the benefits of ABTs, and we can then, once everybody is aware of the benefits, be able to get traction across the board. Number three, identification of a few technologies to be supported and be implemented nationwide. This idea has proven not to be very popular, but it comes from the fact that a lot of companies in the ABT space get established, funding either through banks or through funding that is made available by the entrepreneurs is invested, and you find that because of lack of traction, they then have to close doors soon after they have started. My view here is that especially when one looks at social infrastructure, we should as a country be able to identify a few technologies that can be applied in the social infrastructure space, and then be able to support those companies so that they can be sustainable. If we don't do that, we're going to continue having the current challenge where companies start and they fail simply because there is not enough support from the market. And being implemented beyond the social infrastructure into other sectors as well. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Gregory. Also a very jam-packed presentation. I'm hearing 3 common threads coming through the talk so far. One around stronger regulation policy, unlocking economic potential. The second is around alignment between the various role players in the industry. And the third is around innovation, which reminds me of one of the comments that popped up earlier on the chat around why don't we host some more competitions to promote innovation within the country. Our next speaker, Lisa Reynolds, is the CEO of the Green Building Council South Africa. She was the driver for the drafting of energy efficiency standards and regulations for buildings in South Africa. Lisa's been involved in energy efficiency and the built environment since 2003. She's assisted on the South Africa's Green Building Framework policies, energy efficiency tax incentives, and energy efficiency strategies. For many years, Lisa served on the board of the Green Building Council and became CEO in June 2020. Before that, she was executive director for the Green Building Design Group, her own company working in the green economy space. Lisa's awards include 2007 ETA Award for Women, 2008 Individual Energy, 2012 SABS Standards Writer Award, the 2014 Women in Energy, and the 2016 Ian Lane Hall of Fame Award. Lisa is committed to growing the green economy within a green recovery. Thank you, Lisa, for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Lisa, one moment. Greg, I think your screen is still up, your screen share. Thank you so much. Over to you, Lisa.
Thanks very much. Thank you so much to the organizers for this invitation. And it was great to be following all these speakers. I think some of them must have peeked at my notes and have stolen some of my ideas. But I'm going to probably, well, there's a couple of things that I really want to point out. One is that, we began it with saying, where we are, and a little bit of doom and gloom on what's happening. But the beauty of this environment that we're in is that we can make a difference, and we can do it now. There's low-hanging fruit within our space that can make a difference in the path that we were going on, and that's why we really, really need to look to you, the audience, and say, let's do it. Let's do it in this environment. And green is not just about buildings, it's about everything. When we look at green, we're looking at green buildings, green precincts, green spaces. And I know we're talking about sort of the climate positive future. So it's about everything. It's about resource efficiency, about resource circularity. One of the huge conversations, obviously, in this time has come up with the health and wellness of buildings, and then obviously the green of buildings. We spoke, and I think, Angela, when you summed up and you said we spoke about regulation, I want to take it a little step further. It's about the implementation of regulation, because we've got some great policies that I've worked on. We've got some great standards. I was really pleased to hear Jennifer's talk on human settlements and where they're going, because it's about less about building houses to building homes. It's about making those sort of healthy, environmentally friendly spaces that
don't cost a fortune in resources. So there's this practicality side of it as well. And when we speak to, spoken to a lot of cities on, for instance, SANS 10400XA, and one of the sort of challenges they mentioned is that it's not always implemented. And I would really encourage everybody to please, it's the basics. Let's implement the 10400XA. And as Coralie said, we're getting to a stage where a Green Star rated building is a normal building. It isn't special in a way. A well-designed, well-built building. If I look back, the first Green Star rated building was in 2009, and I look at all the effort and all the things that were done to get this to this 4-star certification. Now, a well-built, well-designed building can easily achieve this 4-star. We've come a long way from where we were. We really have. So I would also take heart of where we've come with things, even under human settlements, often this conversation about sustainability and climate positive, it wasn't happening. It was about, the quantity of housing that we had to give, as opposed to sort of, the quality. So I'm really, really pleased to hear the directions that we're going in. Then on the innovation side, often innovation to me is a full circle of going back to where we were. We often talk about indigenous knowledge. And if we look at how buildings were built before, where we practiced using passive design in energy efficiency, where we practiced using materials that were close by, that were at hand to build buildings, where instead of breaking down buildings to build new buildings, we renovated, we innovated to then make those buildings better. And I think that's what we're looking at. So when we look at the whole green side, it's not just about the flagship buildings, about these, beautiful, stunning buildings with all the bells and whistles. Sometimes it's about looking at the practicality of what we used to do, the practicality of, and the beauty and the simplicity of the architecture that was in there. And I think sometimes we go a bit far from our roots, where we should look back and we say, how did we build it? And why did it make sense within our climate? The use of shading, old farmhouses with verandas all the way around, perfectly energy efficiently designed. And I think, when we look at innovation, and that's going to sound strange, but innovation is sometimes looking back at our roots and saying, how do we innovate around what we know and what we know that works? And as Coralie says, there's the newest version of 10400XA is out, closing, the time for comment is closed. Please embrace it. Don't, it's the next step on the journey. And know that you must get your fundamentals right before we go to the next stage, which is the green stage. But as I said, the beauty of the green buildings is in you're making resource efficient, healthy buildings that really allow for this innovation. And while there's also been a big theme about innovative building technologies, alternative building technologies. Why are we talking about that? It's also because when we look at carbon, we also look at the embodied carbon of the building materials. Is how can we bring that down? So, whenever we look at something, we have to look at it holistically. We have to say, well, how do we do this? And that is really where I'd say to everybody, look at how we're approaching everything and how we're doing holistic. Look at the concepts of passive design, look at the innovative building materials. And please, for all those beautiful regulations and policies that people like Jennifer is working on, please implement them, because those can't just be works of art that sit on shelves. They must be used to make a change and to make a difference in what we're doing. So I think I wanted to be particularly, well, I am a very positive person, so people, foolishly optimistic.
Yeah, that's wonderful, wonderful input. We really appreciate that. I'd love to see your green star rating accessible and implementable for all projects going forward. I'm not sure how doable that is. And unfortunately, in the interests of time, we're going to have to jump to the next speaker. Dr. Mphahlwa, if you don't mind me not introducing you again, I think you already had an introduction this morning, so I think we're familiar with that. I'm getting big shouty letters here saying we're running out of time. So what I'm going to suggest maybe is, along with your presentation, if you wouldn't mind tying a few threads together of our discussion so far. I don't think we'll have time for questions today, but over to you, Dr. Mphahlwa.
Okay, thank you very much, Angela, and greetings to my fellow panelists, greetings to the participants and everybody who's taking part in this amazing day full of amazing ideas. I've not prepared a presentation, so I'll string the ideas because I think we all get tired of seeing all these presentations. Now, I've had the opportunity to listen first to my colleagues, but also intermittently part of the entire day. And I found myself asking the question really, how do architects see their role in these platforms? Is it really us about presenting how great we are as architects in terms of projects? Or do we want to elevate ourselves as strategic thinkers who are contributing thought leadership in issues of building? Now, I've opted to pose a few questions which I think as architects we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis, with the hope that this can help us just change the mindset about architects and about architecture. We've heard a lot about policy frameworks from government, from the head of ISA, Dr. Ramhoba. We've heard how DPW and infrastructure are really trying to champion the idea of green buildings. We've also had a colleague, Mac Makwarela, from the Presidential Climate Change Commission, also championing the same ideas. Now I hear that Human Settlements also has got quite a kind of a robust green building kind of trajectory. My question is really, how do we operationalize this? How do we ensure that beyond what Lisa says is just implement the policies? I want to say, how do we operationalize this? How do we actually ensure that the green design principles and objectives are shared by everyone? And how does government engage with us as designers and architects in the profession in ensuring that those principles are actually carried down, because we are the ones who are meant to be producing these buildings that are supposed to be energy efficient. I don't know any platform right now which exists where we actually can engage with government on these issues and not be told that we want to build green, but to actually discuss how do we ensure that we can build green. Now, government is the biggest property developer in the country. I work for government in terms of the projects that I have. And interestingly, from Human Settlements, we are doing a development here in Cape Town. But we have actually cracked our heads and almost walked away because all the sustainable design principles that we developed for a BNG housing development were all shut down. We couldn't execute them because the government subsidy quantum, sustainable design is seen as a cost firstly in South Africa. We had to abandon them and go back to the concrete block. And this is a concrete block that doesn't even have a cavity for that matter. Now, this is shocking for me as an architect to see a government that says it wants to achieve net zero by 2050. But we are actually executing right now. The project we're building we've broken ground on the first 400, and the next 5,000 is coming in about 4 years. But it's already planned now to be unsustainable, to be ungreen. There's no talk of alternative building systems, ABTs, because there is nothing available that government is happy to implement right now. So when we're told we need to select good materials, we need to select use local material, where are they going to come from? Because our industry in South Africa right now does not have even the interest to develop materials that can be used, especially low cost. Most of them are imported, and we can't find them here. So I just don't believe that the policies are actually helpful when in actual fact the implementation on the ground when projects are being rolled out is actually not being implemented. Yes, we need to develop energy efficient buildings, but how do we develop the required sensibility of the officials in the department who actually are the ones monitoring and appointing us to actually accept some of the ideas of just passive design that Lisa has articulated so well? Because passive design is about using thermal mass to ensure that your walls can mitigate the elements between the external and the interior. Now, there is no material available to be used for human settlements projects that actually fulfills that goal. There is none. So to me, it just sounds like lip service that, yes, we adhere to green principles, but the operationalization of these and the implementation of it is just not there. It's lacking. How do we promote the appreciation for sustainable design when clients are not willing to pay for it? I'm sorry, Angela and Coralie. Green buildings are going to remain special for a long time, precisely because if you had no Green Building Council in South Africa, I can tell you now, we would be far behind. And the fact that there is an incentive now for buildings to be green is actually even making the corporates, who actually are the ones who develop, to actually realize that, there is some kind of benefit in paying. They see it as paying that extra 15% for a green building than a normal one. So it's going to be with us for a long time because, one, the industry does not, support sustainable materials. You have to scratch for them, and most of them are imported. And our clients still see it as a cost to actually do a green building. And the issues of passive design and stuff like that, which can be implemented easily, are actually not regarded as fancy enough. So you need to have the glass building that is going to be air-conditioned in order for you to really show your corporate identity. When are we ever going to change that mindset? That in South Africa, in a country which is in Africa, you need to look differently at how your walls are. You need to shade buildings, as Lisa is saying, and just use passive design. It doesn't have to be a glossy, polished building. So I think that we need to get the sense of how does our industry, how does our building industry actually support this? We need to engage in earnest. We need to have serious debates, not just government sitting in boardrooms wherever the decisions are made and not actually engaging with the industry. Because I'm very happy to hear that Human Settlements has been kind of lobbying and mobilizing across Africa. We should do it here because we're here, we're sitting here, we are appointed for these projects. But actually, in reality, whatever ideas we have that are sustainable are just shut down at budget level and are actually not achievable. So we need to create those effective platforms where we discuss these issues so that the industry, the profession of architecture, and all the CBE professions are actually on board and carrying the message through, because no one else is going to carry it more than the architects and the professions are going to carry it out. So we need actionable strategies of how to achieve this. Not that we have the policy and policy framework. How do we make it work? How do we ensure that we create the environment for those strategies to be actually actioned? So our universities, in my opinion, as centers of research and exploration, have to take their own responsibility and play their part in ensuring that we produce students that are actually sensible, sensitive to the issues of green design and sustainable design and integrated design. Let us forget this monocultural way of teaching that is just about architecture and the buildings, and we forget about the context, the environment, and the spaces as it has been outlined here. I'm a member of the Urban Design Institute of South Africa because my architecture cannot exist without me being an urban design practitioner. I can't separate the two. But in our system of universities, these are very, very separate kind of disciplines. Now, of course, I didn't study here, so I have got that benefit. But I think that we need to find ways of saying, how does the research and the exploration chart a way forward that carries the message of green design and sustainable design throughout the value chain of teaching, architecture, execution, and actually clients appreciating the value they will be deriving from actually having buildings that are better performing than we actually have, and who are less reliant on mechanical systems in order for them to operate. So I think that as a practitioner, as an architect, I really would like a platform like this to recognize the fact that we are thought leaders, we are thinkers. We want to participate not just as great designers or creators of beautiful buildings, but we actually have a contribution even in the policy framework we're talking about to shape it so that it's actually implementable and actionable. So for me, the role of the architect as the driver for sustainability has to be acknowledged, and government is the first to have to acknowledge that so that we can engage meaningfully in terms of how we carry that message forward. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Captain Puffer, thank you very much for some very sound words. I keep hearing that word platform, and I think this is a good starting point for ensuring that some of those engagements take place moving forward. We are unfortunately out of time. I would just like to ask the delegates to go on to the poll section where you do have opportunity to leave some inputs that we can add to the debate moving forward. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate the inputs of all of our speakers. There's a wealth of information in this virtual room, and I'd like to see it move forward with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Two announcements I need to make. Excuse me? Yeah. The one is you are all invited to join the launch of Professor Amira Osman's book, Cities, Space and Power, in the next session. You can click on the word agenda and select the book launch session. That is, click on the word agenda and select the book launch session. The book brings to the fore new voices in the built environment field and will assist in achieving transformation in thinking, without which we cannot have spatial transformation. And in this session, there will be 4 authors from South Africa, Brazil, and Mexico, each sharing ideas about this important dialogue. I wish I had time to give a summary and give you my reflections across the spread of the whole day, but we really are under pressure of time. Just wanted to say thank you so much for bearing with us, given some of our technical challenges, slight delays in terms of our timing, and also for your thorough and thoughtful input, either in the texts, in the chat rooms on the side, or directly in terms of the engagement in front of us. I would like to hand over and close off the session by really giving the platform, to use that word, to our SACAP president, Mr. Nsindiso Charles Nduku. The floor is yours, and I want to thank you all for indulging me as your master of ceremonies for today. Naren Nsindiso, the floor is yours, permanently.
Thank you very much, Program Director Makena Makeka. Thank you very much for such a wonderful job you've done today. This has been a very successful day for our built environment sector and our architectural profession in particular. And I would like to thank everyone who has participated in this, who have made it possible to actually have a successful convention. I want to start off with our Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, Mr. Kolo Kivit, and also her delegation from the DPWI, Dr. Ramakoba, Mr. Moasa, and thank you very much for really coming and giving us an opportunity to actually share ideas, and you share your ideas with us. And it is clear that DPW is willing to actually engage, and that has been clear, and it has been shown by the way Deputy Minister is always attending our events. And of course, our DPW, I mean the CBE, Naramhlongo, thank you very much for really coming and share some ideas and your interpretation of the role of architects in the built environment. And of course, SAIA, it was represented by the President-elect, Ruben Reddy, and immediate past President Leon Mpahla. Thank you very much for attending and sharing those ideas. And also on the side of SACAP, I want to thank the Stakeholder Committee under the leadership of Sabi, the Vice President, and also the whole committee that has made it possible. And of course, I want to thank the event company that really set up this convention. But I just want to, before I close, that of course everyone who has participated is acknowledged. But before I close the session, I want to just share the few highlights that has taken place here, and also just to be very clear on the way forward. That as SACAP, we want to engage the minister, and also Dr. Ramakoba on the issue of the infrastructure. We are key in the delivery of infrastructure. We also, as SACAP, have come up with a roadmap in as far as the transformation is concerned, and SACAP intends to draw up the transformation charter for architectural profession sector in line with Section 9 of the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act 53 of 2003. And we are also embarking on research in as far as the procurement policies are concerned, and the issues of procurement that have been really problematic to the profession are at the center of our site and also our problem, and we are addressing those with, as much as we can, and because there is an open discussion between SACAP, all DPW or public entities, and National Treasury is part of these entities, and we are also addressing this together with other councils as a collective. We want to make sure that the issues that are actually plaguing the sector, the profession, in as far as the procurement is concerned, are dealt with decisively. And at the moment, you all know that the procurement policies are actually affecting us negatively as a profession. So we are dealing with those, and as I said, we want to come up with a sector charter on the issue of BBE around the issues of transformation. Yes, let me just maybe just go into the highlights of what was discussed today. I mean, in the session, just as we started, there was a woman urban leader featured trailblazers, and that was moderated by Vice President of SACAP, Netsabisa Shongwe. In this session, amazing and remarkable women shared inspiring stories, and they claimed their space in leadership and decision-making in the movement of cities, breaking new grounds, challenging the status quo, and impacting the well-being of their communities. The key highlight in that discussion, there is a need for a strategic intervention that will contribute to the development and transformation of the profession. That is the women in urban leadership. Session 1, how far have we come? The moderator was Dr. Lianda Mpatlwa. The key point there, transformation, redefine the role of architecture. In society, architecture should be used as a driver of social change. The highlights from the Deputy Minister, Mr. Kolokivit, in increasing the pool of mentors. Registered professions should avail themselves to provide mentorship to candidates, create programs for advocating and championing, promoting architecture to underprivileged school, to assist the kids to develop interest in architecture, and mostly encourage a girl child to study architecture. Ensure the skills pipeline to ensure that girls can access the opportunity to be trained and qualified to practice architecture. Develop and retain a register of skilled and trained qualified architectural professionals. Infrastructure investment plan is a key effort to grow the economy, create jobs, and empower small businesses. Follow-up actions that need to be taken by SACAP or the profession or the sector. SACAP needs to ensure that validated architectural learning sites provide a curriculum or content that speaks to South African challenges. Private and public sector need to work together to transform the profession.
That would be much appreciated, Chair, and the Youth Chamber.
Sorry. Okay, sorry for that. Private and public sector should partner on infrastructure projects to create sustainable jobs. And then session 2 was moderated by Dr. Sitsaba Dlamini, who's also a council member. Touched on the economic reconstruction and recovery plan by Dr. Makgoba, unlocking of infrastructure investment, localization and exports, revising the decline of the local manufacturing sector, and promote industrialization. High job losses creation of work opportunities through infrastructure investment, resuscitation of vulnerable sectors such as tourism, construction, and infrastructure. Infrastructure investment plan, building new and upgrading of existing infrastructure, repurposing redundant infrastructure project partnership and collaboration with state and non-state sectors, quality of infrastructure, long-term planning, strategic vision and delivery, and also financing, which is funding. Or source of infrastructure spending. We are not setting money problems by not spending but spending problem. The issue of what it says that there are no issues with finance or funding. It's just a question of the spending. I think that is speaking to the capacity to be able to spend. Data both number and value of projects awarded, a number of planning projects, both public and private, number of projects cancelled and postponed, and then we also touched on the COVID-19 impact before and after changing environment, the new normal. Follow-up actions that need to be taken by SACAP or the sector. There should be an urgent intervention to revitalize the built environment and grow the economy. Should be effective implementation of policy. So I think on this one, definitely we will engage Dr. Ramahopa, and I know for a fact that he is very open, he is very welcoming in as far as the engagement is concerned. We will definitely, as SACAP and actually built environment sector, take that, create a platform of dialogue, engage more on the issue of infrastructure delivery. Session 3, which was moderated by Kevin Bingham, I think key points on that one, the issue was on harnessing the creative powers of the youth, impact of the fourth industrial revolution technologies on education, outreach, education support, mentoring, access to job. That was the highlights of that section, of that session. And then the session 4, Built Environment Transformation Agenda. It was moderated by Ms. Mandisa Pepeda-Dagi. Key points highlighted: statistics show that there has not been much transformation in architecture. Supply chain policies provide constraints for previously disadvantaged to practice in architecture competitively, unlocking the value chain through land reform and design. She also mentioned some issues in as far as the special inclusivity will enable training of youth, women, and disabled, career awareness at a very early age, private section, key economic drivers need to commit and embrace transformation. Policies must promote entry to market by allowing inclusion and participation. Policies must create pathways to remove barriers. Systematic structural reform through change in procurement policies. I think that is what that session covered. And I think now the session 5, yes, session 5. I think the suggestion on this one, on section 4, was that social housing is one of the aspects that can be used by the municipality to provide employment to identifying competent builders and reduce poverty in the communities. Right. Then on session number 4, I think it's still the session number 4. The municipality should also deal with the backlog that it has of the approval of plans, education to be looked at to ensure that more people are attracted to retain and retained in the sector. ITOW not exclude who are qualified to perform. Okay, that was the issue which was raised by Ms. Kobo of Competitions Commission, that the profession must not exclude. We must encourage participation in the profession. All right, session 5, I think shaping urban environments, architecture in the service of livable city. That was Dr. Amira. I think key points there, rethinking on approaching housing, lack of accessing to resource, quality of building plans submitted to the municipality, regulating all building and land use. I think on this one, the issue was that there is a disjuncture between the buildings and the space outside that needs to be looked at properly when professionals are actually designing the buildings. And the ideas provided: building livable and livable cities, building housing units, education facilities and health facilities that are contributing towards the livable and livable city, infrastructure to reconnect cities in the continent, also building resilience in social system to humanize cities and rural Africa. That was session number 5. I think session 6 is the one that we've just heard now, that was moderated by Angela Baker. A lot of issues have come out in the session. It was about climate change. The Climate Change Commission was also here, giving us the policies and what Commission is doing about the involvement of it in as far as the climate change is concerned. But what came out of this session is that green building is no longer a separate entity in as far as practice of architecture is concerned. It is a normal way of designing the buildings we need to make sure that when we design buildings, we design buildings that are energy efficient, and we need to focus and as we move to net zero capabilities, looking for the contribution by all sectors. So that is the Commission. The Commission wants all sectors to contribute toward the reduction of the carbon footprint. Built environment has a role to play to bring energy efficiency to manageable levels. Looking also at the building materials, alternative building materials that are really, dealing with the issues of, saving energy. And as you've heard, Dr. Mpatwa in his last remarks to say that there has been some attempts, by practitioners to look at alternative building materials, and what is needed now is for the industry or the profession to actually look at these building materials and sort of open up and be acceptable to innovation in as far as the new building materials and alternative materials are concerned. And also look at the space between the building and how do we innovate to serve the society, and then the policies that must be developed around the material that are contributing towards the energy efficiency. Yes. Otherwise, and also the issue of the circular economy mentioned by Mr. Mafokeng, and the issue of the waste that needs to be dealt with, the landfills, recycling, creating employment, and which actually helps the informal economy and thrive. So, and then also, yeah, this part, I mean, it was highlighted that construction industry really contributes a lot in this part of the problem, which is like the carbon emission. So we need to innovate in our designs, and also the acknowledgement of indigenous materials that can be used to address the issues of climate change, and also of energy efficiency, and the willingness to explore, to accept the new ways, the new materials that can be made available in the market. I think I've covered everything now, but I just want to once again thank everyone, and want to commit to the profession SACAP that I think now that we've reached our most of our mandates, I think we need to sort of engage and take the outcomes and the suggestions that have been made in this, in this convention, and take them forward. And the Department of Public Works, CBE, our voluntary associations are also here, and we are working as a unit, and definitely we want to take this forward. I want to thank once again Makeka Makena for directing this program so well, and also thank the attendees, and apologize for the technical glitches that we experienced in terms of the sound, in terms of the videos, in terms of anything that has happened. We are relying on the technology, and because that is the new normal, unfortunately, at the moment. And also, because this is viewed all over the world, and apologies again to those who are unable to actually log in due to technical problems. I want to thank everyone, and promise that SACAP Fifth Term Council is going to engage, and it has a clear map, a roadmap on how to take the profession forward, how to contribute in rebuilding our country. Thank you very much.
And there's no way that I can say in closing, because you did the closing, Mr. President. Thank you so much. I just have a minor announcement, or rather not a minor announcement. Let me rephrase that. Let me first start by saying that I thank Apologies, I think I got cut off there. Just to say, we're going to have a presentation by Flex. Thank you, everybody, for your wonderful attendance, and thank you so much, Mr. President, for your rounding off of the session. I wish you all a wonderful day. I hope to see you also on the other side with regards to the book launch. All the best, and goodbye. Bye.
Thank you.
to the loss that surrounds us, to the drowning that becomes us, to oceans for saliva, to tears running back into our eyes, to lungs that do not become gills, from lifeguards to guards of death. One day the sea will swallow the river. One day the river becomes the sea, and we don't speak of a river. One day the sea shall see us. One day we shall be both here and gone, but for now here, a heavy song lost as lumps in throats, custodians of grief. We do not know the length of a wound, but time shall heal. What of the seasons? Our loved ones leave us, only to signal our arrival. Is our drowning but not baptism? Is this drowning but not cleansing of new self? Signal our arrival. Is our drowning but not baptism? Is this drowning but not cleansing of new self? Children, we swung on trees, hung on dreams, paid flowers visits and captured bees. Unconscious investments, now life is rather sweet. We caged birds just to be free. Wandering souls conquered mountains barefoot, chasing after rabbits, after bad habits, made innocent mistakes, and belts were never known for waste. We made Granny run, her back bent like branches reaching out for the sun. Will she ever taste the sweetness of her fruit? of her juice, her wrinkles, history lines, and remembrance of our youth. We were young, naughty scenes in hiding, but when seen, hidings were seen, and we ran and we carried freedom in our feet. When streets were playgrounds before playgrounds were built on our streets, tongues dressed in different speech, loneliness dared not to befriend us. Tea and laughter for breakfast, inhaled stories, now we own legends for breath. Rich with yesterdays, we inherit age, the past, the master, the future's a present slave. I wasn't flex then. If time is money, memories are an investment. this for the wooden floors, I do this for the slow brew. Do this like a connoisseur and taste life in full view. I wanna give birth to a little moon, write life into her youth. Trouble cross 7 blocks, come back to kick with you. At home we cuddle crime but stay defiant. I wanna juggle time and puzzle climate, remain fly above the clouds, the universe a pilot. I do this so to build a home. First I need to fix home. It's hard to fix a broken home beyond the leaking ceiling. Never take for granted the subtleties of breathing. A broken window bleeding, sunshine into your reading. Those are blessings out of season. I do this to take heed in. The night whispers, a child who listens his past wisdoms from ancestors. Now bear witness to African intelligence and algorithms. I do this for my Jita Akas. But you been a matreben while I control any class. We do this really shit so fast. Lily make him takas while I do kill it fast. Hey, I do this for my Jita Akas. But you been a matreben while I control any class. We do this really shit so fast. Lily make him takas while I do kill it fast. Life is flavorful, Ethiopian, Arabica beans. What is stressing you? Time when projecting your dreams. Still a trip or two, essential not to fall at the seams. You need to probe life, nothing's working out. You work out, I'm not talking lifting weights, I'm talking exercising. Patience when you have to wait, flexing positively for a better mental state. To witness fate, to break before the breakthrough. Craftsmanship on display for eons, but how you doubt you will fireproof after flames have been through. But here's to never doubt self for a daylight. The blessing of repasture is the plain sight. Darkness of a curse is averted by your great light, a great fight. Diaries, tears, ink, and late nights on podiums. Enemies within, like stage fright, but stay fright above and beyond confines of frail minds. Or say night to dreams manifested upon a time. I do this for my Jita Akas. When you been a matreben, while I control any class. We do this really shit so fast. Really make him takas while I do kill it fast. I do this for my Jita Akas. When you been a matreben, while I control any class. We do this really shit so fast. Really make him takas while I do kill it fast. Hey, I do this for my Jita Akas. When you been a matreben, while I control any class. We do this really shit so fast. Really make him takas while I do kill it fast. Hey, I do this for my Jita Akas. When you been a matreben, while I control any class. We do this really shit so fast. Really make him takas while I do kill it fast. precious investments. Now life is rather sweet. We caged birds just to be free. Wandering souls conquered mountains barefoot, chasing after rabbits, after bad habits, made innocent mistakes, and belts were never known for waste. We made Granny run, her back bent like branches reaching out for the sun. Will she ever taste the sweetness of her fruit, the creativity of her juice, her wrinkles, history lines, and remembrance of our youth? We were young, naughty scenes in hiding, but when seen, hidings were seen, and we ran like we carried freedom in our feet. When streets were playgrounds before playgrounds were built on our streets, tongues dressed in different speech, loneliness dared not to befriend us. Tea and laughter for breakfast, inhaled stories, now we own legends for breath. Rich with yesterdays, we inherit age, the past, the master, the future's a present slave. I wasn't flex then. If time is money, memories are an investment.